All right, hello everyone, and welcome to the second annual Top 30 Strongest stream on the Daxake channel, which I think is pretty crazy that we've even been doing it this long. I got some familiar faces from last year here, but also got some new ones as well, but probably all people you recognize in some way, shape, or form. And this is also a group that I got to hang out with at Anime NYC. All of us have met in person before, which is really cool. And, we had some fun debates there. For example, like Shanks versus all five Gorosei at the same time. That was probably one of the highlights, and so I thought, why not get this group together to do a whole top 30 strongest stream instead, and, hash out all those things together again. So, without further ado, I'm gonna, introduce some of the cast here. So, I guess I'll go in order of the Excel sheet, so that makes the most sense. So, Par, I think they probably heard of you before, but you want to introduce yourself?
New to One Piece, power scaling, be kind, be generous, and I'm looking forward to seeing what knowledge everyone else shares with me about these characters. I heard some crazy things beforehand. I won't spoil it. Dax gave me some shell shock, if we're being honest, and thank you guys for inviting me to the stream. I'll be looking to post some videos this year. I know I didn't post too much last year, so cheers to a new year. Happy New Year, guys.
Appreciate you. And we are looking forward to those videos, Par. I know I've messaged you a few times, like, what you cooking?
Yeah. Wait, you saw the recent one, right?
I saw the thumbnail. I haven't.
You knew
I haven't
about
watched
the thumbnail, it. Right? That
was
the one you
messaged
so. Me about.
I think so.
Yeah, when you messaged me, I was like, I'll put this one out first, just for you, Dax.
I liked it. I do know some of the theory. I didn't watch the whole video though, but maybe I should.
No worry, it's an hour long. It's fine.
Yeah, that's the only reason. Next we got Preach, who was here last year. So Preach.
Yeah, man, I'm happy to be here again, and it's gonna be a fun stream for sure. And I know we're gonna see a lot of crazy takes, but that's what it's all about. So let's get into it.
100%, man. Oh, and Ors just pulled up too. Ors, I guess I should have you right after Preach, but Kev, you're next on the list, so we'll just do Kev. Kev.
Hey, me and Preach, we had to run it back for the second time. One time for the one time. We're about to get toxic. We're about to have some horrendous takes. It's gonna be a great time. Like Par said, start the new year, start the new agendas. So I think it's about to be that time.
Thank
100%.
you.
And then Ors, you're up next. If you want to introduce yourself real quick, I'm gonna try fixing your volume because I didn't get to do it before, but it should be all right.
Yeah, I think you guys already know me. I work with Preach, make theories with him. So, but yeah, I think this is the first time I actually made a top 30 too. So I'm gonna have some pretty interesting takes, I think so. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Oh, so this is your first top 30? Well,
I think so. Yeah.
We'll get prepared, man. It's a time. It's definitely a time. Hime,
did say. Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Ors did say some crazy stuff in New York. Not as crazy as Cole, but like in the opposite direction.
That is true.
He hit us with some question. I was like, damn, what happened for you to ask this question?
We'll have to see the list though.
That's true.
Hime, you're up next.
Yes, so it's Hime. Y'all already all know me, and I'm super excited. I've already did a top 30 on Twitter, the worst place to do a top 30, and I made some changes to my list, so I'm super excited, and I'm pretty sure everybody here is gonna is not going to agree to it, but I know I'm right. So let's go.
I mean, that's the right attitude. I think we all think the same thing, and that's why top 30s are not toxic at all. Chestnut, you're up next.
Hello everybody. My name is the Chestnut Tanuki. You can find me on all platforms, including Facebook, where I'm not very popular because it's for old people. But I make One Piece content. I do content on a lot of other shonen, and this is the first time I'm making a top 30. I'll be honest, I am having a very hard time with like the bottom of it, but my top 5 is pretty set in stone. So I'm excited because I feel like that's where a lot of people would argue, but I feel like a lot of people don't realize my top 5 is very tame. So we'll get into it then.
Yeah, Chestnut, I think you're cut out for top 30 type streams based off some of the debates I've seen in the past. And then Eden's my guy. You're up next. Definitely last but not least.
All right. Wait, hang on. All right, cool. You can hear me. What's up, guys? Eden's Blue, friend of many of the people you see on the stream today. I am not built for the top 30 list because I am not a power scaler. But hey, hopefully, like this list I threw together makes some sort of sense.
Hey man, it'll be good because there's probably going to be moments in the stream where someone's going to like mention something that I forgot about, and I'm like, well, that person probably should have been in the top 30.
Yeah, right.
So, so I definitely feel that.
Completely different.
All right, well, thank all you guys for doing this. I really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day. And first, before we get started, I just want to run through some of the super chats and stuff that we've already gotten, just so we don't get too far behind on those. During the stream, I'll try to get to them kind of periodically, like, after we get through certain parts of the discussion or whatever. Just FYI, we're not going to do them right away, but we'll get to these because I did see, first off, Law Sauce McGee, my guy, gives in another membership, picking up right where he left off last night with the gifted memberships. I really appreciate you, bro. And then Vex, my guy, with the 10 gifted memberships, also picking up where he left off last night during our Chapters of the Year ranking stream. And I also want to mention, Vex, if you want to plug the links, definitely go ahead. We're doing a stream of Liberation on the TLA channel, on the Last Arc channel on Saturday afternoon. It's going to be like an all-day thing. A lot of great creators are already a part of the Last Arc, and other great creators will be joining for that stream, including myself. So you guys should definitely go check that out this weekend. And then I also saw Mr. Bushido with the €2 super chat saying, Geen for number 1. He's number 1 in my heart, that's for sure. And also, Matt Cypher. Wow, there's a couple of them. Sorry, Streamlabs a little bit behind. Matt Cypher, member for 13 months. Bro, thank you very much. Hey, Dak, nice seeing you again. Bro, it has been a minute. I hope work has been going well for you. It's been a minute since we talked about that, but I know you were busy. Hope you're doing well, and thank you again for being a member for 13 months, man. That's crazy, more than a year. And lastly, 00 Flevins with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. ZKK, Zoro kisses Kiku. Hakiku sovereignty. That is all.
Yo, real talk though. Kiku, underrated ship. I've been on the Kiku grind set for the past few weeks, man. Like Hiyori and Zoro? Nah. Kiku and Zoro.
I've never heard of Zokiku ever. This is news to me.
It's a banger. It's a banger ship. You gotta like think about it. Let it cook.
That's crazy. I
feel like I missed the DLC of One Piece community for this conversation to exist. Like,
I don't know. I guess I'm a filthy shipper. Power scaling and shipping.
I'm too much deep down in the power scaling now that I forgot the shipping existed.
Yeah, no, that,
Same.
but also, like,
Same.
when did we translate ZKK to Zoro kissing somebody?
Zoro kisses Kiku,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Zoro
Yeah, I
kisses
missed that
Kiku.
chapter too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hold-
Zoro called Kiku a sizable woman.
Is this
So,
what
you know
happened?
he's into
And
it.
as she is, Slay Queen.
Exactly.
I
have
just
a little
feel
Wild.
like
figure.
break week does, like, when I go on break week, I touch grass.
Wait, yeah, isn't Kiku
Oh
dead?
my god.
Isn't Kiku
No.
dead?
No,
We scale animals here on break week.
Yo, hold on, Hime. You can't hate the animal scaling. That's just what
No,
guys
but
Animal
that's what I'm
scaling
saying.
is-
I was part of it.
Wait, have you guys watched what is it, Tear Zoo? Or you guys, or whatever that's called?
I love Tears.
Oh, one of the
Tears
best.
is a fire
Also,
channel.
there, whoever runs that channel is low key a RuneScape fan, which I love because like,
Just so much.
because whenever like the animals attack each other, it's a RuneScape hit, splat, and noise. Like I watched all sorts of videos after I picked up on that. But all right, we do need to get into this. So one of the, I guess, hallmarks of the top 30 stream on this channel, because I know a lot of people do them. This is definitely not the first one this year. It won't be the last one, among the community. But what I try to do a little bit differently, and we did do it last year, is I go pretty quickly. Because I know sometimes these streams can take like 10 hours, 12 hours, like long enough to have to make a second stream because YouTube maxes you out at 12 hours per stream or something like that. So I try to get through it pretty quick. So the way that we're going to be doing this is we're going to go 5 at a time at first until we get to the top 10, and then we're going to go 1 at a time after that. So that way we just get through the bottom part quicker, which obviously there's a lot of discussion to be had there, but it's just, we can do the 5, and then the most interesting standout ones we can just talk about, because the top 10, that tends to be where the toxicity really picks up, and a lot of disagreements are had. So we're gonna try to kind of speed to that point, basically. And so I guess to go over the rules real quick, we're not gonna rank Emu because I feel like Emu would just be like almost a default number one, and like we're not gonna get into that. No Emu is gonna be ranked, but only living people, and we're presuming Kaido and Big Mom are alive. And then we're also going to do like the Gorosei, the God's Knights, and like the Seraphim. We're just going to count them as like a group. And I think I mentioned this to a lot of you guys, but Eden's and Oars, you joined late, but I didn't text you guys about the Seraphim, but similar rule for them, if that's all right. Hopefully that doesn't mess anything up. But just count them as a group.
Wait, what about Garland though? Is he with the Gorosei?
No, with the God, you can count God's Knights as just a slot. Like just don't do
Oh,
9 slots for the God's Knights, 5 for the Gorosei. Then we're just taking up the whole list. So they're just going to count them as like a unit, but you would think of them separately, but they just take 1 slot because it works easier that way. And yeah, so
Do you want to let them in on the secret, Dax, about your feelings on Seraphim and possibly other characters?
Oh, we're gonna get right into it because see, I'm actually I gotta keep Discord up. Hold on a second. I gotta move something. Not that. Hold on. Is that gonna mess things up? It does mess things up. Hold on. I gotta keep Discord up, or else it'll make you guys disappear. You know what I mean? Like everything goes blank if I don't have Discord. Like as a poll, like if I minimize it, basically.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to figure it out.
Don't maximize your other screen. Like when you pull up the other window, make it so it's not full screen, and then so Discord will be running in the back.
Yeah, I think I can fix it real quick. This probably isn't a big deal. But once we get started, though, what I was gonna say though, is I'm gonna go first, and I have the Seraphim ranked pretty quickly, so we're gonna get right into it.
I mean, you said no picking at certain things, but I think this one's. You said something crazy. I think the rest of this VC heard what I heard, and I just want people to know.
Hey,
It's
we
the
can definitely talk
ramification.
about it. We can definitely talk about it. All right, so and I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. It is cool. It's not exactly as I intended. I should have set this up a little bit better. I wasn't thinking. Because I know it's cut off, guys, for the bottom part, but that's not a big deal. I'll fix that. There we go. It'll work. Once I expand it, it'll fix. I just can't do it while I'm typing on Excel. That's all. Once I get 2 monitors, though. But all right, so first off, I'm going to go with my number 30, which last year, this person was actually in my honorable mentions. And after I thought about it more, I was like, you know what? They just deserve to be in the top 30 somewhere. Because I honestly like talking about them, and they probably deserve it. And my number 30 is actually Magellan. And then, if any of them stand out, you can obviously comment, but I'm gonna try to keep moving. Number 29 is the Seraphim in question. And then I actually have Shiryu right above that, Sanji right above that, and then Yamato. That's my beginning.
Fall of Sanji is all I'm hearing. The fall of Sanji.
Listen,
I mean, that's
bro,
not bad,
Number
bro.
5, number 5 in your thing, number 5 on the crew. Couldn't even stand up to Saturn behind Frankie now. Like, it's unfortunate.
I mean, none of them can, though. I mean, who knows what that is?
Frankie was moving, bro. Frankie was moving. Just saying. Frankie
I
had
mean,
to save Luffy, not
but-
Sanji. No.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not. I see some support there in the chat. That's all I'm gonna say. See, the thing with Sanji.
Oh, on your channel, the chat.
I know. Well, the thing with Sanji though is, we haven't done the rest of the rankings, so you got to look. But I mean, it's not really disrespect because there's so many like top tier people. Like, no disrespect, but he is the like 3rd strongest on the crew, or like people want to say Jinbei's maybe above him or whatever. But like. There's a lot of other top tier Emperor crews that have number 1s and 2s, you know what I'm saying, that should theoretically be above him. And so I think it's a pretty solid spot. But
Oh yeah, I have no issue with it. I just thought it was funny that, Sanji, yet again, bro. He just keeps moving down.
Yeah, let's see how high Zoro is in comparison. Let's just see that.
Hey, Conqueror's Hockey's a big factor, which I think Sanji will get later.
Oh.
You gotta admit though, like, if you don't have Conquerors, that's like a sizable gap. That's like that's like being able to dunk in basketball. You know what I mean? Like if you can't, like that's like a significant like level up once you can do that. Like your whole game shifts.
Wait, Dax,
How much stronger do you think the Seraphim are than Sanji then?
Well, I don't.
Like,
Well, like, because remember, so I was debating between Sanji and the Seraphim, but I remember Sanji was fighting S Shark and was like just tanking his attacks. Remember, like he like punched him and Sanji didn't do anything. So I was like, he's probably above them. But I think it's also funny because like Zoro and Kaku had to team up against S-Hawk, you know what I mean? And Luffy and Lucci had to team up against S-Bear, and they didn't like take him out. And so it's like the power scaling of the Seraphim, I think, is really weird for that reason.
agree.
It's like really
Yeah,
hard
I
to
agree.
place them somewhere. I feel like they deserve to be in the top 30 though, because like realistically, they're taking out vast majority of the One Piece world if they take them 1v1. You know what I mean? Like, especially with like the flame thing. Like, if you don't know how Lunarians work, like, good luck, you know, even hurting them in the first place. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. On the stream, I was showing the wrong part. Oh, it's not a big deal, but yeah. So that's my first 5. We can just keep moving though if you guys don't have any severe objections to any of that.
Dax, real quick, can you do on your sheets, go to the top, like the row where our names are at. So
Okay.
highlight that, like the number on the left side, right?
Okay.
And then hit at the top, there's view, and then there's freeze, and then say 1 row. And then so when you scroll, our names will come to, so you can always see our
Freeze
names.
panes, freeze top row.
Yeah.
Which one? There's multiple
It
options.
should be, so if you clicked on the thing and you just do
There.
freeze and so 1 row, and then it should as you scroll, our name should come to.
Ah, okay. That's kind of cool. I see that.
Yeah, I got
So
you.
I could okay, I can adjust it too. Okay, well that's cool for now. Thank you. I've never seen that. That definitely helps a lot to like keep that in play.
Yeah.
Oops.
And then as far as with the Seraphim, you know, if you were able to, Dax, split them up amongst the list, you know, who would be the highest and who would be the lowest, if you want to enlighten everybody.
Well, you'd have to put S-Hawk at the bottom of the list because
Okay.
because he's got fraud genes flowing in his body.
Fraud genes is crazy.
Yo,
It-
on.
lineage factor matters.
Yo.
The S-Hawk can't beat Vista.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking
You
about.
know, like there's no way S-Hawk would
Oh
even
my
beat Vista.
God.
But
I just want to say, not that I respect your decision to say those words out loud, but I respect that you said what you said and then you stuck by it, because that's exactly what he said before, and I was
Yep.
like, no shot he says this on street, and then he did. I was like, oh my god, Dax has got big kahunas.
Hey, I mean, the Vista thing is just you know, that's like a twisting the knife in the heart kind of thing. Like it's just
So-
that it's the ultimate agenda breaker.
So who is the number 1 Seraphim, if you were to, because you said the lowest one?
Yeah, I'd have to think about that. I mean,
threw out
I know,
Moria.
but we haven't seen him, so I was just thinking there's other options. But S Gecko, man, that's my goat. Once you bring the shadow powers out, bro, good luck. He's actually gonna use it like a smart person would. Like Moria's getting like the worst zombies possible. Go get like people who just died recently who are really strong and make them zombies. That's what S Gecko's gonna put 2 and 2 together and do that. Look at Paul. That's
Yo.
so funny.
That was I'm just gonna say that was a fun way to enter the call. I was like, damn, what the hell, S-Hawk? And then you said he paints his, like, the thing is, like, the painting the blade black meme is so funny, because like if that were the case, imagine, why not just paint the S-Hawk blade black, right? Like, just keep it a, why not just do that? Surely Vegapunk figured that out, right? You think
I
you think
I
Mihawk
guarantee
fools
that's what
even Vegapunk?
it's either that or he went and like got some like obsidian or something. You know what I mean? Like a black stone or something to carve. Like it's gonna be, I don't know. And also you got to think
yeah.
S-Hawk also has the addition of having Mr. 1's fruit, which is like, you know.
Yeah, he's a sword. Mihawk's clone
Yeah.
is
Fuck, is a sword.
undeniably
Well, the
a
original
sword
is.
man.
He already had sword lineage factor, you know,
Uh-huh.
in him.
He knows how to wield his sword.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo.
As
Whoa.
long as you guys agree, I didn't say it. Oh,
Um, All right, up next, Par. Let's hear your bottom 5 in the top 30. It's like a disrespectful way to say it, but
So I just want to preface, because I did the top 30 before with like, but it was like a gamification version, whereas like I feel like if you do a raw top 30, it's kind of like irreflective of what you see going forward, right? And one thing that like this timeline of everyone doing the top 30s around this time, it's like Oda couldn't have left us on a weirder chapter to like, cause this like I was gonna make a video, but I don't even know if it makes sense to. I feel like Kuma's punch right now might be one of the most important punches ever, because what happens if Saturn folds? What happens if like I can't take that out of my
Are
mind.
you trying to say that Kuma's your 30th? Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, I'm not saying that, but like I'm saying that the ramifications of this punch I feel like everybody's top 30 changes based off. There's gonna be like a few people that don't have to shift it, but like when Kuma lands this punch, Kuma's gonna enter or leave or change, and then Saturn, the Gorosei, right? Because you told us to group the thing, and I hear some people putting like Saturn out, like their justification for Saturn not being in like anywhere in the top 20 is like, oh, Saturn's the weakest scorer. So I'm like, it's so wild. But I just wanted to say that because it's like, I feel like there is a world where maybe there's so much of the community that thinks the Gorosei are complete frauds that like I can't discount that perspective, right, in my mind. But I think that the Gorosei is strong, but like where we are right now, it's like, yo, I need to see this punch. If this punch lands and Saturn's like, you know what I mean? Then that changes so much, right? But so I just want to say that because
I mean, well, Saturn can heal himself and all that, so I'm just, you know.
Yeah, he can heal himself.
I'm not worried.
That's true.
But like,
I'm not worried.
Okay, so you say
Kuma
that,
could
right?
also heal himself too.
Wait, who'd you say heal himself?
Well, because we know Kuma could heal pain, right? So he could potentially heal himself as well.
But
like,
to your point, Dax, right? Like you're saying he can heal himself, but you wouldn't take that on Marco's end and put him super high. Like he could be here, but he's not beating someone off of healing factor. You know what I mean, right?
Well,
like,
I would say Saturn's is different than Marco's, right? Marco's isn't like literally make the wound disappear in an instant. His is like it's making you heal better. You know, like it's making your body heal faster and more efficiently. It's not like a sudden. Oh,
well,
look,
for him,
the injury's gone. I'm all good. Like, I'm not bleeding anymore. You know, like it
for
takes
Marco
a while.
himself, it kind of is because he can get shot and it just goes through him, and then he has the wound and then it heals.
Well, I mean, but is that part of it like being Logia-esque though? Like, because part of him's made of fire, so it's like, you know what I mean? Because because remember like when he got his wing cut off and then but it was just fire, so like it could do it. It's also a question of like if he has future sight, he can also like turn it into fire before he gets hit, like kind of like Katakuri was doing. So that's like a whole other layer to it because then he's not taking any damage. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's weird. Also, Oda explained Marco's thing, and it was like, it's like, I don't know. But yeah, so anyways, top 30 right now, number 30.
Okay.
Crocodile.
Oh.
Okay.
That's a spice. I like that.
I like
no complaints here.
Okay, and then I kind of have the warlords in like a block. Like I just it's such a weird thing that like Oda has them because some have Logia, some don't. But like I feel like they're relative, except for a select few. And then so above Crocodile, I have Doflamingo.
Okay.
And also I just want to point out Doflamingo is probably in Brago's top 30. It was like unanimously hard, especially if you used Brago's sheet for it, because some people didn't use it, but I really liked how he had like a spreadsheet that made it like a game, like a League of Legends type of thing. But
that's cool.
Anyways, with Doflamingo, it's hard because he's the one warlord that's like, I guess along with Moria, but he's the warlord that's like in prison, the prison buff, but then also he was like one of the stronger warlords, but he hasn't re-entered the story. And I feel like Doflamingo is him, but like how him is he? I don't know. Like I have a headcanon that Law's is stronger than Doflamingo, which is completely separate from where they were at Dressrosa. So I don't know. But above Doflamingo, I have Jinbei, and then I have Law. And then how many people did you say?
You have one more.
One more, and then after Law, I have Sanji.
You have Law so low, man.
Whoa.
Yeah, Law that low is kind of crazy.
That's crazy. That's slanderous.
Wait, you have Sanji above Law?
That's crazy.
Why? I gotta ask just why. Like, why? how is I'm a Sanji fan too, but how is he
I
Yeah.
won't
stronger
say
than
I
Law?
won't say anything because
Yo.
like y'all don't want to hear me talk. No.
That's where I was
Yes.
like, it's like it's such a weird thing because I can never picture them fighting, but like I feel like Sanji has a lot, and then Law would win in story, but it's like on paper, what is it, right? And I feel like Sanji just has like the speed to deal with a lot of what Law has. You know, Law even poofs somewhere. It's like Sanji could go there, but then also here's something that like we've never kind of dealt with, right? It's like I forget who brought this up in Brago's top 30, but they were like, Law, what happens if Law can't see something? Can he teleport you? And it's like Sanji can turn invisible now. So it's like, I was like, what if he turns invisible? Does Law still sense him? Can he teleport him? Can he cut? Like, that's such a weird,
That is
interesting thing.
I mean, the
So
object
then I
is
was like,
there, you know, like
So
but how does his power work? We haven't had him deal with it where it's like he's dealing with rain, right? And he can swap the raindrop with somebody. But it's like, what if there's nothing? Like
Well-
he literally said, if he can't see it
Yeah,
or
like, what
sense
if he
it,
fought Shiryu or something? Like, how would
Yeah.
that work necessarily?
to
Yeah,
be fair,
so I was
Sanji
like-
is a bit different than Shiryu because he doesn't erase his present. It's just he's moving so
Yeah, that's
fast.
true.
So it would really be like one,
True.
does Law have the observation haki to sense him? Which Law hasn't shown too many observation feats, and two, like, is just Law fast enough with his power? Because if Law isn't fast enough to move it in that instance, like in that area, it won't work, right?
yeah.
So
and,
it depends.
and for me, like because this is what everybody always does with top 30. It's like, oh man, you think this person could beat that person if you put him right above. It's like, but some of these characters like Sanji, right? It's like I don't know how Law, like if he's that fast, and then if he does do invisibility, it's like Sanji did sneak up on King and Queen and took Momo, right? Like that's a real thing. And it's like, so if Law can't see him, how does he deal with that? And I don't know how he
mean-
deals with it. But
I mean,
then like
can't
can Law
Sanji just
beat-
get cut in half? You know, like I know like the speed's a factor, but is Sanji just gonna? Because like Law can also teleport himself out of danger. So like, you know,
Yeah.
is he just gonna? Like he could just wait till Sanji gets tired, just like, you know, because they can
Yeah,
just
and
they can both just be zipping around the room the whole time, you know. But like I
And
would,
I would-
imagine
I would
Sanji gets
say-
tired first. I would imagine.
When it comes to with
Damn,
Law,
saying
right?
Sanji no stamina against Law. That's interesting.
I'm just if you're going light speed, quick, running around, it's just like your body's getting used. Like Law's just gotta, you know.
But Law
put his
gets
hand
more
out.
stamina depleted from teleporting.
Yeah, but
He got
but-
stamina depleted
but
from
running-
teleporting 5 people.
But like running at so fast that nobody can see you, like just from like I know he's obviously bio enhanced like Sanji is, which that's the only reason that he would be able to do that. But at the same time, like you don't have like infinite stamina. Like you can't. I don't think that you could go run, you know, like 10 marathons in a row and just at that speed and just be fine. You know, like he would eventually get tired because like your body's just. And we've seen him like
Let me say
breathing
this with
hard
Sanji
before.
actually. In the time skip where he was basically like fighting 24/7, like every single day. So I think his endurance is actually kind of underrated, if I'm gonna be
And
honest,
stamina.
with Sanji.
Sanji's everyone always says like something about stamina. I'm like, yo, the characters you're saying that about is like,
I mean,
like Sanji's stamina is kind of cracked.
I
I-
think with
I-
Law, though,
he's
we've seen him
very
fight
fast,
characters that
like-
are fast. Like we've seen him fight against
Mhm.
Big Mom and Kaido and reacting, teleporting very quickly.
exactly.
And you know, like Kaido is moving
That's
fast
true.
too. Like I would say Kaido is the top 5 fastest character in One Piece. So I mean, I think speed is a little bit overrated because, like Sanji is faster, but I think if you can react quick enough, which I think like Zoro could react quick enough to Sanji, I think you can keep up. Especially if you add in observation hockey,
Yeah.
teleporting, certain things like that. It's like I think Law, just from a standpoint of he has a lot more. Like he has speed, he has pretty much everything that you could ask for. He has hockey. He has a very overpowered devil fruit. So personally, me, I would put him over Sanji. But I think the interesting one for me, I just want to quickly say is Doflamingo. I don't have him on my list, but I will say Dofi has a Yonko level feat with the birdcage. I know it's, you know, it's something that was at that time was kind of crazy. The fact that Fujitora, Zoro couldn't even cut it. So it's like I just look back on that and infusing that. I don't know if he was infusing hockey into that or what he was doing, but that was a crazy ability that I think a lot of people overlook it because he was using that while also fighting Luffy right after. So, you know, I think that was a really good moment for Dofi that people forget.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I think the one thing I want to say about Law real quick is like Preach, you kind of said like speed's a little overrated, which like I mean speed's definitely important, but whenever it comes to Law, like Law was getting hit with like Thunder Bagwas and Big Mom's like fists over and over and all these like million other attacks, and he never went down in Wano, which I think is kind of BS. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah.
But like if
I
we're
was
gonna talk about like
Yeah, yeah.
endurance / stamina and stuff, like Law is the pinnacle
Oh,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
moment for me. For all we know, which I hope Oda
yeah.
talks about this, I hope Law during Wano was like healing himself almost, you know, like kind of like
Oh, yeah,
Doflamingo was, because that's like
Kid
the only
and
way to
Law.
explain it, that he didn't, you know.
I know people trash on Kid too, but I think Kid and Law had some crazy stamina and durability feats.
Agreed.
In the fight with
100%.
Big Mom.
I do
100%.
have a question. Is Kid on people's list, or because you
Yes.
said no dead people, but like, are we debating?
Oh my
We don't, he's
Hey,
not confirmed. He's not. He's not confirmed. He's not confirmed.
Yeah, in One
He's not
Piece,
confirmed.
in One Piece,
He's
if
not
someone
confirmed.
dies, you get a
Yes.
real
Okay,
confirmation.
so not dead, but then who has him on the list?
Oh, I got him on the list.
I
Okay.
have-
He's
I have him on the
he's,
list.
he's low, but he's in there.
I don't have Kid.
Damn. All right. We'll get to that real
Oh my
quick.
God.
I want to just go over these couple super chats real quick because I think it'll just take a second. Brandon King, first off. Where's? Oh, I just lost it. I know what it was. It was about Parvision saying the B word. There it is. Par about to bust out the B word straight off rip. If you guys know what the B word is, we're not even gonna say it. I imagine it'll come up at some point. I'm prepared for it to come
I
up.
got a different B word
Yeah.
for you, Dax.
Oh,
Don't
I'm
worry.
scared. I'm scared.
Don't worry.
Young Usopp, my goat, said for $5 said like D stream, y'all. Really appreciate that, bro. Yes, everyone, please like D stream. I talk about this all the time, but it is I've seen it happen live so many times where like if you do a like spike and get like 10 or 20 likes real quick, you're gonna see like 30, 40 more people move in, and then if we just keep the cycle, then you never know how big the stream's gonna get. So if you guys can like D stream, that'd be amazing. Appreciate that, Young Usopp. He also is a One Piece creator. Go check out his channel. He does One Piece songs and theories and analysis and stuff, so definitely go check him out. Shaw Zed super chatted $5 Canadian and said, do a top 30 One Piece characters associated with Epstein, which all the Celestial Dragons.
Blackbeard.
Oh,
Yo,
trending
but
on
there's in
Twitter
that
right
list.
now.
There's
It
in that
literally
list.
has SB like there's like it was like Twitter trending and it had like F sign and then I had Sanji right underneath at trending.
Oh my
Sanji and
god.
Blackbeard are
no.
definitely in that Epstein list.
Ain't no way.
100%.
That's wild.
Oh my god.
All right, let's get to the next set of 5. I think Preach, you're up next.
So at number 30, I have Magellan.
Good choice.
Yeah, it was a tough one, but yeah, I think Magellan makes it. So at number 29, I have Sanji, and here's where we get a little
Okay,
crazy. At number
okay.
28, I have Shirahoshi. At number 27, I have Kid, and at number 26, I have Lucky Roo.
Ooh, I'm a big fan of the Lucky Roo pick.
Lucky
Big fan.
Roo.
Major fan of that pick. I mean, I think the big one here is Shirahoshi, because obviously, you know, Shirahoshi by herself is getting waxed by like Charlos, probably. I mean, Caribou for sure. Because like Shirahoshi, obviously, if like she's on the red line, you know, she's got
It was
no
tough
chance.
to rank her, but I feel like just the fact that she's an ancient weapon, I think she's the strongest fishman in One Piece right now.
I'm
Strongest fishman.
and what's funny is I know Shirahoshi is likely to come up again later in the stream too. It's not going to be the only appearance, I think, from what I remember. So
I was considering higher too. It's just the fact is like she does have a lot of weaknesses as well, so it's kind of tough to rank her.
What if here's a question, right? Like because the biggest thing for a character is like if they're willing to so I mean, Shirahoshi, the moment she cries, it's over for the other person, kind of, right? Because then the Sea Kings show out, blah, blah, blah. But then
Yeah.
you have a situation where, like, Lucci, and I'm not saying, like, Shirahoshi is the same as Atlas, but, like, Lucci didn't even let Atlas, like, blink and was gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, Lucci, if you got a character like Lucci there, and then, so is that kind of why Shirahoshi's this far down? Do you think, like, all the other characters don't even let Shirahoshi get that cry out?
Yeah, it's just like
Damn.
the thing is like Shirahoshi is like she full power wise, full capability. She's in the water. She has all the Sea Kings at her disposal. I mean, the list is like really small that can take on that, but
Warzone.
it's just the matter of like how you said, can they even allow her to get to that point? And also, I think there might be some characters that could deal with the ancient weapon. That's just my opinion, but the other thing too is like the fact that she has to rely so much on it is like kind of where it's like it's like she's so strong, but then also she has so many huge weaknesses where it's like kind of tough right there. So
Yeah, I just wanted the chat to know that you think that everyone above Shirahoshi is just a brutal child-killing monster. Yo.
yeah,
Fun.
Kid is ancient weapon level.
Oh my god, that's funny. Yeah, but I'm a big fan of the Lucky Roo pick. I'm gonna talk more about that soon because he's on my list.
God.
He's definitely on my list. That's my goat. All right, Kev, I'm ready.
All right, I'm gonna be honest. Over the past like 30 minutes, I've just been like replacing and replacing because the top I'm so solid on, but the bottom is just like there's too many characters. This is too like overwhelming in a way. Okay, but at number 30, I put the Seraphim just because I feel like that's a good baseline. Like they're very strong. There's a lot of variety in there, and it's sort of like a tier in itself, you know. It's like you can be a Seraphim or you cannot be the Seraphim. You know what I mean?
Real quick, Kev, just 2 seconds, just because I saw King Recon, our guy, super chatted, and I missed it. He's the heart emoji. Nothing but love, y'all, for $5. King Recon, bro, I really appreciate that. We need to link up soon, King Recon. I need to get you on a collab immediately. We need to also talk about some hoops and some JJK. We got a lot to catch up on. One of the goats of the community, easily. All right, sorry, Kev.
It's all good.
Yeah, you know the greatness
coach.
of the coach. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
You understand. You know.
Exactly.
It was funny because I saw his King Recon and you were speaking. I was like, okay, well, this is the perfect combo.
The perfect segue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But go ahead. All right, next one.
All right, so I will be honest. This is miserable. I put Shiryu at 29. I put Shiryu because I feel like he's strong. You know, he's a pretty strong guy, and he's gonna have his moment eventually. You know, whether he kills Mihawk or not, like many people predict.
Oh my god.
You know, he won't.
That would be straight up disrespectful to the story if that happened.
Yeah, it's not Jujutsu Kaisen. It's One Piece. So that's how it is.
True.
So then this is where I'm really, this is my limbo state right here. This is the crossroads. Which one do I pick right now? And I think after like long deliberation, I think I'm going to go Doflamingo, number 28. I think I am.
Okay.
Because I feel like he's always like been strong in my mind, but I didn't know where to put him exactly. But I feel like him there is good. And I feel like he's definitely going to return like strong. And then I put Marco.
Okay.
No,
I don't.
I don't.
All
All
right, you just saved yourself from some ridicule, Kev. Kev, I'm glad you did it without us even saying anything till you caught yourself.
I'm just like, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. All right, then I put King.
Wait, what's with all the haters in this thing? Let Kev speak his truth, guys.
We're all waiting for Kev's takes, man.
I wasn't even looking at the camera, so I was just like looking at this list, and I'm just like, I hate this. These bottom two rows are the worst thing ever. It's so horrible.
Make your list without fear of recourse or
I already know one of my things gonna have recourse in a few seconds, so that's all I need to worry about. All right, then I put King at number, what's that, 27?
All right, someone cancel this guy. What the hell?
Aro's on your side until right now, bro.
King, and then what do we got above King?
Or King. It would have been bad if it was Marco or King. Okay.
No,
and what do you have? Marco at 26?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay, good.
So I don't know if you guys remember last year, but there was a very specific character at number 13.
Oh, no.
And so times 2, he's 26, Rob Lucci at number 26.
Wait.
I knew it.
Okay.
Oh.
Did fighting Zoro bring him down your rankings?
Yes.
That's fair.
Also,
That's
Garling being introduced immediately had him plummet.
Because
it's
he
like,
doesn't have to be strong.
There's a tier. Exactly. There's a tier above him. So it's like, all right, he's now irrelevant. He's like if CP9 was still relevant, like the joke man of CP9.
Yo,
King-
I am
King is
stopping
also-
myself from commenting on these lists, bro.
Don't,
Yeah,
please.
let it-
Especially.
Teammate,
Let
bring
it
it out.
cook. Let it cook.
Let it...
Y'all would not survive Twitter, bro.
That's why we don't go on, or at least I don't go on there. I know how it is.
For real.
Yeah, it's not good. If I do go on there, I'm like replying to one of you guys usually. All right, well, Kev, I gotta say I like the Shiryu and Seraphim combo because I had them also almost in the same spot.
Yeah, that was very strange how it was the same. Because I was like, Shiryu's gotta be there, and the Seraphim have to be there. I feel like that's like the perfect duo kind of deal.
Like Blackbeard's top guys kind of have to be in the top 30, I feel like. Like Aokiji's obviously gonna be in there now, you know. But anyways.
Kev, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm a little bit worried just for the fact that, like, I'm wondering, is Kobe a little higher now? Like, where's Kobe?
I took him off. Oh yeah,
Okay.
for context, everyone in the stream. I was originally really thinking like, oh, is Kobe here? Is Kobe on this list? I feel it. But last year, Dak, I don't know if you remember, but you did like a dark horse section before the list.
Yeah,
I think Kobe is there. Kobe is in my dark horse section.
Kobe could be as strong as Oda wants him to be right now.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, so he probably could be. He's top 30 if we're counting plot armor as like a, which I mean we kind of can, but he probably doesn't deserve to be in the top 30 just yet. But yeah, I feel you.
So just
one day for
like,
sure.
With Brago's thing, it was like there was a strength thing, right? And some people had Kobe in there, but for me, it's like Kobe's top character potential, but then Oda also had him like not being like struggling with a ball and chain, and it's like, so then with strength it's like Luffy would be swinging that ball and chain like hopscotch, you know what I mean? Like it would be weightless even in base, right? But Kobe was like lugging that around. So like for me, I was like, strength is a 1 on Kobe. Sure, he could punch through the island, but it's like there's that weird difference of like in the list there was strength and then there was destruction capability, and so Kobe has a huge destruction capability, but the strength, it's like I don't even know what to do with that, because then he was doing battleship bags. I'm like, how does this equate? That's why the characters are so weird, because like Oda will depict it where he's like, yo man, this ball and chain's so heavy, and then also he's punching a ship with his bare hands and no hockey, and it's like, wait, hold on, how are you denting a ship but you struggle with the ball? Like I just don't know how to like equate with that. But like Kobe wouldn't make it for me, because it's like most people that people named already, it's like I can't visualize Kobe beating them unless those people, like in the 1v1, the other person decided to take like innocent people hostages, and Kobe was like, oh no, if I don't block them, everybody dies, and then we can't do that with the 1v1.
The other thing about that, actually, it's perfect you said like a specific example. Kobe would never in his life fight a child. I can never imagine him fighting a Seraphim, like ever. So that he's immediately below the Seraphim, like in my mind.
And you think about like the Shiryu and Garp moment on Hachinosu, where like he like looked over and saw like the kid was like in danger, and that got Shiryu to stab Garp or whatever. It's like kind of that same thing. Like Kobe also in a fight could be like so gullible too. Like if anyone else is in danger at all, he would just mess up probably. Like it could make him stronger for sure, but it could also just make him completely useless at the same time.
Yeah, I agree.
Listen, I just think we're not thinking about how heavy that ball and chain was. Like that was at least 20 tons, bro. Like
it better have been.
Oh yeah, if he chucked it, his leg would have just came right off.
Literally.
Yeah, I think he's full potential. I think him and Groose are not there yet, but they got a ways to go for me.
Ors, you're up next for your bottom 5 of the 30.
Oh man.
Just
all right, so at 30,
you have.
I know this is gonna be pretty crazy.
What's that?
Oh, you saying something?
I was just gonna say you have a lurking legend, Vinland, hop into your chat, Ragnar.
Oh, my goat, Vinland. Hey, he said I have some cool custom emojis. Just peep. Hey, bro, I really appreciate that. I worked on those. Some of those are from like thumbnails and stuff too. I really appreciate that. I mean, y'all probably know Vinland Ragnar at this point, so go check him out for sure. We still need to do a collab, bro. I remember I tagged you on Twitter about that. I need to message you. We need to figure that out. But
you're not ready for the voice.
I appreciate you. Oh, I know, man. It's the Conqueror's hockey off the voice, man. It's crazy. I gotta train though. You know what I'm saying?
He put me in a genjutsu on my stream. It was crazy. Yeah.
But yeah, definitely go check him out. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Ors, you are up next.
All right, so at 30, I have Zoro and Sanji kind of like pretty close, like kind of tied, honestly. And then 29, I have Shirahoshi.
Wait, sorry, what was 30?
28.
Sorry, what was 30?
I mean Zoro. I have like Zoro and Sanji like on like the same
Okay,
tier,
so like you like want me to
it's
put
like
Zoro?
Zoro slash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I didn't know if you picked one. I got you.
He's
Oh,
saying,
no, yeah.
so he can't.
Yeah,
Zosan.
both.
Zosan is
Yeah,
the bottom of the list.
This is like the only way to make everyone mad at you. I feel like, or you know what I mean? Like 'cause everyone on either side's gonna be like, no. Like this one's
That's
better.
true.
You know what I mean?
Dax, don't let the slide. No, don't Dax. Don't let the slide make him choose who's 31. Come on.
I mean that is fair.
31. That's the real reason why he said both.
If you had to choose, which you do right now.
Right now, I always
I
troll
can't wait to
Preach
hear
and
this.
tell him that that Sanji could beat Zoro, and I do think he could actually beat him. But if I'm gonna be completely honest, Zoro, like let's say they fought 100 times, like Ace and Sabo, Zoro would probably win like 51, 52 times.
All right, so you're saying Zoro.
So I would
number
say
30.
Zoro actually is stronger. Yeah.
That's fair. That's probably a good call, though. Honestly, that is probably roughly what it
Yeah.
would be like. The
This is an
Conqueror's Hockey,
amazing
man.
start to this list.
Flip
Yes,
it, guys.
this is
Take
a-
it to Twitter.
this
Take
is-
it. to Twitter.
Zoro at 30 is kind of. What's
I
29?
love this.
What's 29?
All right, 29 is Shirahoshi. Just, I know,
Yeah.
like
The-
Oh,
Shirahoshi's
man.
completely useless outside of water, but she does have the power to destroy the world, and I can't just let that slide. So, Shirahoshi at 29, Law at 28, Sabo 27, and then Lucky Roo at 26.
Oh, I like Lucky Roo.
Yes.
Sabo and Law this low?
the-
Well, my
Lucky
list is
Roo
honestly pretty
defeats
crazy.
Law. Lucky Roo defeats Law.
I
That's
like
all
that
weird.
Law is above Shirahoshi though, because our room no diffs Shirahoshi. You know what I'm saying? Because like
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
then she's
For sure.
done. So I like that. I was gonna say that Law better be above her, but Law at 28, man, I see. I'm surprised to see the Law disrespect.
I see great potential with this list. I think this is like there's so much here.
Is this your
Yeah, this is now my most anticipated list to
Oh,
keep an eye
yeah?
out for.
This one's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
like
Sabo
how-
this low
wait.
too.
Wait. Kev, did you just say this list is your now most anticipated list, period? Because a second ago you were rearranging characters.
No, I know. I mean, like this list, Orz's list is gonna be my list of this year. I
Oh,
feel
got
that's what I feel. It's gonna
Oh,
be
I
just
see,
like
I see.
chaotic because I never did one before Dax last year, and this is your first one, like you said. So
Man.
I'm like, oh yeah, I'm very excited now.
I probably thought about this list for like 1 hour, I would say. And like I said, I've never done this before, so we'll see how it
The
goes.
learning
Nah,
experience.
True.
Hime, you're up next. I'm ready for this one.
Let's.
All right. So the last 5. Oh, I can't think. Okay, perfect. So I have last on my list. Doflamingo.
Okay, a lot of Doflamingo representation.
But like it's always interchangeable. But I just had to pick somebody.
This is he made post World War 75 on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, 100%.
Literally.
Yeah, 100%. All right. Then 29. I have Katakuri.
Okay. 28.
Cole would love that, bro.
Why would these faces, man?
This camera is like a YouTube, just like thumbnail generator. It's like
And then I have on top of him Jinbei.
I love
so
Jinbei
Jinbei
over
was Jinbei the
Katakuri.
strongest
over
person on
Katakuri?
Big Mom's crew other than Big Mom?
Yo,
Underwater Jinbei.
Whoa!
I like that. I like that.
Yo.
All right.
Then
27.
I have on top of Jinbei I have Ulti.
Holy shit, yo. That's so far.
Yo.
That's so far.
I love
Yeah.
that.
Par, bro. Par. That's me, man.
Yeah.
Woo!
Hime, are you
Then-
trolling right now?
No, I'm being dead serious. And
Oh
on
my
top of
God.
Ulti, I have
I'm feeding this
Shiryu.
for likes.
Okay.
I'm then
All
clipping this and put on.
Listen, guys,
Can you believe
Ulti
this?
is
Ulti in the top
Ulti's awesome.
30 strongest of
awesome.
all people alive in the
Is
One Piece
Ulti
world.
over King? Is King coming later? Because I want to know
Wait.
if Ulti's on top.
So you have
Caught it-
Ulti over Queen, then I would presume. 'Cause I don't,
Yeah.
Unless Queen's in your top 25, which
I- Jack,
worry.
Jack, I used to.
Don't
I
worry.
actually have scaled ulti to queen. Like I've scaled them to be like
Your
the
ulti
same.
is hella strong, by the way. You guys are just
Scaling.
very much
Oh, man.
underestimating her.
Okay, but
Your
No, I
ulti
think
was
she's strong.
able
I think
to.
she's strong.
Your ulti was able to go against Big Mom, bro. Ulti
He
is
may- he
actually
may-
hella
yeah.
strong.
he may please. Can I ask you this?
Didn't Nami
Right.
beat her?
Do you see? Okay, like I didn't even register this. Katakuri's crazy. Like Katakuri's
Yeah,
the guy
that's
who
the-
took Luffy to
Yeah.
Snake
Yeah,
Man
we
and Future
can't.
Sight.
Yeah.
Does Alti?
Overrated.
Does Alti?
Overrated.
No, but does
Overrated.
Alti take Luffy to Snake Man and Future Sight?
No.
All I'm saying is, if Oda was brave, we would have gotten Jinbei versus Katakuri on Whole Cake Island. That would have gone so
Bro,
hard.
I
That would have
listen.
gone hard.
It is what it is. Yo, listen. They didn't believe Jesus when he was telling the truth, bro.
Mm.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Wait, no, hold on. Did Nami beat Ulti?
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, she was injured
Not
by
really.
like several
Not
other
really.
Didn't
people.
Big Mom hit her though first?
Yeah,
And
Big
Big
Mom.
Mom
really.
did hit her pretty.
She
Well, he hit her
didn't.
with
She
the
didn't
Mazer
defeat
cannon.
her. She didn't defeat her by herself. Like it's not
That's true.
like.
But that's okay because
Yeah, I
Nami is
agree.
one in the verse, so like
That's fair.
I've actually scaled Nami to.
Facts.
I've
Facts.
literally scaled her to multiversal, bro. Her happiness
Just think
punch.
about the elemental hockey potential. Just think.
Literally.
About it.
Hey, don't
Wait,
drag
Hime, do
my
you think
agenda.
Katakuri got stronger, or do you think he's the same?
No, don't drag my agenda.
I don't know if he doesn't come back to the story. No, if he comes back to the story, normally they get power
That's fair.
ups.
I mean, he definitely got
That's
stronger
fair.
from that fight. I'm assuming, right? Because it was extreme high div fight with Luffy.
Also,
I
that
would
actually
imagine.
are we counting like what they would actually be right now, or like what we already saw from Doflamingo? Because like I feel like that's like
That's
That changes
that's kind of
everything.
up to you. Like if you
It's
know
about
if you
potential.
think there's strong reason to believe that he has gotten stronger or whatever, I mean that's
That's
totally fair. You know.
okay.
Yeah. Also, if you think the character's coming back, like I feel like if a lot of people don't think Anel's coming back per se, and so they don't put him on the list. But
Oh,
some people think that other characters
I
are
got
coming back,
Enel,
so
bro.
they put him in.
I mean,
forgot
he
it
needs
now.
hockey for me to even consider him. Although
Yeah.
I
Like
should have
the-
put Yarouge in the top 30 for the
And then
agenda,
the
but-
main counter to like at least like Doflamingo had hockey, and when he comes back, it's like you can scale that. But like, what is Enel? Is Enel like training against not Tontadas, the automatas on the moon, right? Like, imagine the automatas are cracked and we just don't know, and Enel has like the hyperbolic time chamber of like training. Who knows? Who knows though?
Oh my god.
I mean, hey, if that's your agenda, this is the time to talk about it and then
Hard.
you know get it
It's
clipped.
not. I'm just helping people. I'm helping people.
Hard.
Somebody said Enel's there.
Hard. You know what I'm thinking right now? Because I had this.
I'm scared of
I had
you.
this idea for
don't know.
Egghead. Like, what if the robots were fueled by like will of like people or whatever? What if the automata is like that? Like some crazy thing like that.
Oh no, I'm okay. I'm with you. I thought you were gonna say
You
some
see.
power scaling thing, but theory
No.
for theories, Kev, go to Kev for theories. I like it. I like it.
All right, Chestnut, let's get your bottom 5.
All right, I'm the only person who's gonna put this girl on the list. I think I'm gonna go Bonnie, especially because when she realizes that Luffy is Nika, her devil fruit's gonna be real cracked. So I'm putting Bonnie at number 30.
12-year-old girl in the top 30.
She was in my bottom 5 until things kept moving around as well.
Well,
She's
real
down the
quick,
dark list here.
I gotta ask about Bonnie because I'm curious. So since she's 12 years old, like you know, in reality, like whenever she goes to, like an older form or a different timeline, she shouldn't get hockey, right? Like she probably doesn't have any hockey at all because she's 12. I would imagine, right? Like
No.
like your willpower.
She believed in a future.
But like
Like
your
if she said, "I want a
willpower
hockey
shouldn't
future."
like your will wouldn't change that much. Like if you're you know
Are you
like
saying
the
12-year-old
timelines that they're
willpower is
picking.
weak?
What's that?
Are you saying young people can't have willpower? I know
They
some
just shouldn't
very,
have hockey.
I mean,
Like that takes a while to develop. I'm saying that they would have the
But
same
Ace
will
Yamato-
in whatever timeline they're
Ace-
putting themselves into,
Ace
right?
Yamato at 8 would disagree.
Yeah, we've seen Big Mom. We've seen Kaido. We've seen like people who are really young with hockey.
That is true. We have seen like, especially if
That's
she's like,
true.
oh, I want a
We've seen
hockey
Ace.
Kaido
Did
future,
they have
bro, and
hockey?
then goes,
I don't think Big
Big
Mom. We
Mom
saw
did.
Big Mom and Kaido with hockey as kids.
Yamato definitely did. Ace definitely did.
Ace did. Yeah.
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
true. Ace
Yamato
did.
knocked
How-
out Beast Pirates.
Oh, like Conqueror's hockey, yes. Conqueror's
Yeah.
but that's a different thing. I'm
Well,
talking
Conqueror's hockey,
like
not
I'm putting it this
hockey.
way. Bonnie's not able. I don't think Bonnie's able to put armament hockey on. You know, I don't think she can do
Oh.
like
See,
armament.
I I think with her devil fruit, like, okay, so this is why I got her in top 30, right? Because I think that once she realizes that like the future is endless and there's these like ultimate possibilities because Nika exists, and once she realizes that, her devil fruit's gonna be insane. So I think she will be able to see a future where she is Luffy, like literally like Luffy future, and like.
If we see Bonnie go into like a Gear 5 mode fighting next to Luffy, that'd be crazy.
Oh my god.
So I got it's her devil fruit's too insane right now. We gotta so like right now I got high hopes for her. So I got her there. I'll keep going. So then I got the Seraphim because I feel like some are weaker, some are stronger. So
I'll
put
is weaker.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, bro. Couldn't even make a draw any blood on Blackbeard, bro. Had a sword.
I mean, he gave him the forearm shiver. It was like he was like stiff arming him in like in football. Like it was no big deal.
For number 3, I got a Rouge. I think a Rouge is interesting.
That might be the best pick I've heard so far, just because of the agenda.
But how do you scale him?
The thing is that he was the only person pre-time skip who was able to go up against Kizaru, right? He was the only one who wasn't going down to an admiral. So even just putting him there at that point, you have to like he's insane. He's also like Kaido didn't want to fight Arouge. He literally let Arouge push him off the thing. His devil fruit's also insane. The fact that if he is able to like if he gets hit, he gets like stronger like every time he gets hit. So having a devil fruit like that and being able to fight admirals pre-time skip, he's insane.
Well, look, real quick, I love your Rouge, but let's not get one thing twisted. He didn't push Kaido off the
that
island.
was crazy.
I love you, Rouge, but he's sitting over there praying for him, like.
I might misspoke. It's just that Kaido didn't fight him. Kaido like respected him enough to like allow him to like send him off.
Yeah, there's some
connection.
Kaido
could have just been involved.
Yeah, your Rouge was up there chilling, and Kaido, and everyone's like, your Rouge, Kaido just showed up. He's like, what? Like he like freaks out, and then I don't know what happens after that. But either way,
it's interesting. It's interesting, right?
With a Rose, I think minimum you got to put him at like Cracker level because he beat the fourth commander.
Yeah, I think he may have beaten Cracker if
I
he
agree.
didn't have to fight Snack
that's
first.
the minimum.
Right?
That's minimum for me.
Same.
I agree.
Smoothie
level.
Like going into Big Mom's territory and defeating a commander and still escaping, that's automatic.
Yeah. And they took out the whole fleet. Cracker, like everybody was going after the Rose, so it's like.
And this is why this is why kids on my list, man. He did something.
I have a question. Did from memory? I don't think Yoruge recognized who was jumping off. Did he? I thought he just saw him from afar because it was a silhouette, and he was like, "Damn, whoever's doing that's dying. We gotta pray for them." You know?
He knew it was Kaido, I'm pretty sure.
Did he?
At least in the anime, I'm not 100% sure if this was actually in the manga, but in the anime, it shows him sleeping, and he's like just laying down, chilling, like smiling while he's sleeping, and then all of his like crew, like your highness or your priest or holiness, whatever the hell he says, and they're like, hey, like you're not gonna believe who's here. He's like, oh, no one comes up to these islands, and then he looks over and it's Kaido. So like so at least in the anime they showed that he realized it.
I'm checking.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that.
I think it's interesting that he didn't fight him. Like I know, like he was injured.
It might be before Par, a separate like it happened earlier, and then. Because I know in the anime that's what happened. It like showed it separately, and then later on, I don't know if it was the same episode or a different episode. Then
there's
it shows
only one chapter, 795.
Yeah, then the anime just added on to it. Which like is that can we consider that anime canon? I feel like he probably knew who it was if he's sitting there doing this. Like he's not dumb.
Look, I'll show it to you. 795, right? It says, "What are you doing?" And then it says, "Let's ignore him." Holiness. That's what his crew calls Yoruge. And then from their perspective, like we see from Yoruge's perspective, Yoruge is here. Kaido's there. Kaido's like a silhouette dot, not a dot, but like he's a silhouette. And then it's like if he's serious, I won't stop him. But at no point do they like show like visual confirmation, no names, nothing. You know,
I mean, Kaido's presence / hockey / whatever is going to be enough to where he's immediately going to tell who it is. He's like, okay, what's this crazy ominous for? Like, that's pretty much what happened in the anime part that they showed. Which, like,
if he had that presence, right?
Praying.
Yeah, then why would he know?
Right? Yeah. So and my thing is that Kaido is somebody who like literally went down to try to capture people from the worst gen. Arouge is in the worst gen. Like Kaido should have recognized him, but he literally was just like, "Oh, you're jumping off. Let me pray for you." And Kaido like respected him. So it's like there's something with Aruj
something
that
weird, yeah.
emits a
We
level
don't-
of respect from Kaido that allowed like because like if somebody was like, "Oh, let me pray for you, Kaido," he'd be like, "What the hell?" and like smash him over. But not for Aruj, which is the point I was making, that it's like Aruj, maybe because of like his monk status, has some weird thing to him. He's also just like
do you
insanely
think-
strong.
I
so.
think it could be a Nika related thing. You know what I mean? Where
was
like,
about to say that.
yeah, some like Yaruj knows
Mhm.
about the
Drop
legend and
the
like,
video!
and they just bring it up. Like Kaido's like they talked about it maybe. Like maybe they had a little conversation. Like I don't know. Like Kaido's like, what do you know about this legend or whatever? And I don't know. That's why he respected him. Like something like that. I don't know. I could definitely see it. Chestnut
Maybe-
27. Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
Yep.
Kev.
I was just thinking like, because I never had the idea of them even talking in the first place. It's sort of like he sees like, it's like when you see like someone like passing by, it's like a stranger or whatever, and he might know it's Kaido obviously, but they don't interact, and he's just hoping the stranger well or something because they look sad or whatever walking down the street. That's how I always assumed it, but I do like that idea, because what if Kaido just like, let's just speculate here, let's say Kaido somehow thought Aruj was Joy Boy because he's this angelic looking dude with these followers and he's called Holiness or whatever, something like that. I don't believe that at all, but that's just something I could see Kaido thinking.
For
You know?
sure.
Uh-huh.
All right.
27.
I think I'm gonna put Boa. I think Boa has proven
Okay.
that she is incredibly fast. She has conquers hockey. Her hockey is insane. Perfume femur is an insane attack, and also her devil fruit's just overpowered. She can take out the majority of the verse without even doing any effort.
Yeah. well,
and
half
then-
the verse. Well, I guess
Oh,
I guess
the woman-
the females tend to, but I'm
Even the
I'm
females,
gonna go out on a
yeah.
limb and say that, there's probably a good amount of people who wouldn't, but we don't see them. But
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
I'll
Yeah.
say like 98% of the bottom of the verse is just immediately getting taken out by
Yes,
Boa, and
there
then
you
it's
go.
like you get to the strong people where it's like some of them are, and then
Mhm.
it's like the strongest people like.
Hockey
like the
should be
goat.
able to stop that from working. By the way, I feel like that, like how Law can't teleport Big Mom and Kaido because they're hockey. Like, I feel like we should be seeing the same thing for like Boa's powers. So at
I
some
think
point.
it's the willpower thing where it's like if you don't have the will to not be like submitting to her charms, like then you're gonna get hit regardless of how
hopefully-
strong.
Well, hopefully, like some Conquerors users can,
Yeah,
because like
stop
that's
being
what
horny.
makes you a Conqueror.
Horny jail.
Yeah, exactly. 26.
And
In
then
manga.
this is probably gonna be really controversial, but I'm putting Crocodile over Boa. I think Crocodile would
Okay.
win. So those are my 5.
You think
I'm-
Crocodile doesn't lust?
I think that Crocodile has
Well,
he's never shown anything like that.
Wait, what's it matter if he turns into a stone statue? Because like stones, when they weather down, turns into sand. So like, what if he gets turned into a
No,
stone
because he-
statue
he
and
can-
and he can just
No, because, no,
dissolve?
he can't. Because
That
he
is
loses.
true.
He cannot move when he's in a stone. Like he cannot think like, oh, let me transform myself. No, it's over when he's in stone.
But he's made of sand. You know what I'm saying? So like if you make a stone thing, it's almost like
Sand
you're
and
making.
stone is
But it's pretty.
different.
But I'm wondering if that could be like a cool just thing that Oda does, because that's enough of a
Maybe,
connection where Oda
maybe.
could do it. I'm not saying it's for sure, but Oda could do that, because I also have a theory where like Rock's child is Crocodile, and part of it is that when rocks weather down, it turns into sand. So it would be kind of cool if also like maybe that's why Crocodile
is
got
rock.
that fruit, is because then Croc couldn't get turned like into a stone statue by that fruit, because maybe it's important for some reason, which Blackbeard knows about.
I think Crocodile is going ham. I think he's gonna show out. But also, just because Gio's in the chat, I have to say 31. I would put Lucci just for him. I'll say that he's an honorable mention for the list, but unfortunately, I don't think he hits top 30 at all.
Mhm. Well, I respect that, because we may not talk about Rob Lucci the rest of the night, because Kev already.
That's not true. I have him on my list.
Wow.
Oh.
He has 3
Uh,
females in their bottom 5. That's pretty incredible, right?
That's
I was gonna say that Croc probably doesn't lust over Boas if he actually is a girl. Maybe he's not attracted to women.
Beauty is universal, guys. You don't have to be,
I mean,
no,
if-
because Katarina Devon, like she also became a stone when she looked at boy. You can be also a girl.
True.
Yeah.
Like if,
And
if
remember
S
with the,
Snake is turning
That's
people to
fair, that's
stone,
fair.
it's
Yeah, the Seraphim bow, it's about being cute as well. It's not
Yeah,
about
exactly.
actually. Yeah.
All right, let's get over to Eden's. Let's get your bottom 5, my guy.
All right. Number 30, I got Doflamingo. I'm still a believer in
Solid.
Doflamingo.
Par.
I'm still a
many
believer in
Doflamingos.
Doflamingo. Hey, I think he's coming back in the story, so
For
I
sure.
got faith.
I agree with that.
29, a little bit of recency bias, but I'm gonna go with Kuma.
I like that pick. I like that pick.
28, Jinbei.
Yeah. Par,
you got
bro,
it.
par.
You have Jim. Yo, listen. Great mind think alike. That's all I'm saying.
27, I got King. 26,
Okay, no, we don't think alike.
26, I got Katakuri, and 25, Shiryu, and that's mainly because it's carried by Zoro. We think that's the Blackbeard Zoro fight. It's carried by that.
Just because it's the Blackbeard Zoro fight, whatever, doesn't mean he has to be strong. It could just be paper. You know what I mean? Who knows?
Nah.
Hey, look, man, it's a shonen. I'm just assuming. All right, next opponent's supposed to be the stronger one for him. That's all it is. Now, if it was agenda, Shiryu would probably wouldn't even be on this list if it was agenda.
You got like all like the right hand men like in a row. You know, like I like that.
I didn't even
It's, like,
realize that.
consistency.
I didn't even realize
I
that.
bet you Zoro's coming soon. But real quick, Eden's not a big deal. But you actually gave me 6 because you went all the way to number 25, but not a big deal.
Oh, I gave you 6?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, my
because
bad.
25
I
is like the
today.
6th one. Not a big deal though. I just.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No worries. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually about to name some of those characters here in a second, so I'm just gonna keep going on my list real quick because we can just talk about Katakuri and King here in a second. I got Lucky Roo first at 25, but then wait, do I have this out of? Oh no, I don't. Hold on, he's at 24. He's actually one higher. Kid is at 25, and then Lucky Roo, then
There we go.
and then King. Then I got King, and then I got Katakuri, and then I got Shiki. Don't you forget.
Oh my!
shoot.
Don't you forget.
Forgot.
Oh my god. bro.
This man went and remember when he went to Marineford and was cooking? Like Sengoku and Garp
wasn't
were
pretty
coming
much-
down like, all right, y'all. All right. It's time to throw hands. Like you need to pull in the big names.
Shiki used to be a Yonko.
My big
Yes.
thing is,
Yes.
if you're gonna put Shiki on your list, how can you put him this low?
Because he hasn't done anything for 20 years, so
I
that
think he's,
you know, until I see him do
He's
something
retired,
new.
He's also
But
probably
I mean, this is
old,
pretty
too.
high. I feel like 21, like Katakuri level, like that's pretty good at his old age. Because remember, he's a lot older now too. So I have to see what he's
Yeah.
doing. You know, until I see him in current time, it's a little bit tougher. But he's got to be here. I feel like Shiki has to be in the top 30. Like realistically, he would be. You know.
You know, if he's alive.
Oh, he said he's coming back. You know, like that's one of those things from Oda that I feel like is like
He was in 1096? Was that the chapter
Yeah.
he showed up? Yeah.
Yep.
He was there.
Yeah, and Rocks Pirates get an automatic little boost in their ranking. I'm gonna be honest.
They do.
I think the dude with the hat is top 30. Silhouette man in the bottom corner of that page.
Oh, that's-
he's top 30 for sure.
I can't wait to drop my video on that guy coming out next week. I can't wait. That's like as I keep writing the script, I get more and more excited about how
Oh man.
accurate it is. I guess how accurate I think it is. All right, well, Par, let's hear your next 5, my guy.
All right. So the next 5, I don't want any recourse. Nobody that I will not respond to anybody, but it's because I'm eating. So
Okay.
I got Sengoku,
Okay.
then Green Bull,
Yeah.
First Green Bull sighting.
then
This low. Love it.
He's not on
then
my list.
Rayleigh. Yeah, he's not even on Dax's list.
Nope.
Shoot me,
There's
but
no
the guy
way.
doesn't have him on the list. That's crazy.
Yeah,
all
wait,
right?
Par. So you have Morley higher than this, right?
I have Rayleigh above
Oh my
Green Bull.
So you have Morley above Rayleigh? Because you got to have Morley above Green Bull. You
I
have
have
to.
Yamato,
Okay.
and then I have Katakuri.
Okay, I
Okay.
thought you were gonna say more. Is this a joke? Now I'm
No,
actually
Mor-
like,
over
Morley better be
Yamato?
above Green Bull. If you have Green Bull on the list,
Yeah.
Morley better be above Green Bull.
Oh my god, my heart!
That's like
Oh,
Vista and
this
Mihawk
list.
at this point.
true.
Morley was Green Bull couldn't do anything to Morley.
Mhm.
The disrespect
All I'm gonna say
He'll
is
is
just dig the place into
crazy.
the ground with the shovel.
all I'm gonna say is like the revolutionaries. It's like my perspective of them is like it's like the top, and then there right now there's a hard fall off, and I don't know where it stops or where it starts. The one I do have hope for is the crow dude. God,
Karasu.
Powerscaling. His name is literally Crow. I don't know why I forgot that, but yeah, like that dude, I have high hopes for. Everybody else is like, I don't know. We could say all we want about the Reverie, but like Green Bull had to fight Fujitora too. Like that's the craziest part. Where it's just like,
he was just chilling. I mean,
of the enemies he had, one of his enemies was his homie, right? Like
all I'm
you
saying
know,
is Morley was
they are
throwing
not
hands,
homies.
no problem.
They are not homies.
For real, they
I
are
mean,
not.
Also,
I mean, like,
and
like
honestly,
as
though,
far as
the Shanks
you'd
thing
want to
at the end of
say
Wano,
your coworker is a homie, right? At the minimum, they're coworkers.
I mean, there's
you
no
know,
more because in the
They're
Reverie we
coworkers.
saw they
They're
were kind of
coworkers.
like
They're colleagues. They're colleagues.
yeah, you know, Green
Yeah.
Bull. The main thing for me is like a lot of people I think change their perspective because the anime. I didn't watch those scenes, but like for me, it's like just taking the manga panels as they were. I'm just like, at the moment, you know, I think the most concrete thing people have brought up, and it's weird, is like the Weevil thing. And I'm like, but Weevil's not on your list, so how are you using Weevil to push Green Bull up if that's like the most concrete thing? And I just like I have respect for Green Bull. I think my respect for Green Bull and Admirals in general go up as we get any of the Admirals showing. Like I think Kizaru, after seeing Kizaru, it's like, nah, like Green Bull has to be up here for sure. Like I just don't know where exactly. And it's weird to put him higher because we have like concrete stuff from the other people that are above, except for, you know, maybe like one or two, you know, but other than those two choices, it's Green Bull's like, I feel like around here, I feel like, I don't know. It's just a weird thing, especially with Rayleigh and then his comments with Blackbeard. There's a few wonky things, but I feel like having Rayleigh here as like a benchmark, and I think that when Rayleigh says like, oh, like I can't take Blackbeard, then I'm like, okay, so what other characters can't Rayleigh take? And I feel like Yamato is a good bottom, and I think Rayleigh, Green Bull, Sengoku, they're kind of like in the same genre where it's like I don't think Sengoku's that weak, and I don't think that saying that Green Bull is in that rung is like that crazy, considering Garp is insane. And it's like I feel like when people say it's like, oh my god, Green Bull's that low, it's like I think that Sengoku's insane. Like I think Sengoku's really strong, and I think, and for me it's like the gap between Garp and Sengoku I think is there. But prior to the Garp chapter, I was saying this is exactly what we're gonna see from Garp, and I wasn't wrong. And then so it's like if that's where my head's at, then I feel like, yeah, Green Bull's insane if I'm saying that Garp and Sengoku are here. It's like
my question is, where is Fujitora if you got Green Bull at 24, right?
yeah, Fujitora is higher for me. I think Fujitora is
Mm.
I think I have bias for Fujitora, but like Fujitora I
do
think
too,
is
yeah.
gonna end up insane. Like I feel
I
like
agree, but
is
I
a
think
conqueror too.
for me, I just place
He's
them
gonna
kind
conquer
of.
Sasuke.
They have to be in a similar tier for me. Like for me, they're next to each other, side by side. So that's why I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, like, because
think-
Green Bull's so much lower.
I think those two need to be near each other because they're like the new admirals, but I think all the old
Yeah,
ones are like a tier, like maybe not like a full tier
agree.
above, but I think they should be somewhat higher than them because it feels that way, at least in my opinion. Because I mean, Green Bull, the Shanks thing at the end of Wano was embarrassing, you know. So
we're ranking current Sengoku, not Prime Sengoku.
correct.
Yeah.
Which I also have Sengoku on my list, so I have no problem with that pick. Real quick, I'm just going to get through these couple super chats real quick, and then we'll get into Preach's next picks. Caleb Brown, 20 minutes ago, sorry, it took me a minute, super chatted $2 and said, afterward, we should let chat vote on the best list. We definitely will do that. I think we have, 8 lists? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 8. So we'll do like 2 rounds of voting and narrow it down, and then do a third vote with all like the top 2 from each of those groups at the end. So we will vote for sure. Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate you. And then Eloy Lopez Curiel super chatted $20. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You said, this is amazing. More please collabs in 2024. Buggy top 10. 1, others follow. Worship him. 1, others follow him. 2, Buggy Ball is insane destruction that will only improve. 3, hidden advanced hockey. Hey, look. I think by the end of the story, I think there could be an argument, especially when Buggy awakens his fruit, that he could maybe be a top person because the awakening will be so insane. Like if he's breaking people into particles with the awakening, like how Luffy, you know what I mean, breaks like turns people into rubber and stretches them. If he can just break you into pieces, then I mean that's kind of broken. So I could
How
definitely
far do
see
you
something
think
happen.
top is though? Like Yonko level top or like top 30 top?
You know, with the way Oda does his things, I wouldn't be shocked if legitimately by the end of the story, like Buggy is stronger than Crocodile and Mihawk are right now. I know that sounds
No,
insane,
no,
but
not
I could
Mihawk,
see it.
no.
I could see it.
Counters Mihawk.
Oh no, he
100%.
counters
He's already-
Mihawk. He
yeah.
counters
Mihawk-
Mihawk. He counters
That's
him.
true.
He
that's
counters
fair.
him. So
That's
I think he will end up
Buggy.
being the
Mihawk can't
strongest
beat him.
one at the
That's
very
true.
end.
Mihawk can't beat him. That's fair.
Yeah, it's like the perfect counter.
Crocodile, yeah. Crocodile's
Exactly.
gonna drain
Oh,
Buggy
man.
dry. Like,
Yeah, and it sounds crazy, but like it's just that awakening could be so insane where it's that's the trump card for Buggy in my opinion is the awakening. So I
If
think
it's like Gear 5, yeah, like that much of a power boost, then he
just
could
like
go
so
crazy.
wacky, like hard to because like the Kaido, like part of it is like the unexpectedness, like the wackiness. You're like this doesn't happen in real life, like stretching like this. Like I'm not used to this. Like how am I supposed to
Oh,
adapt in
that's-
mid fight? So, but Buggy, if he's like breaking up
That's
things
crazy with
spontaneously,
Buggy.
like imagine Buggy is
Oh
fighting
my
Kaido.
God.
And again, Hockey might cancel it or something, but like obviously that did, like Luffy was able to turn Kaido to rubber despite the
Yeah.
Hockey, so that didn't really matter. So let's say Buggy can do the same thing, like use his awakening despite what someone's Hockey level is. Imagine Buggy like gets hit with Kaido's Kanabo and just breaks it into pieces, and so he doesn't
That's
have a Kanabo
crazy.
anymore.
exactly.
Like
Actually, I wonder if awakenings counter hockey like that.
yeah,
Like, I wonder if once you have an awakening, you can just do it on anybody.
it's like Hockey doesn't even matter at that point because maybe like you're almost like
Yeah.
affecting their lineage factor directly or something, and it's like there's nothing you can do, or like who knows, maybe you need like life return to counter it because then it's like you're controlling your body more. I don't know. I could definitely see some kind of connection there for sure.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
I could easily see Buggy being top 5 end of the series. Like I'm being completely
For
serious.
real?
I
No,
could.
I
Well, he's a
I-
Yonko for a reason, bro.
I'm,
Okay.
I'm doing a video soon about how Buggy becomes pirate god because he already said he was going to do that, and I actually think he will like to, at least in people's perception, they will think he's strong enough to have that title. Like it won't just be a total gag. There will be something to it where it's like, okay, maybe I can't replicate that, but I did do one thing that was so impressive that people think of me that way or whatever. So
Dak actually, bro, you gotta text me this because I had a Buggy theory, I think like about like a year, maybe like a year and a half ago, and it's like basically that Buggy, he's directly parallel with the Sun God Nika. So if you want me to just tell you some of that, you can add that in the video, some of like the parallels, but I could actually see that happening honestly.
yeah,
Him becoming like a god.
we can definitely talk about it. I'll send you the thumbnail because I think the thumbnail alone explains a lot of what I'm going for. So, but based off that, we can definitely talk about it. But all right, Preach,
Sure.
let's get into your next 5, 25 through 21.
All right, so at 25, I got Green Bull. At 24, Fujitora.
Okay.
23, Sengoku. 22, Rayleigh. 21, Law. And
Okay.
20, we
Oh,
got
you don't have to
the
do you don't have to do
GOAT.
20.
Okay.
Yeah, you got 5. Yeah, sorry. Same thing as last time because 21 is it
Yeah,
counts.
yeah.
Whatever. And what was 21?
It was Law.
Law, got you. Yeah, I had a hard time with Rayleigh. I'm gonna be honest, because
I did too.
Yeah, because that line against Blackbeard really was like, all right, the age is getting to him. You know what I mean?
I heard the Undertaker like the dong like the second he said that. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
Especially
no.
since like Rayleigh's just been chilling for like 30 years, you know what I'm saying? So it's
Mhm.
like, it's tough. But I just got so much respect for Rayleigh, man. And like,
I feel that.
even, I don't know, man. I'm a big Rayleigh. Maybe I'm biased, but I gotta show love to the old guys, Rayleigh and
Oh, yeah.
Sengoku.
I feel like Rayleigh's at the point to where like he could go toe to toe with a lot of these people that are around him in this part of the top 30, but he might like die like winning. Like he might
Yeah.
he might
Yeah.
win or hold him off, but he might die from the injuries and the exhaustion because he's like that's how like he's just that close to he's so old that if he goes all out, he may not make it, but he might be able to hold him off or whatever. So
He can't
I wanna-
probably can't do like a
when
long
it-
fight.
when
yeah,
it
like a
comes to-
multi-day fight anymore. Yeah.
I just want to say one thing when it comes to Green Bull. I feel like his portrayal was good at first, and then it went downhill fast because when we saw the Straw Hats just chilling there, like not taking it serious, and it's just Yamato really and the Scabbards taking care of Green Bull, and Luffy was not worried. Like he had full trust in Yamato handling Green Bull on her own. And so for me, it's like I think Green Bull has potential to get stronger, but I feel like right now it's not looking good for him.
Yeah, and like you said, the portrayal originally, like when he came in, like, you know, disobeying orders and talking like how he wants to get on Akainu's good side, I was like, okay, I like this guy. Like, he's an asshole, but like, we needed this out of the Admirals, and then he just got kind of punked. So
it's hard to take him serious, man, because like he's so delusional. Where it's like, you know, he's saying like, you know, I'm gonna come back and fight Shanks again. You know, I'm not ready yet, but I'm gonna come back and beat him. Stuff like that, where it's like, I feel like he's just all over the place. But,
I agree.
I feel like Green Bull and Garling are really similar character-wise, where they're just constantly trying to be on the good side of whoever they're, you know, like the Celestial Dragons or the Akainu, obviously. But we don't really know how strong they are in comparison, really, because we know they're strong, but we don't really know the full thing. It's just like, oh, I gotta do this. I mean, this is, you know, what. Yeah. This is the right way to go about it, you know. So.
Well, you know, like when Shanks enters, it's a presence, right? And like even Kizaru, Luffy's like, oh yeah, there's somebody strong that's knocking down the door on A-Kid. But when Green Bull entered, it wasn't that same thing for me. It's like, like I said, they're just hanging out, enjoying the party and stuff. And he's an admiral, so you kind of expect a similar portrayal. But it's like we didn't get that. Like with Kizaru, when Kizaru entered A-Kid, Luffy took it serious.
Yeah. Well, I will say also it's probably because of, you know, him remembering Saba Odi and like, oh shit, last time I felt this guy, this happened.
Yeah. Like,
but with Green Bull,
it's
yeah. But with Green Bull, I just feel like what you're saying, his presence is just not there. But Fujitora, I think, has a huge presence in comparison to Green Bull. You know.
Yeah. For sure.
I think he does as well. It's just like I said, like Fuji, I feel like he can't be too far from Green Bull. I do prefer Fujitora's Devil Fruit personally. I think it has potential. I think even Fuji, like, he has a very strong willpower. But the thing is, it's like we haven't seen him do much. Like in Dressrosa, he fought Doflamingo, he fought Law. But like I said, he couldn't cut the birdcage. There was some things where it's like he didn't do too much. So yeah, still a lot of question marks with Fujitora as well.
For sure. Kev, you're up next with your next 5.
Oh god. Okay. Well, here I got Katakuri at number 25, and then I have Marco. That was like the 4 I was like shuffling around. I'm like, okay, these guys I feel like are all kind of similar. Then I have Sanji above Marco, and then I have Kid, and then I have Boa.
Wow, Boa's pretty high. I feel like Boa above Kid and Sanji. I mean, well, Sanji versus Boa directly is a no diff. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But I feel like Sanji above Marco, man. That's.
I feel it. I feel the Sanji above Marco, and they both have the blue flames now. I don't know if they're like are they 1-to-1? Are they like the same, or are they?
Oh
different?
no. Well, I don't know.
Blue flames.
No, because Marcos don't even burn. They're not even hot.
Well, they're healing flames.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing for me is like, Marco was holding off King and Queen at the same time. You know what I mean? Like beating up on both of them.
Apu was holding off Zoro and Drake at the same time.
Yeah, well, true. I guess I'm just saying that Sanji went and fought Queen by himself, you know, and I'm just like, Marco was kind of handling both of them, but I feel it.
No, but Marco's definitely strong. Like, that's the thing. I think the thing for Sanji over Marco for me is like the new generation thing, and we know Sanji's going to get stronger.
And you have
like,
Sanji over King then, also.
I do, yeah.
Interesting. Ors, your next 5.
25, Aroj.
Love it.
24, I got Vegapunk actually. And hear me out for this one. It's because like if we include everything that Vegapunk has created, even the Mother Flame, like maybe not necessarily the Mother Flame itself, but just what that energy could possibly do with like laser beams, or like who knows, honestly. If we include everything, all the Seraphims, all the Pacifistas, I don't know how like someone like Sanji or Zoro honestly takes him like easily or anything. I don't even think they would win, honestly. If we include everything that Vegapunk has created.
Yeah, like I'm glad somebody put Vegapunk on their list, because like in a 1v1 just combat fight, he's cooked. Like, you know what I mean? And just a normal. But if you take into account his like the total potential power he can do, like with prep time, like Elisabello with prep time, you know, like he should be on this list, but like that's not gonna work. So I feel like Vegapunk's in a similar boat.
And I also think too, like if we were ever gonna, like I know Frankie's not on anybody's list, but if we were ever gonna power skill him, I would put like the the big robot that he makes and pretty much everything that he's made. So I think we should do the same thing with Vegapunk. But then
That definitely makes sense.
yeah, but then all right, for 23 I have NL, 22
Love it.
Magellan, and then 21
Wow.
Yamato.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Nah,
Wow.
and that was crazy, bro.
Par zoomed
I
in
got my-
so
I got
much
my
that it just
result,
became the
man.
logo. Like, oh my god, that's Magellan's pretty high, man. There's Par.
Bars
Magellan,
back.
the amount of people Magellan fought in one day was insane. If you also look back on it, I know Blackbeard wasn't technically like Yonko level yet because he didn't have Whitebeard's fruit, but he one-shotted Blackbeard and the 3 other dudes with him. And that's also including with fighting like Ivankov. Ivankov's pretty strong. Croc, Jinbei, Luffy obviously at the time with the Kando powers or whatever. Yeah, Magellan. I think he's really underrated, honestly. Like,
Well, let's talk about NL.
we've never seen him fight a one-on-one. Oh, NL?
Yeah, let's talk about him because he might be even harder
Alright.
because the hockey. I mean, again, maybe he has had a training arc with the automata,
Well,
but
NL's fruit alone, in my opinion, like, it's insane. Like, if there's not that many people that are just like, if he continuously attacks people with his powers, like, it's gonna do a lot of damage. With NL2, I think he might have future sight because we see like he can predict Luffy's movements. I feel like that's kind of a thing, and everyone already knows his observation is like off the charts. So I feel like NL, also his defense is kind of underrated too with NL, because he completely tanked that one attack from that super attack from Whitebeard or from Wiper, and I think that's also really underrated.
yeah,
That was
restarting
kind
his
of
heart.
like
That's kind
hockey.
of cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was awesome.
like it's like basically taking an attack from like someone super strong with hockey, in my opinion. Like that's the level where that attack was. And yeah, I think NL is just super underrated, honestly, just because I know he lost to Luffy back then, but
I'm gonna say this: he didn't tank it. Like he literally almost died.
Like he died. He took it so
did
much that he had to save himself. You know, and come back from the grave. So I guess, yeah,
Without the devil fruit, it would have been Oko.
that is a good point, Preach. Tanking is usually not that you
Alright,
die.
that's fair.
But
he literally did die, yeah. But the thing is, after he woke back up, he was completely fine. So, like, it didn't really do that much damage. Even though I feel like if anyone took that today, that's doing a lot of damage to pretty much anyone. Even someone like Zoro or Sanji or Marco or like literally anyone, in my opinion.
Well,
I don't think no one can just take that like it's nothing.
the main thing for Enel that I think could make him significantly stronger is that he's already really good at observation hockey, right? So if he gets future sight so that he can like dodge attacks before they hit him like Katakuri was doing, you know, like make a little gap to avoid it, that would be significant for him, in my opinion, because then that's because like lightning is gonna affect a lot. Like that's why Nami's strong, right? It's because like lightning almost always hurts people. Like almost no matter who you are, a big lightning strike will matter. So I think if he can just dodge people better, like he already can really well, but if he can just like see the future also, so he can dodge even more, then I can start seeing it, because then you're at the point where it's like, you know, like you're just one big zap away from getting cooked, you know. So I could maybe see it, but then again, you know, getting like, if he doesn't have armament at all, it would be, you know, that then fighting other Logias will become very hard. But
yeah,
I would say even
okay with Logias, yeah.
I would say even fighting someone like Zoro, I don't think he wins that fight. Like I feel like NL has potential, but I think when you think of like NL is fast, he has all these things, but at the end of the day, it's like a pre-time skip Luffy that beat him, right? So it's like if he couldn't even handle Luffy at that time, it's kind of tough because
the devil fruit though, like that's the whole thing.
Right.
If Luffy didn't
Perfect.
have
I
it, he couldn't win. Like
It's his
But-
weakness.
But hold on, like even without your devil fruit, you should be able to fight. Like if you take
I
away
agree.
Kaido's devil fruit, he still has hockey, he still has all of his fighting moves.
Yep.
Like Enel really didn't have anything, so
he doesn't
would
have
to-
physical strength. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Like
He
if
doesn't
you
have
think
physical,
about NL
that's
too,
true.
he's overconfident too. He's not going to be stronger in hockey
yeah.
anytime soon. He's not going to get that.
I just want to throw out.
That's
two
probably
things.
true, honestly.
I appreciate that Preach and Ors are so separate on this. It's kind of funny.
Listen, no, we talked
Yeah.
about it even before the stream.
Yeah, because
Preach with,
I
with
I messaged them and the Chibi girls, and I was like, all right, if you guys can like combine lists by chance, just because like you guys are already a unit, I was like, if that's possible, that would make things also easier to like fit on the stream and stuff. And they were both like, no, not
Yeah,
happening.
yeah. Tanuki and Hime are very
Impossible.
separated, right? But with Preaching Oars, there's been an illusion with their channel. They've been separating out recently, and so like knowing now we get the behind the scenes of like, yo, they fight in the back. They
Yeah.
make these videos and like, bro, what are you
man.
saying in this script? Like, I just want everyone to picture this, like when they're making a call, and then if you hear a line in their video, right, and it's like anything related on like something controversial, you know they're fighting in the back on the
Be
call.
like that. That is
Yeah,
facts, bro.
yeah.
That's why they
exactly how
each
it
do their
is.
own videos. You know, like it's not
Yeah.
both of
Exactly.
them on the same. You know, they each got their own thoughts.
And then the other thing I
Mhm.
wanted to say was or I like the Vegapunk thing. See, last year people were doing this thing of like creating a pirate crew, and so I had Vegapunk there, right? But my thing is, before we had the illusion of Vegapunk still at the time, and I could agree with you to a certain extent, but my like there's so many things about Egghead that I think Dax and I talked about it yesterday, like the laser dome. The laser dome got survived by Bonnie, and it's like Bonnie wasn't even trying to survive it. So
Yeah.
this laser dome is fodder. But then also the sea beasts, right? Kizaru was ping ponging them around, and then the vice admirals are just one tapping them and the pacifistas. And so like for me, it's like if you don't have a vice admiral in your top 30, aside from Garb, then it's like most of these dudes in your top 30 are just walking straight up to Vegapunk. All like Vegapunk could be like, everybody mobilize, we have Garp against us, and then Garp just is like, and then he just claps everyone, you know what I mean? He's just like, what'd he say? And then he just walks straight through the island, you know what I mean? And that's where it's like before last year when I had him on my team as far as like choosing a pirate crew, or as a draft pick, I think Dax had.
Yeah, something like that.
I could see that, right? He could amp up Sanji, he could amp up people, but my God, like his entire defense system that he had years to prepare for could not stop. Maybe even top 50s. Like I don't even know. We saw Kuma
That's true,
blindly
honestly.
run through Mark 3s and the Vice Admirals, and these dudes were one tapping each other.
Kaku earlier in the arc got obliterated by the lasers, and then Bonnie just goes through and. I mean, she's like kind of hurt, but she gets up right afterwards. She's supposed. I know she's like actually 24 at the time, but it's like, you know, if those are cooking Kaku, who's like awakened, has Rokushiki, Haki, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like very well developed fighter, and he's getting immediately, you know, cooked by that. It's like Bonnie should have probably had more, you know, damage or whatever from it. And Luffy even commented how much it hurt himself whenever he went
he
through.
True.
said, "Yo, man, I thought I was gonna die," and Bonnie's out here like. Okay, and then she soloed like every Marine. This is baffling to me. The Marines thought she was the boogeyman. They were like, "Who's doing this to us?" And they didn't even see Bonnie. And this is post her getting zapped. And Gear 5 Luffy's like, "Yo, man, I saw the dead. I almost saw Ace. Like that shit was crazy." You know, Bonnie should be higher up on the list. Is what I'm getting at. You know.
I'm sorry.
Maybe.
Listen, bro. I got pushed back to putting the 12-year-old on, but she's very strong.
All right, he made.
You didn't use any of these facts. The Kuma one, I mean not the Kuma one, the Rouge one that I wanted to hear, and I was waiting for you to cook it, was that he was the only one who soloed a pacifista.
Yeah.
Pre-time skip. He's the only one
He was
solo.
the strongest one at
Yep.
at the time.
It took the monster trio, all three of them, do their final attacks.
I mean,
Rouge was just
Rouge
like,
did have to get hurt first, you know. But I mean,
yeah, but Yarouge just like, I like that, and then
Yeah.
he slapped him with it. You know, like
Mhm.
that's Yarouge's energy.
all right, Hime, you next 5.
All right. So before I start, I just want to say the Marines and Admiral disrespect is crazy. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Where has shame gone? It has left the stream and the chat. Disgusting,
It's
filthy
definitely not at
behavior.
Twitter.
Crazy D1 haters in
Oh
here.
my god.
Anyways, I will go on. Ugh. Anyways, so next one, Sabo.
Okay,
At 25.
a little low.
Well, that's the thing. If he didn't show more feet, if he shows more feet, I'll put him up.
How many
I'll put
people
him
survived an
forward
attack
myself.
from Emu?
I'll say this.
True.
What?
Crazy
Sabo?
feat.
Only
That is
fans?
true.
A
Because I already need to start an
5v1
OnlyFans?
with the
Like,
Gorosei.
that-
Yeah,
Emu.
that's true. All 6v1. Emu and the Gorosei.
yeah,
Sabo
6v1,
escaped.
yeah.
6v1. Sabo got
I'm
out.
like, how do you let that happen, man?
That's automatic. Like high. Like that. That definitely pushed
I
him up.
agree.
Not even gonna
I
lie.
agree.
Honestly, that raised him on my list right now. I'm moving
Yeah, because
on.
it's like, bro, like
He
this
got out
dude
of the
just
room.
learned-
That
he just
Shanks
learned what
debate.
emu
Look,
was,
Sabo
and it's
did
like-
escape.
Out of the room. He did get out.
Well, Cobra
But,
helped though. Major shout out to Cobra for that though. All right, 24. Hime.
Then we have Queen.
Oh, so you got Queen. Okay. You got Ulti and
Yes.
Queen. Okay.
Then on top of Queen, we have King.
Okay.
Oh shit, I forgot about Queen.
And do I have to pick another one?
2 more.
2 more? So I said Sabo, Queen, King.
Yep.
Then I have Marco.
Okay.
And then on top of that, this one is for you, Gio. I don't know if you're still in chat, but Lucci.
Hey yo!
Wow. That,
oh my
I-
god!
I'm shocked
very
that
glad
Kev
we
was not the
don't have
highest.
combined lists.
Hey.
I'm very glad we didn't combine our lists, bro.
I am
Oh, could
unbiased.
you imagine?
God.
I am unbiased.
Alright.
Yeah.
Just one. I just got one question. Yeah.
Yes.
Why is Queen over Katakuri?
Because
Oh yeah, that's a good
deem-
point.
That is kind of interesting.
So that's my question now for you. Do you think Sanji beats Katakuri?
Yeah, I would say it's close. I could see Sanji winning. I would take Kat though.
Sanji's kind of a good match because
Is it-
he's
I
like
don't
so
know, I
fast
think-
and has
oh,
like
man,
good
it's tough,
observation
it's tough.
hockey and stuff. You can't-
Because
I might go
because
Sanji,
Queen
actually.
because that's the thing. That's the thing. If you think that Sanji can beat Queen and Sanji went extreme diff against Queen, like Queen should be on top of Katakuri, logically speaking.
I wouldn't say extreme diff. I would say like high diff for sure. But
I mean
mean,
that's debatable, but yeah, but you see where my train of thought like took me. But yeah,
I see what you're
something like
saying,
that.
yeah.
I feel
And
like
I don't-
Katakuri's beat both of them.
I don't
Probably.
agree.
I think, oh
I
man, King and
disagree.
Katakuri is tough. But I feel like Katakuri is beating Queen for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
You see, that's the thing. It doesn't translate to whatever
We get-
we're saying. Yeah.
When we get to
I
like
would- I would say
Yonko
this.
Commander territory, it's always so nebulous. I feel where it's like,
Mhm.
oh yeah, Katakuri might come back and get the buff, you know, because we all think he's gonna be in the final war or whatever. And Sanji is gonna you know, keep getting the glow ups because he's in the main cast. You know, it's always so, you know, free form. I feel.
I would say
I
like
just feel
to
like-
me, Katakuri is just like a boxer, man. Like he is just a pure fighter. Like when you see him and when he's fighting Luffy, and he's going toe to toe the entire time. Like Queen to me is strong, but Katakuri is like he has future sight. He has, you know, he has hands for days, man. And like the thing is too, his devil fruit is ridiculous.
Mhm.
But on top of that, like the way Katakuri moves is like really like a true fighter. Where Queen is coming in here and like he doesn't even know some of his own attacks are like backfiring on him and stuff. And it's like
That's true.
in some ways Queen is like a joke to me when it comes to fighting. He's strong, but he's not a great fighter.
Yep.
Is he gonna
Yeah,
go
I
against
just
the
wanna-
flags though? Like how would Katakuri go
that's
against the
true.
flag if like anything? So like that's another thing. Like Queen is a very dirty fighter. So like what is
why
he gonna do
didn't-
against Isoni? Sorry.
Why
Bob, go
didn't
ahead.
Queen use any of that against Sanji?
He
Because
ran
wouldn't
out of
Sanji
it.
be
Mhm.
affected? But like that's what I'm saying, right? Like so we're saying he runs in with all these stuff. I guess it's like
Queen
But I
was
This
feel
is
like-
like
I feel
fresh.
like-
This is a fresh Queen and a fresh.
I
Cat
feel like
roasting.
I
top
would say-
30, right? Top 30 characters. We saw Hyogoro overcome, like Luffy also in Udon, right? Like he was overcoming the plague until the very end. And then, but with the ice only thing, Hyogoro staled that off for a decent while. Oh, I guess with Marco Flames, but I feel like
That
top
was-
30 characters can kind of like, it's an interesting thing with the plague. I don't know if that's like a huge thing, but I feel like there's a gap between Queen and King, and you can fill a lot of characters in between that gap that like I wouldn't put them together on the list. I just want to point out though, the only reason I'm speaking is because Majin Crow came in first chat. Yuck. He just said yuck.
that sounds like Crow.
Yeah, that's funny.
That was funny,
That was a good
man.
one. I like it.
Appreciate you sliding in, Crow, and everyone else. I haven't really been looking at the chat too much, but I probably should. Also, AIM PDX, major shout out to you for joining the Afro Gang. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Anyone who is a member now or just became a member today, FYI, I do One Piece TCG giveaways every month. and I'm going to be doing one later this month. So if you're a member, just keep an eye on the community tab, and you will see a post eventually where you can sign up. You have to be in the U.S. or Canada though, and I'll open that up later this month. So just FYI to all the members, that giveaway will be happening. I do one every month. So, all right.
Can I say one last thing?
Yep.
I just want to say that me when I ski, for me speed is on top of like even if you have like future sight. I think that if you're too fast, it doesn't matter if the other person has future sight. You're better. But that's just how I see it. But we can keep going.
That actually happened with Kaido and Luffy, where Luffy's like, I'm seeing the future, but he's just so fast. Like it, it's like you still have to react, kind of.
Exactly.
But all right, Chestnut, your next 5.
Right. I gotta bring up my list. Okay. So, for the first one I'm gonna put Katakuri. I think that Katakuri is still pretty good, even when we're considering him, like, in the final saga. Like, he showed a lot of really good stuff to Luffy. It was super high diff, and he probably could have gotten back up if he really wanted to. Like, if this is a life or death battle, I think he's getting back up after that. Like, even after tanking, like, Gear 4. So, I'm gonna put him there. Right after that, I think I'm gonna put King. I think King has had some insane feats. I think it's an extreme diff, King and Katakuri, but I think that because of King's mobility and his durability as a Lunarian, but also it's an ancient Zoan, I think. Like Zoan durability will just help out a lot.
If he had awakened his fruit, I would agree, but that's why I have Katakuri over him, is because one awakened and one didn't. And also, it seems like Katakuri also has better hockey in general. You know what I mean? Like King is just a physical beast. You know what I'm saying? But they're definitely really close. Like that's why I have them also.
Yeah, I would say the Lunarian DNA helps King out a lot, and I also think that you need to have advanced Conquerors hockey to really hurt him, which is why it's like King shows Katakuri shows Conquerors, but not advanced Conquerors. That's the only reason I got them like that. Then I'm putting Green Bull over them because I'm assuming Green Bull is gonna do something eventually. He should. All of the admirals, in my opinion, should be above Yonko Commander 1, and I think that they're a little bit below, or they should be somewhere in between Yonko Commander 1 and Yonko's. So I'm putting Green Bull. I'm hoping he shows up. Then I'm gonna put Sanji.
Okay.
I think
above Green Bull.
Sanji.
I like that.
Yeah.
Big fan of that.
And then I got one more, right?
Yep, one more.
The Eustace Kid.
Love it. The kid. He gets too much disrespect, honestly.
He's too good, bro.
He doesn't deserve it. All right, so Edens, you're up next, but I already got your number 25. So
yeah, that was Shiryu, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so Shiryu, Sanji. For 23, I put Yamato. That was like the one I was a bit hesitant on.
Yeah, Yamato's tough to rank.
22 is Boa, and for 21 I put Kid.
Kid?
Yeah, Kid.
Dope. I like the Kid representation. He's like kind of in the same range for a lot of us. I also like that Boa is appearing decently high. I wonder if like chapter 1059 happened like a while ago. Well, I guess it happened in the anime too, so it's a reminder.
That episode went crazy.
Yeah, the episode probably reminded like her going for Kobe, like going for the kick immediately. Like, why did she just turn him to stone though?
It's the way he was like, she's so fast, I can't even move out of the way.
Exactly.
It was like that alone. It was like, oh man, that's so.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten all the people who said Kobe was about to like beat Boa. I haven't forgotten all that talk. I haven't forgotten all that.
Yeah, that was. I mean, at the time though, like it was like, what else is gonna happen? But then once Blackbeard is involved, it's like, okay, like Oda's got bigger plans than them even fighting. You know what I mean? Like it didn't even end up happening. But it seems like she
the hardest placement. Oh yeah, I definitely think so. For me the hardest placement was like figuring out Sanji and Yamato, because Yamato had the one-on-one with Kaido. Obviously didn't win, but did some damage, and then I think Sanji that buff he got at the end of the Queen fight really did a lot for him.
Yeah.
With the exoskeleton, and it's like, oh, he moves so fast, he's invisible now, versus like what people thought he was gonna get the Germa suit upgrade and stay with that, where he can go just invisible whenever he wants. Yeah. So I kind of just think the speed is crazy.
Yeah, the thing with Yamato for me is that like remember when, I can't remember the number's name, but like when Frankie like needed help, Yamato shot like a Conqueror's Hockey like quick little like arrow thing almost, like just like boom, let me take out a number real quick, like no problem. That like, and I know that happened like way before a lot of the other impressive stuff Yamato did, but that I think is like really underrated because that's like damn, Yamato's really good at you know, like Ryo / Advanced Conquerors, whatever that is, you know what I'm saying? Like that is, that's like something we don't see like almost anywhere and stuff like that. So I feel like Yamato definitely deserves a high spot, and that's why I have Yamato like just like
I was so tempted. I was so tempted to have like Yamato over like Kid and Law and even Zoro, just because like again I think that Wano that Kaido fight in Wano like really did a lot, and maybe I just got to go back and reread, but like you know somewhere in that range. I think somewhere in that range is at least fair.
Agreed. And also Kosuna Koizumi, you said Yamato is a Mary Sue. I completely agree with that 100%. Like just like a perfect character, you know, like just came in and just kind of, you know, at least as we've seen, like it's not like
was gonna do.
Yeah, it's like usually there's a little more like I don't know, like downsides to the personality of the person, or you know what I'm saying, like or like
Yamato's so weird to me just because like they've never actually like won any battle. It's always just been stalling or like blocking. So to me, it's so hard to scale them.
Yeah, I mean the one number.
I wish Yamato got her own fight.
One number.
Hey, but I mean, but it was like Yamato didn't even care. Like that's what's impressive is Yamato's like, let me just one swing.
Hold off until Luffy.
Like could you just imagine like if anyone like no one on the crew can do that. You know like so.
Seriously.
Yes, Drake can do it.
But all right, I'm going to get into the next set of 5, and I just want to say, so we're going to do this kind of like a speed round a little bit, just because we're a little bit behind where I wanted to be at this point, because obviously the top 10 is probably going to take, I think, a lot of the discussion time. So we're going to do a little bit of a speed round. Like obviously we can still kind of talk, but I'm just gonna push the pace myself basically to get it done a little quicker.
Gotcha.
So 20, I got Sengoku. So I have Sengoku over Shiki, which like given Sengoku and Garp had to team up to fight Shiki, it's a little questionable, but. You know, Sengoku's been in action this whole time. Like, I'm sure he's been working out and staying in shape, so we gotta see what Shiki's been up to. So that's why I made that split. Then I got Zoro, which I feel like is... I don't know how... I know Zoro's already been listed by Oars at 30, so I don't have him the lowest, but I feel like... I don't know how everyone's gonna think about that. Fujitora. I don't know why the font just changed on the thing, but... I got Fujitora right above Zoro. I think they're really close. And then next I got Marco. And then I got Sabo at 16.
Okay.
If there's no big objections. Par, your next 5. If you're here. He might not be here.
He might not be.
Yeah, I don't think he's... I don't see the mute symbol, so I didn't know if he was going to do that. But either way, we can just skip him for now. Preach.
So at 20, I got Oroge.
Love it.
19, I got Sabo. 18, Zoro. 17, Yamato. And 16, Figureland.
Ooh, so like just God's Knights in general. I'll just put that as like, but
yeah,
that'll just cover it all. Damn, so you got them or like Garling, whatever, all the way down at 16. I mean, I have them higher. I feel like most people are gonna have them a little higher than that, or I don't know, but they haven't been listed yet, and I'm sure everyone has them listed. Why? Like, what's your reasoning for that to have them like? I guess Yamato level.
I think he's above Yamato, but I feel like it's just tough, man. Like we haven't seen anything from him.
Mm-hmm.
When you get tied to the list, it's like now you got like the Gorosei, you got Garp, and all these other characters, and I feel like he's below them. So for me, it's like we gotta see more. That's really it. I think he could be stronger. I think if he gets like a devil fruit or something, like he could be crazy, bro. But it's just for now, it's tough.
Yeah, it is definitely really hard to judge him. It's just the only thing for me is like, I mean, well, I guess being connected to Shanks somehow, that's all, like, you know, just by association, which like we don't really know what the association is other than there is one. But also just like whenever we saw Garling and like the way they were talking about him at God Valley, even when he was young, I was like, all right, this guy, like, that's, you know, that's some crazy talk. That's like kind of how they talk about like
they were gassing him, bro.
Yeah, because like some of the admirals, I want to say like Aokiji and Akainu definitely, I can't remember, but they said like they're like prodigies, like whenever they're young and they're like, you know, whatever. Like that's like usually. What's that?
I think also because he's old, it's like I put him lower.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, like how you're saying, like if he really is Shank's grandfather or whatever he is, if we're gonna guess a dragon just off of having the same genes as Garp and Luffy, I think we have to do the same thing for Figlin as well.
Agreed. I 100% agree. Kev, next 5. Wait, Par, you're back. Par, you're back, aren't you?
Back.
Sorry.
Yep.
All right, Par, what's your 5?
Oh, what is this? 20?
20
Okay.
through 16.
Hold on, I just want to look at what other people are cooking. 24 Tanuki, a Mr. List, Katakuri King, Green Bull, Sanji Kid. Okay, Eden's Shiryu. Oh man, Shiryu, Sanji, Yamato, Boa Kid.
I hate it too.
Dax, Sengoku, Zoro, Fujitora, Marco, Sabo. So I just have a question. Marco Sengoku, like that's fun. That's a fun fight, right? How do you go?
Marco versus Sengoku?
Yeah. How's that go down?
Sengoku easily.
I'm taking Marco. At this age, Marco was taking on King and Queen at the same time. I feel like that, like, we are
Sengoku
really
got that.
underestimating that. You know, like that is, and it's not just that he was like barely holding them off. He was like destroying them. Like he was definitely getting tired because he's like going all out. Like he has to do, you know, it's like twice.
Yeah,
like
he
they
was
have
tiring
twice the
himself.
stamina. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, 'cause they can go one at a time. But still, he was literally cooking them. Like King slices Wing off. He does the bluebird, cooks him, goes and knees Queen in the face, goes back and punches King again. Like it was like no problem.
So,
For a little while.
Just
He
real like
also did the Big Mom clash outside of Onigashima.
yeah,
as
but
well.
Big Mom just like after the clash, she was just like, I don't got time for this, and just kind of
I
grabbed.
don't
him,
want to
right?
deal with it.
Yeah.
Wait, but didn't he also block like an Akainu punch going for Jinbei and Luffy at Marineford? So there's also another thing like Akainu. I mean, if you block an Akainu punch, that's automatic. That's pretty big time.
I don't know, but like it's just kind of crazy. It's like you can't. This is my thing with it. It's like that's why I like gamifying it. But it's like Marco, you can't win with blocks. Like you know,
Marco
it's
never
hard.
won a fight. Marco never won a fight.
You know, I just
if Shanks wanted Marco to join his crew, if he went through the trouble of going on Whitebeard ship and like, hey Marco, join my crew, that is big time. You know, like that's one of the biggest compliments you can get in One Piece. Is
That's
Shanks being
Marco
join
is
my
really
crew.
I think
That's
Marco is pretty dope. It's just like top. It's interesting.
Wait, I look at it with
was
Sengoku
Oh,
though.
man.
yeah,
That if
Sengoku.
Sengoku was like as strong as like
There you go.
I wouldn't say he's as strong as Prime Whitebeard, but if he's at least able to fight Prime Whitebeard in his prime, when he's old, he's still got to be like
Up there.
low,
Like,
like Garp.
I think
a little bit weaker than
honestly,
Garp, I would say.
Marco over Sengoku, I'm not upset at. I'm more upset of Marco over Zoro because I feel like in Wano, Marco was already letting Zoro take the shine, right? So it's like, and after that, he's already gotten stronger after that. So it's like,
Well,
I don't know.
I think-
again, he was
Zoro-
holding off King and Queen, and then Zoro like barely beat King, and so I'm just like, if Marco only had to worry about King, he's beating King. You know what I mean? So that's why
not fair, but
I can put him over.
I think defeating King is a much more impressive feat. Like what he was doing against Kaido and Big Mom, like what Zoro has done in Wano, I think boosts him up a lot more than just holding King and Queen for a small period of time.
Yeah, but if Marco had the opportunity that Zoro did to, like, he has regeneration, but imagine like one of Marco's biggest abilities, he can regenerate, and so obviously Zoro can't do that, but he has other things like swordsmanship and conqueror's haki and all this to be more lethal.
Yeah.
But Zoro got the benefit of also getting the healing because he got the secret thing from the
facts.
mink. So it's like Zoro kind of got to cheat during the whole Wano thing by getting a refresh. Where like, yes, Marco gets to do that, but that's one of Marco's like key abilities. Like he doesn't also get this other stuff that Zoro gets. Yet Marco was still holding both of them off, and if he didn't have to battle both, he probably beats King. But he had to fight both at the same time, which is obviously gonna be a lot harder. But it's definitely close.
I just feel like if Sengoku has like even a fraction of like what Garp showed at Hachi, like the galaxy, if Sengoku, like it'd be weird if you're homies,
He
right?
does have a
And
fraction of that.
that's what I'm saying.
Buddha-
Like it
against
baffled me if
Blackbeard.
Sengoku couldn't
Destroyed
do
him.
any of that, right? And if he could do like even a half of it, I feel like Marco, like it's kind of
Marco
crazy,
gets
right?
Destroyed by Sengoku, honestly.
And that's and the Zoro thing, the Zoro Marco thing. It's like the using benchmark King as a benchmark is a little hard because it's like at a certain point it's like I feel like Marco is kind of giving Zoro like giving the Straw Hats like priority because it's like I don't have the Whitebeard pirates with me, but you guys have the Straw Hat pirates, right? So it's like your generation. It's like what Rayleigh was saying, right? It's like I'm too old for the new age or whatever. But like you know, it's just an interesting thing.
Well, one other thing is I think you could definitely argue like Marco fighting King and helping weaken him a little bit at first helped Zoro later also. Like he made the fight a little bit easier for Zoro later on. So there's also a layer to it where like
And
Marco
Sanji
was
too.
dealing with
I
full
disagree
power
with that.
King. You know what I'm
I
saying?
disagree with that. I think when Zoro hit that final attack, I think that did like most of the damage, right? Because I don't think Marco chipping away at King did enough to like really change the end of the fight.
I mean, I think with just the way like anime and shonen is, like whenever like the enemies like act like they're in pain or whatever, like we have to just I like obviously there was some, you know, like it mattered. Now like does Oda's gonna, with the way he does his fights, he's gonna make it as malleable as he wants and just make it entertaining for us, you know what I mean? But I think we have to, like realistically, King was like getting to, whether it's stamina or, you know, endurance, whatever it is, like he's definitely getting affected by the early part of the fight. So like Marco's fighting the hardest version of King that anyone fought in Wano is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but we saw Marco when he had his like big attack. It was against Queen, right? Like he didn't do too much damage against King.
I mean, the blue bird
Yeah.
thing, King seemed pretty scared. Like, like whenever he shot the blue bird, his face immediately is like shocked. Like, oh man. I mean,
yeah, like shocked, but it's like it's not a real attack, like a big attack.
Well, another thing though, Par, I think you were gone, but I said that we're trying to make this a speed round because we just got to get caught up on the time a little bit. So can you give us your 5 real quick?
I'll give you your 5. I just want 2 things real quick. Yo, Preach, you're Rouge crazy, but also Dax, you have season 2 writer for the Netflix live action, Randy Troy, popping in. Also, showing support for Marco. Yeah.
Oh my goat.
Yeah.
Randy, I appreciate you for sliding in, bro. Thank you. Hope you had a happy New Year, man. It's been a minute.
Happy New Year's, Randy.
I'm trying to see what he's saying. All I can see him, like he said Marco, and I'm trying to figure out if he's you know talking up my guy Yamato or Marco. That's what he was saying. I got you.
He hit me with the writing standpoint. He said that Marco, Big Mom grabbed Marco after fighting Big Mom. So I was like, oh, you know that it does matter. I'm not gonna fight the season 2 writer. He
knows what he's talking about.
I'm not trying to fight One Piece itself, you know.
Mm-hmm. All right, your 5 though, Par.
Where are we at? Number 20? 20.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. Lucci.
Okay.
King. Zoro. Sabo. And then just leave the next one blank.
You don't want to stir the pot right now? Is that
just leave it blank?
Okay.
And we'll move on later.
Okay.
I could give you the next.
I gotta say though, man, Rob Lucci over Katakuri and Yamato.
It's for me. The thing with Lucci is like the progression of how we were like given their power ups, right? I just don't want to scoff at like the awakening. Some people go as far as saying like it's a fake awakening or like that it's not the same tier, which I can agree to some of them, especially like the Black Cloak and different things. But I feel like Mythical Zone Awakening is going to be like a pinnacle that like technically Yamato hasn't even reached, and I have high regard for Yamato, but I feel like what we saw out of Lucci boxing with Gear 5, sure, it's not like he wasn't winning or whatever, but like I feel like that says a lot about what he would do against most other characters. And I think the portrayal with Zoro, because I have like, you know, Zoro's a good benchmark. Oda doesn't even want to show us like a negative connotation to either of them. It almost feels like, right? Because at the end of the day, if Oda shows this result outright, it's like these are 2 characters that like me personally, I think that he really likes both characters, right? And that's kind of why I feel like Oda's not going to show like an outright full out loss. And that also, it also is like they're kind of like, you know, relative, and I just don't know where Lucci would go. But as far as like fighting like Katakuri, if he's going against like Gear 5 Luffy and he's like yo, he's strong, and this is like off rip, he's fighting a guy who's bending imagination, right? And doing decently well. Even Kaido is taking hits too, and he was taking those hits. I think that Lucci's gets respect. I think and my thing is like Mythical Zone Awakening, Mythical Zoan, like those things are just like, I think automatically bring people higher than where we are. Like a lot of people use that same thing saying like, oh, Mythical Zone makes Sengoku really high too, right? But Mythical Zone Awakening is crazy, and I just like, it's a hard thing, and I feel like it's weirder to put him lower on the list. I feel like most people he'd be able to deal with, except for the people next to him, he'd probably be able to handedly like be confident, you know? And that's where it comes weird with like the Warlords, because I feel like the Warlords might, but Mythical Zone Awakening, he's the way he showed out Eni's lobby, I just feel like had Lucci fought anybody else, because we have to remember, like, Lucci, the portrayal we got from Eni's lobby, it was like his entire crew was just washing the Straw Hats, but like he didn't fight Luffy first, right? Like, but this time when he brought him back, when Oda brought him back, he had him fight Gear 5 Luffy first, after washing Sentomaru, who's the defense guy. The guy couldn't perceive Lucci, but he could perceive Kizaru. And I'm like, wait, hold on. So it's a weird thing, I feel like. But the fact that Lucci just got pushed against Gear 5 Luffy, I feel like the worst portrayal for him.
Oda definitely like just like used Sentomaru to hype up Lucci in that moment, because Sentomaru got up like a couple chapters later and then was like, all right, I'm ready for you, Kizaru. Like, you know, like it was just like a hype moment. But it definitely is a little weird with Lucci. Like, that's why he's a hot topic. You know what I mean? It's why Kev's got him in certain places, and I don't have him on the list. All right, Kev. Speaking of you, Kev, it's your turn.
You might convince me to move him up secretly. Oh wait, Par didn't do number 16 though.
I have a feeling I know why, but we're just gonna talk about it later.
Okay.
I don't want this one.
God.
I do want to ask for later. Could I be able to do? Would I be able to do a slash spot, kind of like what Ors was planning on doing with number 30 later? Because I realized that I forgot someone.
Yeah, if you forgot someone, I'll let it slide, because you kind of have to. Because I have done that before too. Like last year, I forgot Green Bull, and I meant to put him, but I was like, all right, I got to put him somewhere. This year, I'm just not even gonna put him. But yeah, okay, you can. Yeah,
well, that's honestly crazy, because number 20 is Green Bull. That's actually kind of crazy. So.
Okay.
And now you're gonna see a very immense divide happen.
Oh god.
Okay, number 19 is Yamato. I think Yamato is pretty cracked.
Okay, yeah.
And then 18, I put Rayleigh, because I feel like Rayleigh's definitely not as strong as he once was in our mind, but he's still cracked.
Yeah.
And then I put Law, and then I put Sabo.
Okay, wait, what was the divide?
Oh, that's later.
Oh, okay. I thought the divide was here. I was like, wait, this all seems pretty reasonable to me. This seems in the realm of acceptability. I have Sabo at the same slot, so you know. All right, Ors, your next 5.
All right, so 20, I got Green Bull. 19, Fujitora. 18, I'm actually gonna put 2 here because I forgot Shiki. Okay. Sengoku / Shiki.
Oh, I like the
17, I have Kuma, and I think Kuma's really underrated right now, because just because he's not there like as Kuma technically, I think that doesn't necessarily mean he's any weaker. But yeah, so then Kuma, and then at 16 I have the Gorosei.
The Gorosei all the way down at 16.
Yeah. Like,
anyone got a reaction to that? A supportive reaction, I should say. I
kind of respect it, because I feel like the Gods Knights, like, and the Gorosei are really in that nebulous area. So them being around like halfway through the top 30, I think that's fine, because there's already going to be like 10 characters, like presumably are kind of being in around our top 10. The Gorosei or Gods Knights might be in there for some of us, but I don't know. I feel like them being in the top 15, that's kind of normal for me.
Also, for the Gorosei, I would say it's more so just Saturn, because like I would assume he's the weakest. So like I mean, we literally just don't know the other Goroseis, so I would assume they would probably move up the list in a few years once we actually see the other ones. But this is pretty much just Saturn, so I just wanted to point that out too.
All right, Hime, are you ready for your next 5?
Yes. So I have, and after I want to like touch my point on some stuff. So after I have Sanji.
Okay.
I have Zoro on top.
Okay.
I have Yamato on top.
Interesting. All three of them together.
I have on top Kid.
Oh.
I have on top Law.
That's a pretty
And-
reasonable.
Yeah, honestly, it is like, despite my agendas, I feel like that is actually pretty reasonable.
And I just want to say something. I just want to make people understand the category ulti and queen thing very, very fast. So if y'all remember in Wano, ulti almost made Luffy go into gear 4. There's a panel for it, and let's not forget that like gear 4 Luffy Wano is stronger than gear 4 Luffy Whole Cake Island. And then also she also took the attack of Big Mom, which is Advanced Conquerors, and she also fought with Yamato for a while, and she only got taken down when Big Mom attacked with the Advanced Conquerors attack with Zeus and Nami at the same time. So I don't want to hear any ulti shit talking. And since she's from the Flying Six, there's the All-Stars that are above her, which is Queen, and they fight to have their ranks. So Queen is obviously stronger than her because he's in the All-Stars. So that's why Queen is on top of her, and that's why she's on top of Katakuri. End of the story. Thank you. Now we can.
I don't get the Katakuri part. What?
Yeah, because as I said, Luffy, when he was in Whole Cake Island, his gear 4 was not the same level as the gear 4 in Wano. It's I think it's called Cliff something, when like you know the
Well, he needed gear 4 multiple times to beat Katakuri. So like if he would have needed to go into it to beat ulti, I guess I'm not getting the connection there, because like he used Snake Man like and other gear 4 forms.
No, I know, but that's the thing. That's the thing. What I mean is that like if he has to like use it, it means like he deemed her as a strong opponent to use that against her. And even without that, I just like pointed it out because he needed that to also beat Katakuri in the past, and he was like just starting with that form. So what I mean by that is that like she was also on par for him to use that and go against him in that form.
But like,
so,
let's say he goes into
I
gear
don't
4 and beats her in one punch after that, then because
No, but that's the
it took
thing.
a long time.
We cannot be sure about that fact, but I doubt it would happen because Yamato fought with her for a while, and then we needed an Advanced Conqueror's attack from Big Mom plus Zeus on top of that to be able to take her down.
Well,
so I very much doubt.
If she is based on a dinosaur that is literally built to headbutt, and Luffy's able to like meet her with a even headbutt, like in base form with just like some armament hockey on his forehead, I feel like if he did go gear 4th, it would be like a one-shot kind of deal. Like,
But
and
it's not-
obviously we don't know that for sure, but
dinosaur facts?
it's just that dinosaur is literally built to headbutt, and Luffy's like, I got you, no problem.
I doubt
you know?
that he will be able to just get her off with one punch. But also, let's not forget his gear 4 in Wano is way stronger than his gear 4 in the Whole Cake Island. It's like it's logically speaking, it goes exponential. So that was like my whole like explanation about this. I just wanted to like make it clear.
Also, he may have you guys ever seen the thing where like Luffy only hit Katakuri like 5 times or like 10 times? So, and that wasn't that was not even Advanced Conquerors too. He only hit Katakuri like 5 times. Like actually like punched him.
Well, to be fair
So-
though, like that we
But
saw,
those
but the fight
punches
was
has,
10
like,
out.
no
It was all
difference.
night. Hey, buddy. Sorry.
That's
Dog started barking.
kind of true actually.
But yeah, it was like
Punches
all night,
didn't-
so there's probably a lot of fighting that we didn't get to see. That like,
That's
you
fair.
know, but I'm sure like obviously Luffy was having a hard time hitting him though, so like it wasn't that many, but I'm sure there were a lot
He
of
hurt
little
his
ones.
soul as a big brother. He was just like, you know what? I'm gonna sit down my back real quick. You know, who knows what Katakuri would have done if he didn't give up. You know.
If Katakuri got hit with Advanced Conquerors, I think he gets taken out pretty fast.
Or
honestly.
maybe he
100%.
unlocks.
'Cause his defense is
Advanced
pretty
Conqueror.
bad. I mean, he's fast and like with
He's
the
not
future side and
durable.
stuff, but
He's
yeah,
not
he's not durable at all.
See that's I remember one time I had a question of like Yamato versus Cat, because I think Cat is fast enough. It's really a question of, is she fast enough to keep up? But
She can keep up with Kaido.
All right, Chestnut, your next 5.
Where did I end off with Kid, right?
Yep. So number 20, right about
So,
that.
Law.
Okay.
Then I have Sabo.
Okay.
And then I'm not too sure about this pick. I might go back and change it later. I have, for the time being, Kuma, just because I'm not sure what's going to happen with this Gorosei bunch. And I
Yeah.
feel like if this Gorosei punch goes through and Kuma starts to really start like knocking him around, I mean like Kuma's the one man revolutionary, we got a lot for him. So for right now, I feel like middle of the pack feels good for Kuma, especially with like how much screen time he's been getting and how strong they've been building him up to be. Over that I have Zoro.
Okay.
I think, and then do I have one more?
Yeah, you have one more.
And then I have Shiryu of the race.
Dang. And I'm not gonna lie though, I feel like Shiryu should be a little bit higher than we're putting him, even myself, because it's kind of like if Zoro's already better than Blackbeard's, you know, his opponent, like he's that much stronger. It's like, what is that? Like, what's gonna happen? Which I guess maybe it's like, oh well, Zoro's not good at observation hockey, so it'll be a tougher fight for him specifically because he got to deal with an invisible guy, and that's like a new thing maybe. But still, I kind of like having him this high because it's like he should be closer to Zoro realistically right now.
I think the problem with Shiryu is that we still haven't seen the feats yet.
I agree,
That's the unfortunate part.
And the
Zoro
guard stuff didn't help.
And that's why I have him like there, because I think that right now Shiryu and Zoro are very relative. But I think that Shiryu will get stronger, but he needs to have another fight. And I'm assuming that if Shanks and Blackbeard end up fighting, he's going to get that blossom during fighting Shanks's crew. And I think that that's where it's going to be. So like right now, and especially if we're going into the future, like until that fight happens, I think Shiryu and Zoro are on the same level, especially with that Garp stuff. Because like, here's my thing: if Zoro is going up against Garp, I think he's putting up about the same that Shiryu did, and I actually think he's blocking more and he's coming back up and he isn't getting taken down by a single hit. Kind of like how Shiryu was.
I think I disagree because I feel like Zoro, what we saw on the rooftop fight against Kaido, I don't think Shiryu could do that. You know, he has some crazy feats, and like with Shiryu, he didn't do anything against Garp that was really significant. I mean, he had to sneak him, and it was like honestly kind of embarrassing for Shiryu. Where Zoro, we've seen him fight King, we've seen him fight Kaido, we've seen him fight like a bunch of strong characters. Shiryu has not proven it, and
if you have
honestly,
the invisibility,
that's why he's not even on my list.
That's how you should be fighting. Like you should be sneaking in. You know, like that.
That's fair, Dax.
That's fair, but
if he's not fighting
fighting
like that, then he's worse on my list. You know what I mean?
That's fair, but I just think like Garp saw through that pretty easily. Even Groot saw through that, right? And like Shiryu, in my opinion, he shouldn't even be on this list because the fact that like he hasn't proven it yet.
I mean, if he was considered roughly even with Magellan and then got a fruit afterward.
Yeah.
You know,
but to me that fruit is not very powerful. Like it's not really.
It got him to stab Garp.
It's useful though. It's useful.
It's useful, but it's not a good fruit.
Can Shiryu do what he did to Garp with the fruit and without the fruit? Because that's the main thing. It's like when you're not if you can't achieve the same things without the fruit, then the fruit's a crutch, right? And my question
stronger. I mean,
let's say that's the thing. Can other people land that hit on Garp without that fruit? Other people would be able to. Like here's a major question:
like 2 people,
do you think
maybe.
Zoro
like the list there is very short? Who can do that?
Do you think Zoro can land a hit on Garp without without the invisibility fruit? Right? You think so? Right?
Definitely not such a devastating blow like that. Like not a straight stab through the body. I don't think that's happening.
Can Zoro do the exact same thing without that devil fruit? I don't think so.
But
can Zoro put up a fight and take more hits from Garp? I think it is true. And that's why I'm putting Shiryu in top, because we have to also understand, just because like raw strength or raw skill, they're all good in a fight. But if you have a devil fruit, those are hacks. And sometimes the hacks will go over. That's why Bonnie is so good.
That's why Luffy is so good. Right?
Exactly. You can have somebody who's super talented, super strong, but Bonnie all of a sudden it gives you a near-death experience, and all of a sudden you're like shook, and then she turns you into a kid, and that's it, and drops you into the ocean.
But do you think Shiryu's fruit is even near Bonnie's fruit? Because I don't think so. I don't think it's even close.
For him, maybe. Like it depends on the person.
Like when you're thinking of the clear fruit and you're thinking about like how hard is it to fight against somebody where you don't even know they are, where you can't see them, where you don't know where the attacks are coming from, and where observation hockey isn't going to help you, because observation hockey, even future sight, allows you to see what happens in the future. If you can't see where an attack is coming from, you're basically fighting blind. But
the problem was Garp knew that the attack was coming. That's why he was there. Garp knew the attack was coming, so he blocked it. But he had to save Kobe first. Because if he couldn't,
hold on. So let's just say we replace Zoro with Shiryu in the rooftop, right? Like, do you think he's even half of what he did?
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, if we have a character like Zoro who has been shown every single skill we have, and Shiryu who has not shown those skills, I would be like, well, Zoro has more feats, but we also haven't seen Shiryu go full out in a battle. But with everything that we've been told and what he's actually been able to do in his Devil Fruit, it's going to be a very hard fight for Zoro. Zoro is a character. So here's the thing, because
Garp
Zoro
is significantly
observation.
stronger than Kaido, right? And
Hold
Kaido
on.
is like the top tier.
What?
Wait, what?
Well, I'm saying
Hold on,
Garp is
hold on.
significantly weaker than weaker.
Oh, you
Garp is
said
significantly
stronger
weaker
than
than
Kaido.
Kaido.
I was
Kaido is
like, bro.
Hey,
I'm saying if
Oh
Shiryu is
my
struggling
God.
with Garp
Oh,
and Zoro's looking good against Garp, that's what I'm saying. It's like
but
there's a
what
significant
I'm
difference.
Randy Troy
Preach,
says
what I'm
Shiryu
saying-
looks mad lazy. That's crazy.
so here's the thing. What I'm saying is that you can't sometimes have like a scaling thing over, oh well, this person is like Zoro was able to slash a horn off the rooftop. That's a crazy feat. But somebody who's Shabara like Sugar, well, Sugar just can turn people into dolls, and yet she's insane. And it's like that's why you have to take the hacks into account and not just the raw power and skill, which is why I'm putting Shiryu on top. Because when you think about his Devil Fruit, being able to not have your presence sense is crazy. The issue is that Garp knew what was happening. He knew the trick that was happening. But if he would have seen the attack full out with his observation and future sight, he probably would have gone into a different thing, or he could have jumped and grabbed him. But he didn't know. But he felt he like knew that an attack was coming, but he didn't know from where. That's how it was able to do it. Or else why wouldn't Garp move to get a better thing so it wasn't a fatal hit or a fatal blow? Like, and that's what it is. It's like nobody knew. Like Kobe, who has insane observation, we already know from Marineford, couldn't see this coming. Like, and we know that Kobe has insane observation. Like, that's his entire thing. If nobody else sees it coming and Garp is like, this is a trap, it's not because he saw the exact attack, or else he would have done it in a different position. It's the fact that he knew that this was a trap that the Blackbeard Pirates were setting up, and he was like, Kobe's probably going to get hit, and push it in there. And that's why Shiryu was like, we knew that you would do that. And it's like, that's how I see it. And it's like I think that if you're having like battle IQ like that, sometimes a battle IQ can win you the fight even if your opponent is stronger.
No, yeah, that's fair. I mean, he's a pirate, right? He's gonna fight like that. But I'm just saying, like, Enma, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Conqueror, like that is like a true hack that's even way better than what Shiryu has in my eyes. I mean, I guess we just
I
disagree.
mean,
but...
I honestly feel like even to stab Garp, you're gonna have some decent hockey. Like, I feel like he probably has like an automatic
for Yo.
defense. You know what I mean? Like,
I think Shiryu's strong. I just don't think he's on that Zoro level.
well,
I'll see
we
you guys
got to
later.
move on to the next 5 just so we can get done in
That's
a
fair.
reasonable time. So Eden's the next 5.
Okay, well, the last one I said was Kid.
Yep.
So Zoro, Law,
Okay.
Sabo, Marco, and then Rayleigh.
That's solid.
I'm noticing there's a character who I was going to compare to Shiryu has not shown up on anyone's list, and that's Ben Beckman, who I would say is
Oh,
definitely
yeah,
a
yeah,
Hold on.
yeah.
All right, well, you know what?
No,
No. Perfect segue. Perfect segue. Not
Yeah.
even kidding.
This
Not
is-
even kidding. My next
yeah,
pick was
yeah.
Ben Beckman.
because
Not
he's
even
on my
kidding.
list. He's on my list.
Yeah, it was literally my
Shiryu
next pick was Ben
Ben
Beckman.
Beckman.
That's
He's
crazy.
literally
Impeccable
on my
timing,
list.
Kev.
He's literally on my
Impeccable
list.
timing.
Yeah.
That's
So
Ben
hilarious.
Beckman's
He's literally
also
on my
my
list.
15. Dax, if you want to write that in.
Oh, you're 15.
As
Oh,
you-
I think I'm. Well, we'll talk about
Li-
16
He
later. We
is
don't want.
he is my next one too. You can put
Yeah.
him.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
He's
Dax,
literally my next
you
one.
are
I'm
already
not
there.
even-
So-
I
yeah,
swear to
yeah,
God,
same.
I can-
Same for me.
He's your next one.
This is the funniest
Yeah.
thing
Ime
ever.
yeah.
also.
Yeah, he's my next
I
one too.
swear to God, I swear to God,
That's
he is.
crazy.
I can literally show you my list.
And I'll add
That was my
that-
next one too.
Oh my.
But there's no way. There's no.
This is just the Ben Beckman slot.
Are y'all trolling? There's no
No,
way.
no.
I
It's
No,
I'm looking at it on my list.
That's
I
hilarious.
swear to God.
I genuinely
I'm looking at it on my
have
list.
Ben Beckman. on
and
my
I'll
list.
add that
crazy.
like
There's-
Ben
there's
Beckman,
there's camera.
we know nothing, but also it's like
He is the Shank.
It's the well.
we know.
Okay. Can I explain Ben? I just need like
Yeah, go for
15
it.
seconds. 15 seconds. Yeah, a lot of it is like Shanks hype, but I'm at least comfortable now with putting him over Kid after we got that one line
exactly.
from Lucky
Yep,
Roo.
yep.
So like I have
exactly.
somewhere I can imagine putting him now.
And that's actually why I was okay putting Lucky Roo above Kid, because I know Lucky Roo didn't do that, but I'm like, okay, if the first in command, or like right under Shanks, was strong enough to literally cut off his arm, like that devastating, the next guy's probably strong enough to beat him. You know, like
Wait, it's
honestly,
not
if the
just
gap's that
cutting
big.
off his arm. They were laughing. at
Yeah.
him. Like
Yeah.
kids showed up and nobody, not even the monkey, was like, "Oh my god,
Yeah.
oh my god, the redhead is here." No, nobody did that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
remember in Wano, they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, Luffy, I heard he's a raging
Yeah.
like demon monkey king guy." It's like he's a demon.
Yeah.
Like I was like, no, like kid, they're just jovial. Like, oh,
I'm-
this kid's showing up.
But,
Right?
but
I
let's-
mean, look. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amy.
I just want to say, let's not forget also that like when Kid returned, like he got a power up as well. Let's not just forget about that as well. But I'm not saying that the others will not like be more powerful when we see them again. But what I'm saying is that like that Kid from before to Kid from now also got a bit stronger as well.
I just need to see kids start using hockey. That's all I'm waiting for, and then we can start really talking. But until then,
feel
it's
like-
just tough.
It'd be crazier to put Ben Beckman higher, but I also feel like this placement works because it's like
Mhm.
I don't know how the rest of the crew levels with Ben Beckman, because the way it was
Mhm.
like described, they're all like menaces, right?
Exactly.
And like
Yeah.
The best
they're
crew
Shanks'
there is, pound for
crew.
pound. Yeah.
yeah, so it's like, and they reflect like Luffy's to a certain extent as far as numbers go. So it's like the fact that they were doing that, and then we saw their fleet. Their fleet is old people and stuff like that. The social
Exactly.
club. So it's literally them. And I feel like as far as grouping goes, when I put Ben Beckman, it's like I don't think the rest of Shanks' crew is too far off, but it's weird to place anybody else besides Ben Beckman, I think. And I don't know how high it would go, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was higher.
Yeah, same. I could see Ben Beckman throwing hands with like a lot of people, but I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna temper
yeah.
my expectations.
Yeah.
But realistically, I could see him like you know, like the Kizaru thing, like how they're like thing in Marineford, like the meme.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
I could realistically see them throwing hands, like being like maybe not saying that Ben Beckman would beat him, but definitely could like kind of like Rayleigh did, where he's like holding him off and like clashing with him, like it's fine. You know, I could
Yeah.
100% could see something like that where it's like they're very close. So yeah.
Like
so,
if they were like on a tier list, they'd be in the same tier. You know what I mean?
Yep. Like
Sure,
yeah,
for
like
sure.
they pretty much are. Like this whole group I'm about to talk about is pretty close to the same tier. Which I know I said last round was a speed round, and we actually probably took about just as long as the other rounds. So let's try to make this one a speed round. We're actually doing decent on time, but
There.
try to go as fast as possible. So this one might be a little questionable, but I got some big stocks. Law, I got Law at 14. The thing that I like brought up again with Wano is like the fact he tanked all those attacks is broken. Like is it fair to expect that to happen every time? Probably not, but the fact it did, I'm like, okay, Law, that it like because in Dressrosa he got cooked by
You said
Doflamingo.
that it was BS earlier. You're like, honestly, most what Law took was
It
BS.
is, but I
The
have to
thing
give it to
about
him.
Bongo is
It's BS. But I that's why he's up here. That's how much BS I think it is. Is that it's like, well, Law can't lose apparently. Like it's unbeatable. Like
I wish Oda played it like a little bit game like, because taking a Thunder Bagua the way Law
Yep.
did is nuts.
Oh, yeah.
It
and then he was
raw
sitting on
dog.
Sanji's
Insane.
shoulder a minute later, like chilling
Insane.
with his legs
Yeah.
crossed.
And he raw dogged it. Like there was
Yes.
no defense, no sword up, nothing. He just got whacked, and then and Kaido had the whole pose and everything. And
Yeah.
I'm like, you're telling me Law survives that? What are we doing?
And he's
then
awake.
it's like,
He's conscious. He's like looking at Luffy like, oh, he's hitting him without even touching. Oh
Right.
my god. And then Luffy's like, Law, take him down. Like Law is just ready to go still. Like nothing even
Yeah.
happened. He's just
I
just
guess I
kinda
can't be
bothered.
mad though, because because then Kinemon took 3 to the forehead and was like, I have 5 head, brother. Like you need one more hit on me. Oh my
And
God.
then next I got Garp. I could honestly be convinced to put him a little higher, but I think a lot of the people above him are like we're getting to the top tiers at this point, in my opinion. So it's very tough. Next, I got the God Knights. I guess Garling primarily, but just put them all in a group. I'm thinking them like Garp in his prime was stronger, but I think at this point, especially if we're talking post Hachinosu with the ice spike through the chest, but I think in general, the God's Knights, we got to see, because Garling's old too, but there's probably younger ones that are like the same level as he was when he was young, kind of deal. So I think they're very close. And then I think this might be my most controversial take, I guess, but I got Luffy at 11. I don't have him in the top 10. I had him in the top 10 last year, and I actually moved him out of the top 10.
You had him like third.
Yeah, that's
No,
not
I didn't. I had him
last
10.
I had him third.
I had him
I
9.
had him third.
I have the list right here. I had him 9 last year. I have it right next to me.
Oh man.
I want to see who's ahead of him, but
Yeah.
I mean, all the top tiers.
oh, man,
Buggy's
that's
up there. Buggy's up there.
Buggy.
But all right, Par. So if if you want to keep skipping 16 till the end, we can do that. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just don't want the stream to end.
Yeah. We'll end it at 16 then. I like that.
Yeah. The holy 16 strings right there. But
Oh.
no, that was not I just. said
I'm
that.
like saying Doflamingo is 14.
Uranus?
Yeah,
Uranus is
Doflamingo-
16.
Doflamingo's twin brother is there. Yep, just like Shanks. Okay, so this is. I'm looking at the names and I'm afraid to say the names, but we're
say
just
them.
gonna. So as soon as I'm done, right? We just go straight to preach. All right.
Okay.
So
Okay.
above Ben Beckman, I have Fujitora.
Mm.
Then I got Kuma. Then I got Garling, and then I got Kuzan. All right,
Okay.
next.
I think Kuzan's kind of low, to be honest.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, he's in my top 10. But
Right.
all right.
Yeah,
We
Kuzan's
won't say
kinda
anything.
low.
Preach. We said we wouldn't say anything. We said we
No.
would go. Preach.
So, all
As
right.
long
So
as you
okay.
stay consistent, I won't say anything. But I will.
Hey, good
He
man.
will probably be inconsistent, and I will tell him how.
All right,
Yes.
tell me.
All right. So Figurlin. All right. So Kizaru at 15. Is that 15 or?
Yeah, it's 15.
Yeah, I think
You're
it is,
good.
All right. So Kizaru, Saturn, Kuma, and this is where we get crazy right now.
It's already
Zunisha.
Oh, never mind. No, it's not. I take that back. Now it's crazy.
The return.
And then Big Mom.
Big Mom. All right. I know I said it's a speed round, but maybe we got to get the chat's reaction to some of this.
Listen, man.
So like I said,
Gotta put
Zunisha without
a caveat
Momo,
on-
Zunisha's losing to Jack.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. But for me on my list, I'm taking like everybody at their peak strength, right? So like, Zunisha with
Prime
Momo,
Zunisha's
Kuma.
crazy.
Well, Prime Zunisha is top 5 in the verse, but Kuma too. Like Kuma, we had it's a caveat because it's like if Kuma's free in his mind, like I believe that Luffy will free his mind and he'll come back. So if Kuma
Yeah,
was able to fully function, like I think he's crazy, man. Like
But
Devil Fruit is
Kizaru,
ridiculous.
Kizaru below Kuma.
I think so, man.
That's why I
I got big
Wow.
Kizaru stock.
You gotta
That's
hear,
tough.
so here's my thing with Kuma,
Do
right?
you
Like
think
even
Kuma
Saturn was
beats Luffy?
afraid. No, I don't think Kuma beats Luffy. I got Luffy higher
Then how you have Kuma over Kizaru?
because Luffy beat Kizaru.
No, he didn't.
Oh, all right. Well,
Luffy will fold.
Well,
I'll just say this now. If we're gonna get into this debate, I have Kizaru at 10 for this reason because Kizaru, in my opinion, very clearly won because. Like if I'm someone Luffy's trying to beat Kizaru and Kizaru's not trying to beat Luffy, he's trying to do something else, and they ended in a tie. That means Kizaru won because like they got to the same point. And Kizaru wasn't even really trying to get to that end. You know what I mean? Luffy was doing everything he could to fight Kizaru, and Kizaru was like barely paying attention. I mean, at the end he decided to obviously, but it's like, he wasn't taking it very seriously. But they still ended in roughly a tie, and I'm like, well, if I'm playing pickup basketball against someone and like. There's like this kid who's trying 100%, and then I'm just like showing off a little bit, like talking to the girls on the sidelines and stuff like that, and I it's still like a tie or like super close. I won. You know what I mean? Like I'm obviously better than that guy because I wasn't even trying that hard.
I don't.
I mean,
One
that's
is
fair, but-
unconscious, the other is
What?
not even unconscious. I just want to point that out.
Well, Luffy's just hungry. He's not unconscious.
So
That
the
doesn't
thing with
matter.
Neither of them
Luffy
are
is,
unconscious. Neither
I
of
would,
them.
but Kizaru
but
has
for
no
Dax
knockout
is-
power like Luffy, right? Like he couldn't just knock him out with one punch.
And also for
And-
Dax's point, like I don't agree with the degree to which he's saying it, but if Kizaru is feeding Luffy and you're in a fight and the other guy is feeding you, that kind of
That's good.
Well,
Hey, we'll have to
We're
see.
just gonna
He
go
was
off
conflicted.
facts, like.
He
and-
was also conflicted. There was the mental nerve. Like people.
But we
forget
all
that
know Kizaru's gonna, be a Nika fan in
He's
the
gonna
end.
get that,
He
though.
did the dance, so that's like,
Mhm.
He did the
he's already
dance.
bought into the agenda.
Kizaru's in the Kuma.
I'm a huge
church.
Kizaru fan as well. It's just for me, Kuma is like Gorosei is hyping him up, right? Like Vegapunk stated that Saturn fears him, and if you think about like this dude, I believe that Whitebeard is the same race as him, Buccaneer race. You already got that physical, and then you got
Oh,
like
racist.
hockey. Like bro, he has hockey and he's not even
You know-
conscious. Like,
You know what
like,
I'm
bro,
gonna
that's
say?
crazy.
You know what's gonna be funny? So, because remember in Thriller Bark, like the little flashback we got in like 1102, or yeah, I think it was 1102. Kuma was like looking at the pain bubble. He's like, this might be enough to take me out. And I'm like, okay, so pre-time skip Zoro tanked something that Kuma could have tanked at that point. So that's, something to maybe consider.
That's a feat.
Yeah. But all right, let's get to the next 5 real quick. Kev?
To be fair, Zoro did die according to Oda, right?
No, nothing happened, though.
Nothing else.
It did happen. Nothing did happen.
Well, speaking of,
I was just saying
I have
because
Zoro.
you said
Yo, you have
dying
Zoro
was
at
a thing.
15.
I
Sorry.
do have Zoro. And then I have Benny Beck.
Okay.
Benny Beck,
Wow,
right
very
above Zoro.
close to the 15
Yeah.
spot.
And then this is where it's getting kind of like shaky. I put Garling there
Okay.
because I think Garling is more likely than not Admiral level. And then I put Kizaru and Fujitora right above him.
Yeah, Fujitora above Kizaru.
I do. Because I think Fujitora has the most potential out of any of the admirals, as being like, he's the guy who's constantly fighting with the Kainu. Like in the War of Wills, he's constantly against the Kainu 100%. He's the one who's the most adamantly against the Celestial Dragons and changed the world literally in the story by enacting something that he wanted. He literally made a change in the world. And I think Will is so important in One Piece, so having that is, I think, is going to prove very fruitful as the story continues onward. And his observation hockey is cracked. And his Devil Fruit's cracked.
What I will say is interesting because, like, it's hard to like look at every matchup like 1v1 because it's like you got to look at it a little more holistically because obviously like some people are just complete counters to other people and whatever. But it's funny because Fujitora is a counter for Kizaru. We haven't actually had it discovered very much, but gravity can bend light and like mess, make light not do what it like means to do. Like Blackbeard talked about that. Like his darkness is gravity. Even light can't escape
black
from his
hole
gravity.
sucks in light.
Like Fujitora could just mess with Kizaru's beams, like just make him move out of the way, like so he doesn't even get hurt because like the gravity's just pushing away or whatever. So the light, because like their photons are like really light, like a little bit of gravity goes a long way in that regard, But whatever. So it is kind of interesting. Oars. Your next 5.
Alright, so Gorosei 15. I got Ray Lee. I think you guys are sleeping on Ray Lee a little bit. Like we saw him go toe to toe with Kizaru in the pre-time skip. I don't think he got any weaker since then. And I honestly do think he was Yonko level in his prime. So like it's basically just like an old Yonko now. Yeah. 14. I have Figureland for the same reasons as Ray Lee. I think he was probably like Yonko level in his prime. Now he's just an older version of himself. 13. I got Kizaru. I'm hoping he has an awakening because it didn't seem like he was trying that much. So I'm hoping he still has like something up his sleeve. 12. I have Ben Beckman. I gotta put him over Kizaru. And then 11. I have Zunisha.
Oh, another
For the same
Zunisha
reason
sighting.
as Preach.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You guys with the Shirahoshi and Zunisha combo.
That's why they have the camera.
Gotta respect Joe Boy
mean-
Screw, man.
I want to put
That's true.
Laboon on my list.
That's true.
I need to find where Laboon's going in the top 10.
Where's Davey? Where's Davey?
Whenever if Davy Jones, if that theory ends up being true, I got Davy Jones number 1 in every future list for eternity.
There's the fight to get Davey back. Where is he?
Please.
Where is he though?
All right, Hime, you're next. Well, 5, but we already know 15 is Ben Beckman.
Yeah. So I have Rayleigh on top.
Okay.
Then I have Green Bull.
Okay.
Then I have Fujitora.
Okay.
Then I have Big Mom.
Wow, Big Mom down
And-
at 11. And that's unless you're gonna go with them.
And yeah, no, I'm done. But I wanted to clarify one last thing because it kept bugging me. Somebody in the chat said Gear 4 Whole Cake Luffy is stronger than base Luffy Wano. Objectively false and bad take because when Luffy fought actually Kaido in Gear 4, he got knocked out in Curry Town, and then afterward when he was on the rooftop in base, we have a statement made by Kaido that he said that he was stronger than when he fought him in Curry Town, which means that when he went against Ulti in base and he wanted to go in Gear 4, it means that she was already stronger than Katakuri. Again, debunking you, and I am right. We can keep going.
Who's in that
That's
chat?
actually a
They're
good
hiding.
point.
I am sorry, but
Wow.
They get violated.
No, that's facts. That's
Dox
facts.
them. Tell us their name. Who did you just
You're
say?
gonna be both. I'm gonna be honest.
I love how she went back to the OT stuff.
Yo.
I don't care. I'm telling you, Katakuri is not him. Base
I
Luffy
agree.
Wano is
He's
stronger than Katakuri, and it was literally said by Kaido. I'm just
Yo,
No,
Dak,
but
I gotta
Ema, you
be
can't
honest.
do all of that and hide
Joker's
who did
overrated.
this to you. Who made you pull out these receipts? Tell us their
No.
name. I need to know who was on the receiving
I don't
end.
know, but I saw some BS inside of he wasn't alone. A lot of people, and I was like, nah, y'all don't know how to scale, and I'm teaching you today.
You guys heard that Conker's hockey off the when she said BS, her voice cracked, but that wasn't a crack. That was Conker's hockey piercing the microphone.
Y'all don't understand. This is post Twitter Hime. This is like when Luffy went and like trained.
Yeah, Twitter was a trending on for sure.
like this is Hime with advanced armament hockey. This is Hime at the rooftop realizing that Kaido is using Conker's coding. Like this is what you're going up against. This is no longer like normal Hime.
I like what Andy said in the chat. Hime, can you say all of that but in French? It'd be so much faster, right? And angrier. Can you just just can you Dax, could you donate like 30 seconds to Hime right now?
Yeah. Go for it.
He may do it. Hit us with the French. Go.
Wait, everything that I just said.
Yeah, everything you said. Whole cake island.
Everything about
En fait, Luffy d'enfant Gear 4 de Whole Cake Island est moins fort que Luffy base d'enfant de Wano parce que on a vu quand Luffy était en train d'attaquer Kaido a réussi à le KO quand il était en Gear 4 et par la suite quand il était en base sur le rooftop avec Kaido, on a vu que Kaido a fait a exactement dit que Luffy était plus fort que quand il a été en Gear 4 dans Curry Town. C'est pour ça que je pense que Ulti est vraiment plus fort que Katakuri parce que Luffy a dû en fait se transformer en Gear 4 et même en base, elle était plus forte que lui. Voilà, merci.
And what?
Yeah, if anyone had closed captions on, I can only imagine what it was saying. I agree now, though, Hime. Now that you said it in French, I actually agree now. I understood it.
It's because it's the language of the Gorosei. You know, they're the ones that are speaking in French. Like they got it.
Listen,
in the language called facts.
All right, Chestnut, you're next. 4 because we know Ben Beckman's 15.
We do know Ben Beckman's 15. Listen, it's funny because I have Nami over Queen at the moment, but like that's why I don't have them on the list.
I thought you were saying Nami's at 14. I was about to be like,
no, that would be very funny. Unfortunately, Nami and Queen don't make this list, but I have a very similar thought process with Ulti, and that's how I scale Nami. That I think that Ulti is like super underrated because of that. So I love how Hime spits that. Let's see. So I obviously have Ben Beckman. Right up above, I have Kizaru.
Okay.
Then I have Fujitora, because I think Fujitora is cooking. I like I like the Fujitora over Kizaru.
Yeah.
Right above that, I have Kuzan.
Okay. I'm interested to see who's in the top 10 now.
And then I got Garp. Right up above.
Okay.
And I think it's the only reason I have Kuzan below Garp is because during that battle, we did not see any, like, really good hockey skills from Kuzan. We didn't see any observation. There was no conkers, where Garp was throwing off, like, conkers punches left and right. There wasn't really even a lot of armament. There may be, like, one armament clash that we saw, but even then, like, I need to see that animated to make sure that that was armament hockey, because the scans were, like, very iffy, even like the official scan. So it's like if Kuzan doesn't even have like armament or like advanced
armament. He definitely does. Like
yeah.
I mean,
so but I need to see more from it because it's like
if
he didn't even use it once in that battle, I'd be like.
Because I mean, I feel like to like hurt Garp or to even like go toe to toe with him, you'd have to. But they also talked about in the battleship bags, like Garp clarified, like don't use hockey when you're training on these, which is like. You know, like Kuzan was already knew it at that point.
But he said, but Kuzan says like right after that in the official translations, he says it's not like I could if I wanted to.
Yeah, well, but at least he's like learning it, like it, you know, like if Garp's gonna mention it, it's part of the Marine training program. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sure he has.
Does he know Rio? Like, does he know Rio? Can he actually do that?
Well,
like,
if we go back to Marineford, yeah,
like,
the future
was
site.
It?
Yes.
But was it like
Rio,
like Rio
and Future Sight because like they're like having stuff go through them, but like kind of like Katakuri does, like they are dodging first, you know.
I need it more confirmed before I put him above Garp.
Well, I'm gonna mention this now just because we're on the topic. So I have Aokiji at number 9, and I do think it's interesting comparing him and Garp. And so I think based off what we saw, Garp is stronger. Like he would have won in a straight 1v1, except one thing. And I think this goes for a lot of the admirals and a lot of the situations, is they probably have awakenings, but they can't use it unless it's like a place that they can just destroy the entire landscape. So like he couldn't destroy Hachinosu. Like if he went ham with his fruit and uses awakening, I don't think like Hachinosu's probably destroyed. Like it probably turns into what Punk Hazard's like. And he knew he couldn't do that, right? It's like I can't destroy my home base. It's kind of like at Marineford, like they would destroy their home base there as well. Even Green Bull, as much as I like talking smack about him and Morley, he even made a little comment like they're trying to protect the land they're at. They can't just go all out because then they would be destroying. Not like he didn't mention awakening specifically, but I think a lot of the admirals have been purposely holding back because they can't destroy like what they're around. And most of the time it's marine stuff, but Aokiji, it was Hachinosu. If they were on a different island, I think he immediately goes awakening, which I am like almost positive he has awakening because of Punk Hazard.
I agree.
So that's my reason, but I get what you're saying. Like based off just the combat that we saw, Garp is stronger, but when you factor in the awakening, I think that's a huge factor. And Akainu is also like, I mean, he's probably we probably all have him higher, you know what I mean, on the list. So like all in the top 5-ish or whatever. And like he
Spoilers.
went like he's like 99.9% as strong as Akainu. They fought for 10 days. You know what I mean? So Aokiji is definitely up there if he's going literally all out. So that's why I got him at 9.
The big thing is like, does he have Conqueror's Haki? Does he actually have Advanced Rio? Like, will we actually see him use that? And then how good is his armament and his observation? Because there are levels to this. And we saw this with like the Jinbei fight with Who's Who, where it's like Jinbei's armament was stronger than Who's Who. And it's like, I just feel like that battle was so bad for Kuzan. Like, I just feel like it was such a bad showing. So I'm hoping that like when we get more, because I think he's probably one of the strongest on Blackbeard's crew. Like I think he's number 2 to Blackbeard.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm hoping that he shows out more, but just with the showing that he had, and it's like there was the mental nerf with Garp as well. But
yeah,
I need to see more hockey. We need to see the Garp stopping the S-Hawk and not even having anything. It's like not even Mihawk can draw blood, right? Like that's what I want to see something from LKG, but he's definitely strong, like for sure.
Yep. All right, Eden's your next 4 because we know 15's Ben Beckman, just like almost everyone else in the stream.
Okay, so 14 is probably going to be the one people hate the most, but I have Green Bull. Now, yeah, no. And see, real quick, 15 seconds. I know it's fun to slander Green Bull, but by the end of the day, we got to remember it was Shanks who did it, and Shanks is probably, aside from Luffy, Oda's favorite character.
Yep. That was a movie promotion thing. Green Bull just suffered for the marketing.
Yeah. 13, I got Fuji. 12, Kizaru.
Okay.
11, Sengoku, mainly because you know that's some Garp tags, but I kind of like look at them as relative to one another.
Okay, and then what do you have Garp at 10?
You
don't have to give me 10 yet.
Yeah.
Since you already brought it up, it is Garp.
It's not Garp, but they're close. But it's not Garp's not far
off.
Okay,
well, we'll save 10 until your next.
Okay.
Because you gave the 5 there. All right, so I think I said before the stream, once we get to the top 10, we're gonna do 1 at a time, but let's do 2 at a time until we get to the top 5, just so it's a little bit quicker. Because we have hit 3 hours, which honestly we're making really good time for how much discussion I feel like we've had. So. Have I missed any super chats? I feel like I may have missed something. Maybe not. Streamlabs isn't showing me anything. Just want to make sure. All right, dope. I see a lot of people dogging some takes that we had, but all right. So I already did my next 2, which that was kind of on purpose so that I could speed through it. So Par, what's your next 2?
Okay. Let's see. Was it number 10? Oh yeah.
10. Yep.
Blackbeard and Garp. Blackbeard then Garp.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about Blackbeard for right now. I told Par like the 2 things that aren't allowed is Blackbeard slander and
he's in the top 10. What do you mean?
This is where the inconsistency.
You gotta remove that 0, Par.
You think he's top 1?
We'll talk about it.
Oh my God. You think he's number 1?
Aren't even stronger than Aokiji?
We'll talk about it.
Oh yeah, come on.
Emu's not allowed.
I'll tell you right now, Blackbeard would definitely beat Aokiji because all Blackbeard's gonna do is black hole and then boom.
I don't think Garp is stronger than Aokiji, so I don't think he's stronger than Blackbeard too, obviously.
Well, we'll get to it.
Damn, Par. Yo.
Hey, you're upset at me, but Dax just said number 1 for Blackbeard. I don't know who.
That's fine.
Nah.
Hey,
That's acceptable.
For me, it's like there's so much we don't know, but I know enough that he's top 10. You know what I mean? The man.
double
I'm
for
gonna
Gorosei
say
will be
this:
top
anyone that Blackbeard fights, he's gonna win because he has to.
And that's the hard part, right?
Yep.
It's like the fact that he's considered the off-screen king. It's like, well, I believe it. I can recognize. I think everybody should recognize that. But it's like I wish I could see so I could believe a little bit more. You know what I mean?
But if we
Hey,
see too much, the
I don't
mystery
even
is
need
gone.
to see the scar on
And that's-
Shanks' face is all I need to see.
So the mystery is he's in the top 10, right? We could say that much, but the mystery is there, right? You considered it, right, Kev,
Look,
right? But if the mystery
look.
was that he's number 1, then that's not a mystery, right?
Yeah, look, we'll talk more about Blackbeard later. We'll have plenty of Blackbeard
Sure,
talk
that's
here this stream. Trust me.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Preach, your next two.
All right, next two. So number 10, probably a controversial one, Ben Beckman.
Mm.
I think
I
he's
respect it.
he's comparable to Shanks, man. I mean, I
Ben
personally I
Beckman
believe
above
that.
Big Mom.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
comparable
wouldn't
to
have
Shanks.
them.
And I would say this: I truly believe that Ben Beckman is going to have some nasty Conquerors hockey. You know, like his crew is pure hockey, and so I'm counting on that. But at number 9, I got Garp.
All right. Kev.
Okay, this is number 9 is my slash spot. Just letting you know.
Okay.
At number 10, I got Dragon.
Wow.
My man is disappointing.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
My man is
Come on.
disappointing.
Yeah.
if he's
That
really
is
number
very
10,
low.
Oda messed up. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Oda has made
Seriously.
like the most unlikable person ever.
I personally don't know how. I personally don't know how you scale him. Like we didn't see anything.
Exactly. That's why I put
That's
at
fair.
9. That's my slash spot because at first I was gonna put Dragon at 9, but I'm like, honestly, these people probably could be stronger than Dragon, and I have the Gorosei at 9. But in case, because I can't rank them fully, I put Garp and the Gorosei at the same spot at 9.
Okay. I mean, I feel like that's pretty fair. Like I feel like Garp. Well, maybe. I don't know. Galaxy Impact was pretty absurd. You know, like
It was awesome.
Yeah.
So,
The Gorosei being
he's
this
also
low though, which I mean,
Roger's
it's not even the
rival.
lowest.
Roger's rival. That's his thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, yeah, I don't have any problem with the Garp takes. Like, there's a lot of people have him at 9 so far. I feel like that's fair.
for me, and for the reason the Gorosei are I feel like I could have put the Gorosei higher, but I feel like it's just hard to scale them in
Mhm.
full.
It is.
So I just put them there. I felt very comfortable at number 9.
All right, Ors, your next two.
Well, speaking of Garp, I got Garp at 10 and then Luffy at 9.
All right. Dang, so I got Luffy the lowest. I'm the most conservative Luffy fan, I guess. Unless
No
some of you
worry,
just
I'm
don't have him in the
coming.
list.
No worry, I'm coming. It's good.
Hime.
All right, so Luffy.
Okay. And number 9?
Mm-hmm. And
what?
I have on top.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. What?
You're good. I was just
Oh,
waiting.
okay.
You're good.
Oh, okay. And I have on top Sengoku. And I want to say something. I think that I want to just point out that I am not scaling neither Gorosei or Dragon because they're unscalable in my opinion. And I also want to add that there's the admirals that are underneath. I put them underneath because unfortunately that's the scaling that is provided by the story. But I do believe that they are also held back because they have to protect Social Dragon and the civilians. I just want to point that out, and I hope that in the story they will be shown to not hold back anymore, so we can scale them actually properly. Well, let's keep going.
Hime, for the record, just for the record, if you had to place Dragon somewhere, where would it make sense? Would he even
I
be
have a
in
hard
the
time.
list?
That's the thing.
I'm not
That's
telling
the
you to
thing.
put him down on the list. I'm just
He's-
saying.
No. He would be strong, but I don't know how strong. I feel like it would be disingenuous on my part to put him stronger than that. Some people in the top 5 and 10, when I don't even know what exactly his power is, because you could be a great leader and not be the strongest. I mean, normally you're the strongest of your group. So you're probably somewhere in the top 10 for sure. But again, I don't know. That's why I
So,
refuse
yeah,
to scale him.
you
yet.
wouldn't be
I would say-
upset at people putting Dragon in the top 10 because you're like,
No,
that's where
I
it
wouldn't.
makes sense,
No.
but
I
you
wouldn't.
personally-
I wouldn't, but I find it like it's pure speculation. Like we don't even have like anything. Literally, like sometimes we can be like, oh, well that person clashed with that person who clashed with that
We
person.
have
Like sometimes we
Smoker.
can do that.
We
You
do
know?
have
Smoker,
Smoker,
Smoker
Yeah,
was
okay,
like,
Smoker is not even on the top 20,
damn, you're
bro.
taking Smoker down with you? There's a lot of people.
Yeah, but like
I was just
Smoker-
saying to put
It's not like him. I feel like Egghead Island has made Luffy.
Next to Gear 5 or like the time limit.
also to do with the fact that Oda, when he first introduced it, like and even more in the anime, which the anime by the way is not canon, in the anime it was like the promotion. It was like, oh, let's show it off, let's like let's go off and whatever. That's why like it seemed like so overpowered, so crazy. And also like I think there was like something that was said in Impel Down that like when you awaken, you kind of like come back. Like the first time you awaken, you go back to like regeneration. So there's that as well. And when on Egghead, he already like fought a bit before like going against Kizaru. So like there's a lot of things that we can like take into account. But I just wanted to add that. You can keep going.
Fair.
Sorry.
Also in Wano, he used Gear 5 twice, I think. Like he was about to
yeah.
run out of stamina, and then he just
I went right back
somehow
into
used
it.
it again.
Yeah. Which could also be like the dreams and wishes of the Wano people, like funding him, whereas on Egghead he doesn't have that. Which is kind of like my theory to it, where it's like if you have more people supporting you in Gear 5, like you can do it for longer. But that's just a theory, a game theory. Sorry, but yeah, I just think the drawbacks are too much right now. I feel like Luffy is just so much weaker. Like if you aren't being able to just one shot Kizaru, like because I think like other people can just like go through and just like should be able to just like completely beat Kizaru and still stand. If Luffy can't do that, I'm like, meh. So I got that. Then I got the Gorosei on top, just because I'm assuming they're going to be stronger. So a lot of my top 10 from right now on is going to be speculation of what I think is going to happen. But yeah, I think that the Gorosei are going to be pretty OP, especially from what we've seen. And I think Saturn is the weakest. And if he's the weakest one, how are the other ones going to be? Like, how is like Ethan Nasujiro, who's like, he's like a sword wielder, so you're like, ooh, what's he got? So that's what I got.
That's reasonable.
Damn, y'all making me rethink this top 10.
The top 10 stuff, man. Just go with your own agenda. Don't even think about it too hard, man. Just
just block everybody out.
Yeah, don't think of anyone else's opinion other than your
I
own.
feel like it's easier when we get at the top. I feel like the bottom is harder.
It is. There's more options.
it is.
It's like the
sure.
order now. It's not like who's up here. It's like what order do we put them in?
So for 10, and I think you made so for 10 I have Aokiji, but I think you made a really good point, Dak, that you said earlier about like the whole awakening thing. You know, if he has it, I think for me, the reason why I had Garp over is because while he couldn't use awakening, Garp still had like a lot going on to deal with at the same time. So you know, but if Aokiji ever gets confirmed awakening, then this list will change for me. But for now, I got Garp at 9.
Okay, that's fair. Having them near each other, I feel like, especially like near the top 10 too, is pretty clear. All right, well now we're into the top 8, which is really crazy. First, I want to take a second to thank, I think it was Shiny Charizard for gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Appreciate you, Shiny Charizard. One of the big goats of the channel. Been around since day one. Always very generous. I really appreciate that, bro. We need to go play some RuneScape soon. Leagues is almost over, so you know where to find me to message me about that. Paths GFX, another goat of the community, with the $10 super chat. We in the top 10, baby. Like the stream. Yes, everyone, please like the stream if you have not already. We actually have like almost 200 likes, which is really good, but there are like over 300 of you, so you know, if a couple more likes, you know, could go a long way if you guys wouldn't mind. And then Phil 4975, aka Dill, I appreciate you becoming a member of the Afro Gang, one of the literal OGs of my channel, even Par's channel as well, or at least for my understanding, like my involvement with Par's channel. Dill was there well before me even, so one of the goats.
Wait,
appreciate
that's
you.
Phil?
Yep.
Oh.
Things have changed.
Yeah, I haven't had, you know, damn, I haven't seen Dill or Phil in my channel in a long time.
Wow.
He's a busy man. He's got a lot going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sounds like it.
All right. So now we're into the top 8. So I think this is where, you know, a lot of the potential toxicity comes in, especially with this pick I'm about to say right now.
Uh-oh.
I got Mihawk at number 8.
Oh my
Damn.
Vista should be on this list.
Devin,
Jack, post,
in
this on Twitter, bro. Post your
I don't
list
know
on
why.
the
Twitter.
fact Vista isn't on the list is why he's number 8. Now, for just so everyone knows, last year he was number 7 in almost everyone's list that we did. I think he was number 7 in all of them, but 6 and 1, I think is what it ended up being. And he's number 8 this year, but we also I'm factoring in the Gorosei now, and so he's almost at the same rank I had him last year, which last year almost everyone agreed. So this really isn't that fraudulent of a take if I were to look at the averages. I'm gonna be honest.
Also, nobody should be surprised because he said Mihawk's Seraphim is
The weakest
worst one
Seraphim.
Yep.
because of its
Broad lineage.
I wasn't spoiling the stream, guys, but if you guys are surprised at this point, you ain't listening.
And then
Tune
above
in. Hit that
Mihawk,
like button.
then above Mihawk, I got Big Mom, who I feel like is utterly disrespected at this point because
Oh.
this woman
But
literally
Dad,
didn't get.
Big Mom has a sword. What do you mean?
Well, she never
No,
got.
no, not according. No. Apparently, Big Mom isn't a swordsman. According to people, so Big Mom isn't a swordsman, but everybody else with a sword is until
Mihawk-
it made Big
And
Mihawk.
I also want to comment on the swordsman thing and the sword skill because I feel like the debate is really, really obvious. And Oda's gonna show it to us, and we're all gonna be like, "Oh, how didn't we all know this?" Whenever it comes to the sword skill debate, I think what all that happened is Mihawk probably beat Shanks when they don't use hockey. They literally agree. Because remember, Garp was telling Aokiji, don't use hockey when you're doing this. It's they just turn it off because then it's just sword skill. It's not pure strength. It's who's better with the sword. But then whenever they do use hockey, Shanks probably won. You know what I mean? So in my mind, whenever it comes to the swordsman debate, it's anyone could be a swordsman. Just grab your sword and don't use hockey, and then you're in the sword skill debate. If you can go beat Mihawk with just your sword and no hockey, then you're a better swordsman. You know, that.
Dax,
I feel like it's that simple.
To level it, Dax. Sorry, I don't know. My words came together, but so Luffy, Wano, Act 1. Luffy's stronger than Zoro, right?
Yes, I mean always.
What about when Luffy picked up the sword?
He's a swordsman, and he beat
He
Zoro.
was punching people with
I mean, he wasn't using the sword though.
Yeah,
you know what
he
I
wasn't
mean?
using it. Yeah, he wasn't.
Okay, so wait, so
you got to
Zoro's-
use the sword that's what I'm saying. Mihawk and Shanks, if you use the
What
sword
about,
and no
Nightmare
hockey,
Luffy?
that's the sword skill debate. You know,
What about
Oh, I
Nightmare
hate this.
Luffy?
what's that?
He used a sword on Oars, I think. What
Oh,
about
Nightmare Luffy? Oh, Nightmare Luffy with
He was
the
going crazy, too.
Oh.
Yeah, who is the
He's just going
strongest
crazy
person
with it.
on
counting
Thriller
Nightmare
Bark?
Luffy.
Who is stronger, Nightmare Luffy with a sword or Zoro? Oh man, that's
my
a crazy
God.
one.
Oh my.
And Ryuma's on that island.
king
Oh,
of
if
Hell
Zoro's the
or
third
Night-
strongest
And
swordsman in
Ryuma.
Thriller Bark. Is that the short that you're gonna drop?
Also, Dak, I feel like when it comes to hockey, you have to include it because when we looked at Zoro, right, fighting against Mr. One, and it's he's kind of hinting at what Rio would become. So it kind of implies that Rio is involved in the mastery of hockey.
Yeah, in the mastery of hockey, but if whenever it comes down to Mihawk has the best sword skill or he's the best swordsman, it's so he's best when none of them use hockey and they fight. But hockey definitely matters. It's definitely
But
a
I'm
big
saying,
deal.
like-
It's just
What I'm
just
saying is
that's
Rio is part of what he learned as a swordsman. So I feel like you have to
Yeah,
include
but-
hockey with the fights. I don't think he turned it off. I think it's
Yeah.
definitely included. Even Roger, I feel like was a true swordsman, but he was just so strong with hockey as well.
I feel
Yeah.
are we counting, how, I don't know if this is a thing just in the anime, because I know they show it off in the anime a lot. When someone slashes a sword and then a projectile kind of just appears, is that part of the swordsman stuff or is that hockey?
it's
'Cause
hockey.
is that
It's
just
hockey.
not- Yeah.
Exactly.
That's why-
That's what I'm saying. If you want to say hockey is part of being a good swordsman in general, yeah, sure. Obviously, you need it. But I'm saying when it comes to sword skill, to become the world's strongest swordsman, that is just a sword duel. That is I think when when we're talking about Shanks and Mihawk, Mihawk beat Shanks when they don't use hockey. They probably agreed to not use it. Who's just better with the sword? Period. We're not gonna use our hockey. Who's just better whenever we're just using swords with each other? Then I think Mihawk won. But when they actually use hockey and they're okay, well, let's actually go all out and just be our normal selves. then Shanks is going to win. Because Shanks, yeah, like hockey is part of swordsmanship, but then
It's not like-
when you turn on hockey, Shanks is also going to do stuff outside of just, my sword is stronger now because he can cancel people's observation hockey. I mean, his sword is on fire. We don't even know like how that really works. Is that like elemental hockey or something? So it's like the things that Shanks gets or could get or people in general get when they turn on hockey goes beyond swordsmanship. So that's why I think they just were like, hey, we're not going to use hockey in this battle. We're just going to do swords only, and whoever wins, that's like the best swordsman. But like the stronger person will be whenever we actually go all out and use hockey and everything else.
Like that, I agree with
But
you
don't
to
you
a
think it's
certain
like-
extent, except
Okay.
it's like just imagining this, right? Mihawk looks at Shanks, and Shanks like his sword goes on fire, and Mihawk's like, "Yo, that's not in the contract, brother." Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, 'cause I
Exactly.
feel like hockey to me is the amplifier of his skill.
I don't know, because then at that point, Dax, like Hyogoro also like Kinemon Foxfire, he turns out, and then Mihawk's like, "Hey, that's not swordsmanship. What
That's
are
what
you
I'm
talking
saying. Yeah,
about?" But like Kinemon's like,
And then,
this is all the years of me training as a swordsman. I can now conjure fire and cut fire. And then Mihawk's
Yeah.
like, actually though, that's not actually sword skill. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Mihawk's
Like,
not a
for me-
player, bro.
yeah,
Like
me-
this dude,
Because you can have hockey without a sword, right? Like hockey definitely
Yeah.
helps with swordsmanship,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there is a sword
Yeah.
skill element that is not hockey related, and
imbue
I think that's
hockey
like
into your
yeah, but
That's
the
the
Pound
main
Deck is
point.
like
What about with-
it's
what
not the
about
most
with Odin's
skilled
swords, though?
swordsman. It's like the
With
strongest,
Enma.
regardless of.
Because with Enma,
hockey
you don't
or whatever.
even. I mean, with Enma, you have
Yeah.
to use hockey, I think.
yeah, like you can't even
Yeah.
use that sword with
Something like
hockey,
that.
which is like so. Like I guess Zoro can't do the sword.
you can't just-
whenever he
Alright.
fights, whenever he fights
can't
Nah, come
Mihawk,
on,
he's
man,
gonna have to
come
like
on,
talk to
bro.
Mihawk and be like,
No,
like-
no.
But well, they probably won't even. They'll probably have an all out
That's
because
crazy.
you know
Like,
a lot of
come
people
on.
have talked about this. If they have a Davy back fight like finale against each other, I mean that's gonna be like.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they'll sit there and agree. Like, what if like don't use hockey like I'm talking about? But I feel like in that sense, it's like. Okay, people's dreams are on the
Has
line.
to.
Like, I don't think Zoro's going to be like that's going to
Yeah.
be just an all-out thing. But I just think mainly the Shanks and Mihawk debate. I think that's what it comes down to. Is Shanks is stronger, but Mihawk just won when they agreed to not use hockey. It's like, well, let's just see who's better. Like, that's mainly all I'm getting at. But obviously, they're
think Mihawk-
closely linked.
What do you think about if Mihawk was just stronger at some point?
I highly
I
doubt.
think Mihawk. I think that's what it is. I think Mihawk
I
used to
don't-
be
I
stronger.
think they both
I
Became
get
the
it.
beat each
strongest
other at some
swordsman,
point.
and now Shanks is stronger now. But that was
I
probably
get-
like 15 years
I agree.
ago.
I agree.
but Shanks uses a sword, so he's a swordsman, guys.
I
He's
agree. That's why I
stronger
think.
now.
That's why I think Mihawk has a fraudulent.
yeah,
title.
I'm a big believer
haven't
in
fought yet
Hidden's
for the
theory
ti-
that
for the new
Mihawk
title.
was Shanks's like right
The
hand
right
man.
hand,
Like he was the
yeah.
Zoro of Shanks.
That's
And at some point, like maybe when Shanks like didn't have a big enough ambition to like go get the One Piece, maybe Mihawk is like, you know, I need like I'm doing something greater than that, you know. So like for Zoro, he has the same goal that Mihawk did, become a world's strongest swordsman, but he's following Luffy, who has an even bigger goal than he does, so it's a little bit different. So I think that like that's what the Shanks and Mihawk story is like someone like
I agree.
Zoro is so strong he could be like his own captain and do his own thing. But like Mihawk didn't have a guy above him that had even bigger ambitions, so he like wasn't following him. So I think definitely Mihawk lost when they went all out, but he just won when they were like, no hockey, who's the better swordsman, period. Like, they're probably
So-
they're probably
I used to- I
practicing
used
with
to
their
agree.
swords that way, right?
So
Like,
like just real quick, because I don't think that Shanks and Mihawk ever fought for the world's strongest swordsman title, because even when you're looking at like the old data book translations, like it sounds like he used to be like Mihawk used to be crazy, and I think that Mihawk and Shanks were probably pretty equal back in the day, but it seems like they never actually fought over that title, and now Mihawk refuses to fight him regardless. Like and it's funny because Shanks even says when he comes to him, he's like, "Oh, are you here to settle the score?" You don't say that if you lost to somebody. You don't be like, "Oh, you're here to settle the score," and you're like, you've lost every single time, you've never beat him. So it sounds like the last battle that they fought, Shanks won. Mihawk may have gone out, got better, but by the time he got back, Shanks lost his arm. So it's like, I would say that even with you're looking at it, who has Mihawk like fought then? And it's like nobody really considerable since Shanks, and that's then been now over 10 years. So it's like it's been over 10 years since Shanks lost his arm. So it's like that's why I can see people putting Mihawk lower. I personally have Shanks and Mihawk very relative, just because I hold up Shanks to a very high regard, like power scaling wise. So if they're still put in the same conversation, because people are like, "Oh, Shanks and Mihawk," I would put Mihawk like below Shanks. But still, like I would say that even if you're looking at it, like you can have Shanks higher and Mihawk lower, just given the fact that there are little hints in the way that things are said, and the way that it's even like translated, where it's like it sounds like the last battle they fought, Shanks won, so it couldn't have possibly been the world's strongest swordsman. So they probably never fought over that.
Yeah.
I think we look at titles in a weird way. It's like I think the world looks at Mihawk a certain way as the strongest swordsman, but I don't think it's necessarily true. Like Whitebeard was not the strongest man at that time in Marineford, but he still had the title.
Yeah,
Also, Dak, how strong do you think his hockey is then? Like Mihawk?
Not strong enough to beat Vista. So maybe I should have him even lower than number 8. You know, because Vista's not even in the top 30 on anyone's list. So
or Buggy too.
Also Jozu. Also, I mean, I know Diamond is tough, but like, I mean, you know, deflected. So and yeah, Buggy's beating Mihawk.
Buggy.
Are you guys talking about the fact he couldn't slash Jozu? Are you guys talking about that?
Yeah,
Or
which I
is-
mean,
like,
Diamond's tough.
because-
Don't get me wrong, but
because
Jozu's not even in the top 30.
because it's not. But it's not because of that. It's just because like he probably wasn't using Breath of All Things at that moment. But that's another discussion.
My man wasn't breathing.
Listen,
What
bro,
Oda
just
did to
because
Mihawk in
Mihawk
Marineford is
is sleeping.
unforgivable.
Yeah,
No,
it's
because
the
Jojo
ultimate
is not
agenda
top
killer
30.
for Mihawk.
No, because it's true. No, because it's true. Like he probably wasn't using Breath of All Things because you can see exactly when he used it. Like there's like a close up on his eyes on the panel when he actually used Breath of All Things.
Close up on his eyes, you say?
Yeah.
I'm
There's
not
actually-
even a
yeah,
believer
it's
that Breath
actually-
of All Things is a different thing than hockey. Personally,
It was literally stated in the manga.
yeah, before hockey was
What are you
fleshed out,
talking
like
about?
that was Oda's initial plan for it, like, you know, and then later on, it just is like, well, now I know what I'm gonna do with this thing, you know. But
I don't think that I don't think Oda really considered the ramifications of putting Mihawk in Marineford.
I agree.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I just don't think he
Listen,
realized because
I was so excited for Mihawk in Marineford, how you said, and it's like, for me, that's the only bad part of Marineford. It's like the only thing I was disappointed by, like significantly disappointed, because it's like, bro, like he hyped up the warlords to come into this battle for so long, and then it's like Mihawk didn't do anything. Didn't have any cool moments. It was just
it was all
man,
bad. It was like
Yeah, it was all bad.
even the Luffy thing, like Luffy unlocked Future Sight for the first time to dodge Mihawk. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
we've been waiting for Mihawk since like Baratie, so it's like, oh man.
Wait,
Alright.
technically, Dak's point at Marineford could be proven because, like, was Vista using hockey? Because apparently Oda said in the SPS or in Viva cards that Vista can blacken his blades. So, like, did we see that? I don't know. So maybe Mihawk's like, "Psh, no hockey this time, guys. And
that's why he
and
beat
then-
Shanks when they only use swords. But whenever it's hockey, Mihawk's like, bro, I don't want to lose my arm. You know. All right, Par, what's your next two? Par, I love the camera angle, by the way. What's the next two?
Because if my mouth was in the stream all times, then the stream would last 17 hours, right? So I have to nerf myself a little bit. Next two, Big Mom, then Luffy.
That's fair.
Yeah, Big Mom.
I don't have any complaints with either of those, to be honest. Luffy's maybe a little high, but that's all good. I mean, he's gonna beat anyone he has to fight. You know what I mean? Like,
I think the next one is
the
the
plot
bottom
armor.
for me.
Preach, your next two.
I got Blackbeard and Luffy.
Luffy's already over the main antagonist.
Yep.
He's
we'll
him.
talk about it.
thing-
He's
We'll
simply
talk about
him.
it.
He's simply
My
talk
thing with
about it.
Blackbeard is like Blackbeard ran away from Akainu, and I don't know how much stronger he's gotten, where Luffy's gotten
Oh
like
my God.
significant
Yeah, but-
Gear 5 boosts.
Yeah, but he's just only gonna take fights that like make sense. Like Luffy will go and fight anyone that's in his way and that bothers his friends. Like Blackbeard's not gonna take fights that aren't gonna be beneficial. You know,
It all
like, it's
has to
not
be
that
a
he
part of
guaranteed would
Blackbeard's
have
plan.
lost.
I agree, that's why I don't think that Blackbeard has gotten a significant boost. So I think he could. I think at the end, him and Luffy will be clear from everybody. But I think right now Luffy is just like slightly above.
Well, is Shanks not in your top 6? Because remember, Blackbeard scarred Shanks even before he had any fruits, and now he has 2 of them. So,
That's true.
Curious about that. Kev?
Well, yeah, but that was a long time ago, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure both of them have been growing. Like, if Blackbeard at any point was that strong to scar Shanks, we don't know the exact time frame, but it had to be like when they're, like grown pirates or whatever. Like Blackbeard was already on Whitebeard's crew and all that for a while. So it's just like they're both roughly the same age. So it's just like if at any point in the past Blackbeard was like better or stronger than Shanks, Like, I don't think Shanks like took that and then got like way stronger, and Blackbeard didn't improve. You know, like they both would have been improving, which Blackbeard got 2 fruits since that moment. So it's like he had something special back then, and then added 2 fruits on top of it. So
Preach, actually, I'm gonna say this: if Luffy and Blackbeard fought right now, Luffy actually might win just literally by one-shotting him if he goes into Gear 5, because Blackbeard always gets hit hard right off the bat. But like Blackbeard, for some reason, always allows himself to get hit right off the bat. If Luffy gets him with a good enough hit, he might one-shot him.
Oh, he
That's true. He tanks it. Well, I'm saying like in Gear 5.
Like,
hold on, Jack,
Whitebeard, Gura to the face, tanked it. Ace, all his attacks tanked.
It rolls around like a baby after. Like, he doesn't just tank it like 100%.
He takes extra Oh, he's definitely that is the definition of tanking it. Like, if you take it, you get double damage, and but you still get up. And you still get up. You tanked it.
Falling, that's tanking something. Blackbeard hits the ground and he rolls around like a baby. That's not tanking something.
His fruit gives him extra damage. That's the reason he's doing that. If I get hit and it hurts me twice as much as a normal person, and yeah, I'm gonna roll around because I'm getting hurt extra. But if I still get up, I tanked it. Like, that's like I'm taking way more damage than a normal person would in that situation. I'm still getting up.
Maybe I'm like misinterpreting, because I think he takes the damage, but tanking, I think, is you're not moving at all.
When you take extra damage, that's tanking. I consider that tanking for sure. If you take extra damage.
You're right. You're actually, Kev, you're right.
Blackbeard rolls around the ground like a turtle who's on the back of his shell, bro. Blackbeard does not tank damage. He takes it.
Because he takes extra. Like, you're leaving that out of the equation. Like,
but that's not tanking. That's what I'm saying. Like,
nobody else would be tanking. Like, nobody else would be able. If Blackbeard, like, if anyone else was taking double damage from a lot of these things, they wouldn't be tanking things either. Like, we don't know if it's double or how much it is, but that's what I'm saying. Given that he's taking extra, it's tanking. That's like what I'm trying to get at. Like, because no matter what, he's gonna be like, he just takes extra from, like, you know what I mean? He sucks in pain, like with his power. So it's like, yes, he's gonna be rolling, but given that. Like, he gets up in like a minute, you know, or less than that. Like, he just rolls around for a second, gets up because like he's in so much pain, but then he's right back to normal fighting. It's like, dude, if I took double damage, I'm probably knocked out. You're like, I'm done. You know, so it's like, I don't know. He has just a special condition, I guess. It's a little bit different for him. Well, Kev, what's your next 2?
Well, Dak, it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Okay.
Because it does start with my man Dracula. My man Dracula is number 8.
I like that.
So
that's a good spot.
I think he's fallen as well. I think he's fallen.
Yeah, Vista.
He was number 7. No, not because of Vista. It's because of number 7, who is my man Kuzan. The level up from Kuzan, I'm very excited.
All the way up here.
Excited.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He's the guy who inherited Garp's will. Like, that's huge. He's also an awakened Devil Fruit user who completely changed an island. And he also he's got plot armor. So I'm very excited. He's also one of Blackbeard's top guys.
Mm-hmm. Which I'm a big fan. That hypes up Blackbeard. Ors.
That's true.
What number are we on? 8 or
8, then 7.
All right, 8 Big Mom and then 7 Aokiji.
All right. Hime.
Garp and then Kaido.
Kaido's pretty low. That's the lowest Kaido.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that with my next pick too. Chestnut.
All right, so I think I got the God Knights first.
Okay.
I'm thinking that so the reason I have them like super high, and I know that some people have them lower, but I think that they're the final opponents for the Revs. So I think that there's probably going to be some that are weaker, some are stronger, but I'm assuming that Sabo is probably going to be like end game one of the strongest. So right now I'm like I'm putting my stocks into them, especially with like the Shanks stuff.
Yeah.
So if you're related to Shanks, like he's probably going to be insane
For sure.
And then I got Big Mom. I think Big Mom's super underrated with her strength. She's definitely coming back. She wasn't even really taken down by Kid or Law. She was just like thrown to the center of the earth. They had to like do like a technical ring knockout. She has advanced Conqueror's Haki. She couldn't even be damaged in Whole Cake Island. Like, her durability for a normal human, absolutely insane. She has advanced forms of Haki. Her Devil Fruit is insane. Her Devil Fruit power, she's super proficient in it. And especially we saw during the Kid and Law fight that mental nerf doesn't really come into play. So I got like super high stocks in her, especially with the way that she's able to use her homies.
Like
She's insane.
Like it pretty much took Law like bypassing the like laws of physics to start hurting her. You know, like the only damage she's ever taken in her life that we're aware of is the knee scrape from like whenever she was crying. And then Law's like, okay, I'm just gonna awaken and just literally be able to start like operating inside your body without even needing to cut you. Like the most absurd thing ever is what it took. Now, obviously, Kid like broke her bones one time, but I'm just gonna say like, you know, if my insides get messed up by some special ability and then you hit me with a giant iron bowl thing, I probably wouldn't have gotten as hurt beforehand before my body like my insides got, you know, destroyed.
So
And
when
she
you
could
actually
heal
think about-
herself too.
Hold up,
Remember?
which is true, and she can. But when you actually think about Kid, so the way that Kid's devil fruit works, right, only does metals. When he assigns you, he's assigning the metals in your body. When you think about your bones, what's in the center of your bones? Bone marrow. It's where you have like iron storages in there.
Yeah, I was about to say bone marrow, but are you hoping iron's the answer? But
yeah, but the bone marrow and the iron. So it's
yeah,
like when you're thinking about like magnetic forces coming and clashing on each other, there's no wonder. It's like internal damage.
Yeah, they never said that, but I was waiting for that. I'm like, it would be so cool if both Law and Kid were able to affect the inside of Big Mom and, you know, mess with her, and you know what I mean? Or even if Kid like went and threw a piece of metal in her mouth and then just like had it zip around her like stomach, you know, like there were so many things that he could have done to make that.
What the fuck? Dax, you
That would've
want
been awesome.
That'd be
her
pretty
out?
crazy, wouldn't it? Like throw,
Yeah.
I mean, just throw some swords in her mouth and then just
Listen,
just
we
send
have
them
Luffy
around.
jumping around Kaido's mouth. We don't need anybody jumping in Big Mom's mouth. She putting dudes in her already. She
Yeah,
had
well, she's had
85
enough.
kids.
Yeah,
We
well,
don't need
I was about
more.
to say.
Yeah, she's had enough.
Yo.
Vegapunk is
yeah.
Parasparrow's dad. We'll talk about that theory later. Eden's your next two.
What
All right.
can
For 8 and 7, these might be a little crazy, but I got Dragon for 8, and Akainu for 7.
Oh,
Only because
Oh.
right now, like, because in Dragon's case, potential can only take you so far, and portrayal and all that. I'm trusting Oda that he's gonna make Dragon look crazy. And Akainu, we did get Marine Ford, and I think he's kind of doing what he did in pre-time skip, saving Akainu for last out of the OG 3 admirals.
damn.
So Akainu, like when we actually get to him doing more besides sitting at a desk, he'll probably be like much higher on this list. Much higher isn't saying much because I have him at 8.
Yeah, eight or you're 7, right? 7, yeah.
I mean 7,
Yeah, but
7.
still. Yeah, man. I mean, the thing with Akainu is if he's down at 7, kind of like with Dragon down at 8, it's like, man, if that ends up being true, what Oda didn't have a plan. You know, like that, like
Yeah.
you know, like that's how I feel. Like
It's just also because like I have Dragon that low because Kev knows this. Like if Dragon crosses paths with Emu, he's losing the fight. We know that because that's gonna be Luffy's fight in the end.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping Oda has something for Dragon aside from let me just save him for Emu.
Because if you say for Emu, then what's the point? Like he's just gonna die on his first real fight? Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
What's
it's just like
your-
I don't know who that fight is gonna be aside from Emu. Like I'm not saying it won't happen, but I don't know who it's gonna be. Like is it gonna be Garling? Is it gonna be another God Knight or yeah, exactly, or one of the Gorosei? And and again we only know one of them right now, and we don't know who's the strongest of the Gorosei if there is like a tier list to that. So like I'm cool with Dragon at 8 right now. Like I said, it's all portrayal right now. So
I do think Akainu though. What was that one chapter where he fought Kuma at Marie Joie? That did a lot for him, I think, in terms of like, he's back. He's in the narrative again. He's out of the desk. Like he's
finally.
And
Like,
that has me very
had to wait till the
excited
enemy
for-
showed up to his back door to
yeah.
you know.
So I'm really excited for if we see more of him this year. I mean, that would be incredible because I thought that chapter did a lot for him.
Yeah.
Being just compelling.
As a character, as a character, power scaling it didn't really do much for me because Kuma wasn't really trying to fight him.
I mean, Kuma's number 13 on multiple of these lists. So
Oh no.
maybe
No, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do the next two. Maybe like the top two, we'll do one at a time or something. But I'm just trying to keep it moving so we can end close to the time I originally said. All right, so number 6, I got Kaido, which I feel like I wish I could put him higher. But basically, the way that this is gonna end up working out with the rest of my ranks is like everyone above him are the top tiers of the end game. You know, I think like is Kaido on the same level as them or like as strong? Like I think definitely, but just for like the narrative's sake of One Piece, I just feel like we fought Kaido first and beat Kaido first. Just like, you know, the rest of the people that we have to fight and deal with should be stronger. Or even if Kaido has more haki and is like more physically threatening, there's going to be elements to these other people that are going to make them like a more threatening people in general, like overall. But obviously Kaido's a monster. Like no disrespecting Kaido. I feel bad putting him at 6 because he's a monster. He's still above Luffy. You know, I have him 5 spots ahead. So, but number 5, I got the Gorosei. I think like. It's hard to judge them right now, but kind of like what I was just saying, like these are the final bosses of One Piece, essentially. You know, like Emu's up there and some of the Gods Knights and whatever, but these are some of the final bosses. Like these are the big Elden Ring bosses, especially now that we've seen Saturn's form and stuff. And Saturn, we still don't have the full extent of his powers, but we've seen this like weird gravity thing where he can hold Sanji, Frankie, and Vegapunk in place with which Sanji and Frankie are really strong. Like the fact they can't move is insane. He can heal himself. The eye sniping, like he just looks at someone and they're sniped, like that kind of stuff is like there's a reason why he's getting introduced this late in the game. Like, you know, like it's only going to get crazier and more threatening as time goes on. Like I don't see Saturn dying at Egghead. I do think he'll take some kind of damage or something that puts him on notice, but I can't see him dying because he's just the end game boss. Like I think we need more time. Like if as soon as he's introduced he loses, that feels weird. So given that too, I think that all the Gorosei are going to go on to literally be the final bosses and require pretty much all the things the Straw Hats have learned over the whole story. So I feel good putting him at 5, even though we only have seen one of them. I'm going to assume they might all have the gravity powers and the eye sniping and the healing, but are just like different creatures, you know, for all, like something like that. So yeah, I'm confident with Gorosei at 5. Par?
This is what I mentioned at the beginning, where it's like on the Gorosei note, the next chapter is going to change a lot because it's like, not that I could see it going both ways, because I feel like my headcanon is that the fear that Saturn has, like on where it's like not fear, but like that it's not the eyes of someone who's like prepared to take a punch, I feel like. And it could just be that he hasn't like fought in a long time. Maybe no one has hit him in a long time, and it's like that would kind of make sense. It's like if he hasn't been hit in 800 years, then maybe, you know, that, and a giant dude is coming at you with with God behind his fist, and it's like, you know, that I think most people would be afraid, right? Like, but with Saturn, it's odd, but this is where I'm kind of like, especially if Kizaru's flipping, and I feel very strongly about that because I've felt like that for a long time. But then it's like, if Kizaru's flipping, then it plays out where Saturn has to be strong. I feel like Saturn could be this behemoth and like this insane tank or whatever. I don't know. So I put Kizaru and Saturn in this rung because that's just, I just feel like it's weird if Saturn's weaker than Kizaru based off of what he said. And so that's kind of where like I see the Gorosei like minimum here. And
so you have Kizaru at 6? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I have Kizaru up there too. I have him above Luffy. And
big fan.
Just him having the light power, that like alone is just ridiculous, right? Like if we're talking about Punk Hazard, it's so easy to comprehend an awakening for Aokiji and Akainu. But like, what does a light awakening even mean? If it's plausible that people think that there is Logia awakenings, then we have not even comprehended what Kizaru's is. And if we're saying Kizaru's flipping, then it's like, I feel like then Saturn and Kizaru are like this balance boat where it's the thing is like Kizaru also has his role as an admiral that he's fighting against, right? He's been charged with killing his friends. But if he's feeding Luffy to fight his boss, and like he's chilling, you know what I mean? Like he's kind of Kizaru's always had this like lackadaisical nature about him, where it's even against Gear 5, even like he sees his boss summoned by a black magic circle, and he's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stay down here. I should be fine, you know? It's like a weird thing where like, does he fear Saturn or can he beat Saturn? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Next chapter is going to change a lot, but I feel like what Dax was saying too, for me personally, and I know so many people are on the Gorosei or the fraud thing, and then for me it's like, but does the story play out better if the Gorosei are that abysmally weak? I don't know.
Exactly.
And then the other aspect of it is, for me, the other part of it is whenever there's something we don't understand in the story, it's something ridiculous. For example, Luffy went through all this stuff, and then Rayleigh's like, yeah, that's something called hockey. And then that hockey stuff ended up being the whole post-time skip, and it was stuff that we didn't understand in Marineford. It was stuff that we couldn't even see. And that's literally what Saturn's doing right now. He's holding, like you said, he's holding people down. He got summoned by a magic circle 1,100 chapters into it.
Yep.
And it's like, it feels like, yes, maybe Luffy and them, they're not going to become wizards, but they're going to have to deal with it. I don't see Oda introducing that and it being a nothing burger.
Exactly.
And because we don't understand it, I don't also feel comfortable. Like, imagine at Marineford, some dude was just like, oh, guys, they're using hockey. You don't understand. Like, you would sound crazy, right? At Marineford, you're like, you see these, you see them doing this? That's actually the most broken power in all of One Piece. You would sound, that's where we're at with Saturn and the Gorosei. So it's like, I get why people think the fraud thing, but like, I don't know. I just feel like I respect Kuma, the Saturn stuff, the God Valley stuff. I just feel like, and Mythical Zoan also, if it's a Devil Fruit, Mythical Zoan, he's literally giant as well. Like, he's
massive.
Towering.
Yes.
Yeah, like we give so much respect to giants, period. But then he's also massive. There's so many wonky things, but I feel like he's there. And then to the cherry on top, close it off. I have. Oh wait, did I do the Kizaru? Oh, I had Kizaru and Gorosei in the same rung, and then I had Mihawk above them.
I got you.
Yeah, I had Mihawk.
Dang, so you got Mihawk above the Gorosei.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
I mean,
this
don't watch
this block
Marineford.
was odd. This block was very
Oh
odd.
my god.
This block was very odd, if I'm being truthful. But for me, between the Holy Knights, the Gorosei, and then where Mihawk ends up placing is going to be so crazy, because I feel like they're tied a little bit. Because if the Holy Knights do use swords, what does that mean for Mihawk? And then like Mihawk being below them would be so weird. So obviously above them, but then it's like, I just feel like the reason why Mihawk doesn't have as much respect in the story is because he also is a character that's like lone wolf. Like, all these other characters that we have up here, they have a stake in the world. Mihawk just is like chilling farming with monkeys. You know what I mean? If Mihawk like none of these other characters can even fathom sitting down farming with monkeys, and Mihawk is up here and he's farming with monkeys. What if we gave him that ambition? You know what I mean? I feel like it would matter, and I feel like that would change so much. And you can't power scale that other than saying like, yo, all these other characters, they literally, if they don't act the next day, their lives are their crews, whatever. Mihawk's alone. He's chilling. He's farming. He's with monkeys. He doesn't care. What if he did care? You know, even at Marineford, he was like, bro, you're not paying me enough. You know, like, what if he wasn't motivated by money or whatever? Like, I feel like he would be really high up, and I feel like a lot of people would be more fearful of him, including the Gorosei. Like, the Gorosei referred to Shanks as a sleeping lion. If Mihawk was cared about affecting the world, they'd be like, yo, he's a sleeping lion too. I could easily see that being said about Mihawk, which is why he's up here. Hopefully that makes sense.
Preach, you're gonna go next, but real quick, I'm just gonna get through a couple super chats because I'm like 30 minutes behind on them, so I'm just gonna run through them real quick. Eric McKenna became a member for 12 months, which is amazing, bro. I really appreciate that. He said, happy I was finally able to catch something live. Really appreciate that, man. You are literally one of the first people that I kind of befriended on, you know, as like a viewer or whatever, and we need to definitely play some more games soon, by the way. I don't know if you downloaded Finals. I've been trying to tell you, but I appreciate all the support you've been giving the channel, bro. It really means a lot. Yeah, Kev, we need to play some Finals too. If anyone plays the Finals, it's great. Shiny Charizard with a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Isn't a black blade connected to hockey? Where's Shanks' black blade? LOL, like D-Stream. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Yeah, see, Shanks just leveled up past the black blade. He's like, I'm just gonna turn it on fire. I don't need to, like, I can just cover it with hockey whenever I want to. I don't need to make it black, you know, like whatever. Like, fire is a whole other level. Which I actually can't wait till we find out about both of those things, because actually, I think even in Road to Laughtale, I think there was even a little comment that was like, is hockey all there is to make a black blade? It's like, oh, okay.
You know how many people said I was crazy, and then Road to Laugh Till came out, and I was like, "What you talking about now?" Still to this day, a lot of people are like, Whitebeard and Roger had black blades. I'm like, are we? Never mind. I won't say.
Like nowhere in the flashbacks we were shown any of that.
Yep. No, Whitebeard's thing is in a stone on an island, and you can see it's not black.
Literally.
It's like there's no hiding it. It's giant.
Even if you're
huge.
colorblind, you won't see it black.
Yeah. I was like, hold on, brother. Like we
only know two, right? Yoru and Shusui, right?
Even at night, it shines.
Only two.
Yes, thank you, Hime.
Yeah. So I can't wait to find out about Black Blades though. That's gonna be real cool. And then lastly, also DB became a member, joining the Afro Gang. Appreciate you, DB. And then Killer Comedy being a member for 7 months. I appreciate you, bro. Go Lions. Don't go Michigan. And good luck Pistons. He said, like D-Stream, we have virtual cookies. I appreciate that, man.
Oh,
you
man.
get a virtual cookie for every like that you give the stream. But yeah, poor Pistons, man. I'm sorry, Killer. I just got to keep bringing them up because I know you're a Pistons fan. If no one know, they lost 27 or 28 games in a row, which is an NBA record. But, anyway, yeah, they were 2-30. All right, we're gonna stop talking about it. I feel bad because like Monty Williams is making like the most money in the league and he's terrible. All right, Preach. What's your next two?
All right, so I got Kuzan and Mihawk.
All right, solid enough.
Yeah, for Kuzan, it's just like we're gonna get into Kainu soon enough, and I just feel like they're so close where you got to keep them similar to like how we had like Fujitora and Green Bull. They got to be close.
Yeah.
Mihawk, I mean, I know there's a lot of hate on Mihawk, but I feel like just the fact that he was at least at one point Shing's rival, I think is enough to where I got respect for Mihawk.
Kev?
All right, this is kind of, I'm not sure about this because like what you said earlier kind of was like it resonated with me about the villains of the end game, and I'm gonna leave it the way I put it, but I have Akainu at 6 and then Big Mom at 5.
Okay. I don't think that's unreasonable. Like,
because I was thinking Akainu might be above Big Mom and Kaido, but I'm like, I don't know, because I feel like that's the potential versus the what I feel.
Look,
you know?
Oda did say that Akainu would find the One Piece in a year, and
He would
Big
find the One
Mom's
Piece in a
been doing this for 60 years, and she's got one road poneglyph, and you know, but
finding the One Piece is not equivalent to strength, though. It's just about ambition.
There's an intersection there. There's an intersection. There's definitely a level of strength and and just intelligence and stuff that goes into it.
Now I'm second guessing myself.
Well,
I want to say he's super consistent about something, at least.
What?
You're super consistent about something. Well, I'll talk about it when it gets more. No, actually, I'll talk about it after because I want to see. I don't want people to change their stuff now.
No, I'm just like I put Fujitora so high because of the ambition and the drive to change the world, and Akainu is literally that exact thing personified as a character. And it's like, nah, he's above Big Mom. Put him above Big Mom. Put him above. Nah. Put Kaido, Big Mom, Kaido, and then Akainu would be 4. That's what I feel.
Okay, so what was it?
Okay.
Oh, did I?
Apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he crashed.
No, it was Dak. It was Dak.
Okay.
Okay, we're good on my end. Maybe it was just a blip, but everything looks good still on my yeah.
Okay, cool.
Wait, Kev, I have a question.
Yeah.
Big Mom. Wait. Oh, you're editing the list.
Yeah, we're changing. So who's 5?
I put Kaido at 5.
Oh, okay.
Kaido at 5.
And then Akainu
at 4.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
I'm a fan.
I gotta wait.
He's looking spicy, isn't it?
I'm a fan of that.
Just wait, hold on. Dax, can I just because you had it, and so like in your mind, there's still a way where it's flipped just a little bit. So like alternate timeline, if Big Mom was taken by Cypher Pole as a child, would she be Fleet Admiral right now?
Yes, and the reason I say that is because Mother Carmel mentioned it, and I know it's so dumb, but I'm just like, look, Mother Carmel's been doing this for a long time. She knows what the orphans become. Like, she's able to like assess their talent level. Like, she's like a recruiter. She's like a scout for like the NBA for for orphans that join
Jack,
the
you're
Marines,
saying-
and she was like, she could be a admiral, no, a fleet admiral, and I'm like, she knows. All right, if there's anyone that could assess that, it's
Madam
her.
Charlie level future sight on Mother
Yes.
Caramel. Heard it from Dax right here, guys.
Oh yeah.
Kev, shout out to the original list. That was the W.
Yep. If Big Mom got Bonnie's powers instead of her soul powers, she'd probably already have the One Piece. Like, cause think about how young she was when she got the powers too, and like how strong she already was. Like her evolutionary like potential in the future would have been absolutely ridiculous. Like she would have just whatever she wanted to become would have been a monstrous version of the thing. Like if she wanted to be Nika, like imagine how scary that is. Like if she did the same thing Bonnie's doing.
That's like Nightmare Luffy.
Yeah, it would be the scariest being in One Piece if she could do that, probably.
God damn.
All right, Ors, your next two.
So my next two, I got Dragon at 6. He could move up, but we literally don't know anything about him. And then for number 5, I got Blackbeard. And before we go to the next one, I just wanted to say, I think having the Gorosei even like around Blackbeard or Kaido or any of these guys, I think you guys are really over like scaling them honestly, because like none of them could even get Sabo honestly. And like I think if you put 5 Kaidos in that room, it's Sabo's easily dead.
I mean that I feel like that's Oda though, like just moving the plot along. It's like
it's either a plot hole or they're slow or something.
Well, I mean,
Well,
Cobra did stand in the way, which like it's somewhat of a factor.
but
Don't disrespect Cobra.
Hold
Man.
on.
My issue with that
like,
logic
the thing is,
though,
if you're gonna give it to
I
Law,
haven't
right?
even
You're
ranked
gonna give
Cobra
Law.
yet.
If you're gonna give Law these boosts, and we say it's plot convenience, so like we got to go the same energy for Gorosei, for Big Mom, for the other characters that had like negatives in that sense.
the reason why I can't use that logic is because then you have to apply that to Wapol, and like that's very clearly plot convenience. You know what I mean? You're not using Wapol logic in your top 30, right?
That's a massive.
And I'm gonna
everything.
And I'm gonna be
I use
bringing this
everything.
up with Blackbeard, the poison thing with Magellan. It's the very same thing. Because here's the thing, yeah, like Blackbeard got caught off guard, he was overconfident, whatever, there's a lot of angles to it. Blackbeard can cancel devil fruits. Like all he had to do was do Black Vortex and he's good. Like that was definitely Oda like, all right, I need a good way for Shiryu, like this the one guy in this jail who has the cure. I need a good way for him to like get in with Blackbeard. Like what's a potential plot way to get them to connect in a positive way? Oh, Blackbeard can get poisoned and Shiryu saves him. Like it's like because Shiryu's already familiar with Magellan, you know what I mean? Like they like had their feud or whatever in the past, and so it's like that's a very similar thing where I'm like, yeah, like you have to take it into account when you're like power scaling to some level, but I'm like that is very clearly a plot thing because like Blackbeard could have literally put out his hand and the it removed that devil fruit power, and then it's a totally different ball game at that point, you know.
The thing with Blackbeard though, I don't think it is a plot because that literally always happens to Blackbeard for some reason, and I mean, like, he might just be dumb sometimes,
He lost once.
but, like...
That was the only time he's lost.
Okay, lost, yeah, but I'm saying he always allows people to use their devil fruits on him for some reason. Except for, I think the only time he didn't was Boa. Like, with Whitebeard we saw it, and with Ace too.
Sengoku too.
Yeah.
Sengoku too, yeah, he never really blocked them.
You have to think about that like going into Impel Down though first. So let's say that Blackbeard like genuinely tries to go and fight Magellan. Not only is it going to alert everybody to come down, but now there's a lot more people in that area. Like to me, the smartest move is to just get beaten. Magellan says, I'm not going to deal with you. There's other stuff I need to deal with, rather than, oh, why are they fighting so hard? Where are they trying to go? It's like, oh, whatever, they're done. I can deal with them later, figure out what they're doing. Like the best course of action for Blackbeard at that moment was to get taken down, have Magellan go, focus all of the stuff on there, because it would be a lot harder for him to go down to level 6 of Impel Down if he's fighting Magellan, if all of these people are coming, if he alerts the entire prison.
Yeah, because
if
Magellan loses, everyone's on high alert. Like, okay,
Blackbeard literally played
that actually really
dead
makes
in
sense,
Impel Down.
but there's nothing for the Gorosei against Sabo and Wapol. Like I actually agree with that, but the like
it's
Sabo
really
escaping is just come on.
Yeah, bro,
But
hold
then
on,
whenever
let's
you
think
look,
about this, but it's not plot because they if Sabo just realized what Emu was, right? Like he learned the most secret thing they've been hiding for 900 years, spending so much time and resources to erase the poneglyphs, all this stuff. And then so when he finally figures it out, There's no excuse for it in my mind.
It's plot though, because
Especially with
Oda,
Cobra, too.
in order to have like Emu be revealed to the world and like even to spur the use of the Mother Flame, like all these plot things, you have to have Sabo leave the room. Like you have to have Sabo see them and leave. So even if, let's say it happened in a way where Sabo's like just watching, like doing what Wapple did. Like if Sabo just did what Wapple did, we're still having the same conversation, because it's like, oh, they should have the observation hockey or something to be able to detect that they're there. Like that's why we're even bringing up Wapple. So that's why it's it's just plot. Like you have to have Sabo go meet them, and also remember Sabo talked to Cobra in that moment. Like he had to have Cobra go do that, like initiate that talk, so we could have the Will of D, the Lily stuff, and then Sabo had to go talk to Cobra to have Cobra relay that message saying we share the moniker D and all that stuff. So like for plot reasons, you pretty much have to have Sabo go into that room, like in the middle of the confrontation, and escape. So like, if you compare it to what the Gorosei have done since we got to Egghead, it's very clear how strong they are. And yeah, you might be able to look at this and be like, okay, why didn't they hold Sabo down in place if they're doing it to these other people? Which is definitely true, and that's why it's plot in the beginning. It's like a plot. Like Oda's doing that just because he had to do it.
I'm not disagreeing that it's plot. I'm just saying that it's part of their character, and you can't remove that. Like Big Mom is an idiot, but that's part of her character.
So are you saying?
I think what Dak said is the most important thing. Like we're seeing an ability right now on Egghead that can hold down Sanji and Frankie, and that guy was present. And it's crazy to say that there's 5 more of them, you know, or 4 more of that. So it's like you have to like rationalize, like he has a power that we've never seen, and he's using it right now. So why didn't he use that on Sabo? Is it A, he couldn't, or B,
he might have not been able to?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Do you think
there's a
possibility,
right?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's just
can't
plot.
use it against.
Oda's like, I don't want him to use that.
You can't use it against Kuma right now too, though. I think once people figure out what that thing is, I think the Gorosei are getting absolutely destroyed. Like,
I agree.
honestly,
They're old.
I think like that thing is a hack, but once like,
bro, you gotta realize,
anyone
like,
figures out how to beat that, I think they're just getting washed.
The Gorosei and
Like,
Emu are the biggest cowards in One Piece.
But like
right?
anyone decently strong, like Luffy,
Like,
or
there's a reason why they're hiding
like
in
that is
shadows.
beating them.
I have
not the
I
forefront.
mean,
you
I
guys
don't know
are
if it's because
saying
they're cowards though.
No,
Like,
they're absolutely. Emu is the biggest coward in One Piece.
no, I mean, like,
People-
are you expecting
Truth,
them to go
yeah.
out and do all the fighting themselves? Because like
I don't think
obviously,
they're
if I'm like the
cowards,
ruler of the
honestly.
world, I'm gonna have people do that for me. Like I'm
Well,
not, you know.
when we look
true.
at the Gorosei, like even when a Marine knows about their power, like they're afraid that somebody's
Yeah.
gonna expose it.
But that
Like,
also
they're-
goes back
they're
to
so
Wapple,
secretive.
because I think they let Wapple go because they don't want people to know their power. And if they fought outside of that room, like literally everyone could have pretty much seen it and they would have been completely exposed. But that's why I think with Sabo it's kind of weird, because they were
Like, bro,
already
like-
in the
like-
power and they should have took
like-
care of him, in my
Like
opinion.
Saturn was afraid of Kuma, not even a Yonko, right? Like he was afraid of Kuma.
I see. I don't agree with that. I think that's like saying Saturn is afraid of Bonnie because he got stabbed. Like
I'm not saying that
he's
Kuma
not
will
afraid
fight him
of
necessarily.
anyone.
I'm just
Like,
saying he was.
I don't think Saturn's
think
afraid
he
of-
was.
I don't think a Saturn's afraid of a
think he
single
I don't think
person in One Piece, including
Except
Shanks.
Listen,
Saturn's powers didn't work against Kuma, which I feel like once
I don't
you
think we
get
have
through
enough
that-
info for that.
That's true.
You know,
That's-
like
that's true.
like I think any Saturn Kuma comparisons are way too early to like try, you know,
That's fair.
because like we just haven't seen it really, you know, like it's.
But I just
Also,
It's
I do
really
want
the-
to add.
There's a reason, like
I-
like Saturn's the one that put the self-destruction feature, right? Like
Yeah,
there's a reason
wait,
why, and
actually-
it was because of fear. It wasn't because like
you think
he
it's
just wanted to.
because he's like thinks Kuma can like beat him up? I think it's
No, no, I'm
He
not
said
saying that.
he doesn't want him to regain his sense, and if he does, we can just blow him up in case
exactly.
he does.
If he
Like,
disobeys,
Yeah,
we just blow him up. That's all it is.
I-
Like, it's not
I
that we're
agree, but
scared that we can't kill
what I'm
him.
saying-
It's just he's our slave.
also.
But it's a
back in,
problem though, right? It's like it's not an easy fight. That's my point.
Okay, wait. One more thing with the Gorosei. All the way back, I think in Ennis Lobby, I was recently looking into it. Garp says that the reason they needed the warlords was literally just for the entire world government to counterbalance all 4 Yonko. And I think if there's 5 Gorosei, those guys alone should be able to counter. If you guys think they're as strong as Kaido, they should be able to counterbalance 4 Yonko, especially with Emu too. And I just think the
Wasn't
Yonko are way
was-
stronger than the Gorosei.
It
Yeah,
wasn't.
because
the
They
Gorosei
didn't
is
include the
not
world
like
government
close. The
in that
Gorosei are forced-
trifecta. It was the Navy, the
was
warlords,
correct.
and the
It
Yonko.
was.
Correct.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
It's,
the entire world
it's
government.
Marines,
it's the
Emperors,
3
and Warlords.
powers. The 3 powers.
I don't think it
yeah.
was.
Positive.
No,
that's
it
the
was.
Gorosei.
I'm
Yeah.
positive.
It was the
wasn't.
Marines, the warlords,
It
and the
wasn't.
Yonko. That was
Yeah,
the
those
because
are the
when-
3
no,
great
no, no,
powers
because
that
when
keep a
he's-
balance in the world.
Yeah, but the Gorosei are always the ones that are trying to keep that balance, and I think them being involved in the world government is like I don't think they're outside of like the world government.
I think regardless, the Gorosei are forced to play ball with the Yonko. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. They're
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
they're not
they
making- like,
don't. I feel like they
Gorosei-
don't because
the
they
Celestial
wanted
Dragons
to just.
conquer Wano, right? And they ran into Wano, and Ryuma took them out, right? So they're not messing with Kaido, bro. Like they go into
Wait.
Wano.
Yeah, they're not
Wait,
messing-
are,
they're
wait,
not
you say
messing
the
it up.
Celestial Dragons went into Wano and
He's
Ryuma
talking
took them
about
out?
the past. He's talking about the past.
I'm talking in the
That's
past,
why
right?
Wano was
We-
not
no,
used
we-
to
what
it.
I'm
we
saying
do
is-
not know. He beat a dragon in the monsters one.
No,
That's
no,
not-
but I'm saying Ryuma was known for handling all the celestial dragons and pirates that were trying to invade and conquer Wano. And what I'm saying is Kaido is now fulfilling that role, right? So like if the entire world government went and tried to conquer Wano, they should have done it by now, because we know that all the celestial dragons
Yeah.
want Wano. Even at the end of Wano, they're like, we're gonna conquer it once Kaido's done, once the fight with Luffy's done.
They were getting what they wanted from Wano. They don't have to go waste the resources to go take every Yonko territory. They just worked with them. Remember, they literally had a deal to get the weapons. They don't like the reason they wanted Wano was because of the resources there and stuff, right? That they were already getting it. They just did a deal that they can just use money to get what they want instead of using all this military might to go take on these great powers. Like, could they beat Kaido or take over a place if absolutely necessary? Yes.
I don't think
But they don't
maybe
need to do
five
that.
of
They don't
them.
even want to do that because if they go and take down Kaido, if they go and take down Big Mom, the other emperors are going to get stronger. They're going to amass more territories and stuff, and that's going to mess up the
More
balance.
followers.
They're all about keeping the balance so that they don't have to do anything, right? It's not like they're cowards or that they're weak or anything.
I
It's just
disagree. I
I'm
think
gonna
they do
say,
have
like, they
spirit.
want the world to just operate,
I
you
actually
know,
gotta-
with a level of balance, and just they're good.
I actually have a theory coming out, literally probably like next week, that the only reason they're even able to keep the balance with the Yonko is because of Shanks. Because we see that Shanks in the Road to Laugh Tale is called, I think Oda says like, he basically says Shanks has been keeping the balance for a while now, and then I think they made a deal with Shanks to keep the Yonko in balance while they basically just keep everybody else in the world, because I don't think they can handle the Yonko. And that's why we
No,
always see Shanks specifically talk to.
I mean,
to-
Your Honor,
you're thinking too
speculation.
much
Also,
about Shanks
Whitebeard-
because they've been doing this for 800 years. You know, like
we don't know how
they've
long
been
the
having
Gorosei was
this
there,
balance
right?
of power for a long time. Like, was it always
Well, the-
Warlords, Yonko, and Marines in the same
Well,
situation? No,
yeah.
but they've definitely been balancing the power in this entire time so that they don't
We
have
don't
to
know
do
that.
anything, right? Like,
Because in Road to Laughter they say they've only balanced the three current great powers. We don't know how
Right.
long the Warlords have lasted and how long the Yonko have lasted, which means that they
right,
might
but they
have
still
not.
had but there's still a balance in the world. That's what I said. Like, it doesn't have to be the same three, but the fact they've held
No,
it for
but the
800
difference
years,
is-
like they
No.
like if they wanted to have mass control and live on every single island and
No.
have people everywhere, they could have done that a long time ago if they wanted to. That's not their goal. That's not what they want to
No,
do. That's
we-
not worth the effort and the time and all that stuff. Like, they have their set of goals are different than that. You know, like
They want
don't-
to
they-
make
they-
the
we
No,
don't
no,
people.
they did want to, because
We
they
don't-
tried to invade Wano, but they failed.
We don't know if they had balanced.
I
for
don't
800
think that's
years,
true.
though.
That is, I mean, Ryuma fought against celestial dragons and pirates, and they said
we don't know
celestial
enough. I
dragons-
don't think to say that
said they
that's like
wanted
them
Wano, right?
invading
Yeah,
and taking it.
That's
I don't
not
think that's.
confirmed. I agree.
Yeah, I don't think we
I'm
know
just saying
enough.
they wanted it.
But it's
at a
also-
certain point.
But it's also not
I-
confirmed that they kept the world in balance for 800 years. They only kept
Well, they
it for
definitely
as
did
long
because
as
they
the
held it
Warlords.
since then. We know that for sure.
See, but that's like
Well,
an
we
empire.
don't
Once
know
the
for
Yonko-
sure. At least in balance wise.
The way I see it is when Roger
I'm not saying
came-
they didn't own what they owned. I'm saying we don't. I don't think they had the New World in check like that.
they
I
definitely
mean,
did
they
not.
definitely. You look at the
They did.
Nolan situation; they absolutely had the whole world in check for most of the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, they knew everything that's going on. They're like Nolan. That
I don't
situation
know.
alone should tell you they have their paw prints on every single
How?
thing going on.
What did Nolan
Yeah.
do?
Because he's trying to reveal like one little piece of history, and they're working to get rid of him. They're not going to Love Neal. They're not going straight to Jaya and like taking over the island the second they hear about it. Right? That would have been what made the most sense. It would have made the most sense for them to. Oh, you heard about this place, and like he saw the poneglyph there, so I'm sure he mentioned it when he mentioned all the gold. And the Gorosei probably know about the land of gold and the poneglyph because they like the Void Century War was fought there, or
Yeah.
like part of it. So therefore, they knew what Nolan talked about in Shandora. Like, they knew there's a poneglyph there and all that because Love Neal talked to Marijwa directly. Like, they needed approval. And so if they knew that a poneglyph was there, why didn't they go get it? Why wouldn't they immediately go for it? Because that's like not even hard to take. Like, the Shandians, they're decently strong back then, but like no matter what, the Gorosei and the government, it could have taken out, like Emu could have easily went and taken over that land and got that poneglyph that they lost.
Emu, yeah.
So that's why I'm like, no, they're not gaming it to try to take everything for themselves and have literally every piece of land covered and like, you know, not let anyone do anything. Like they want a balance. Like they just don't want people to get too much power to where they're toppled. That's all they want. That's their only thing. And so the emperors keep each other in check. So Kaido, is he really powerful and scary? Yes. But it would be worse if he was the only Yonko. The fact there's others to keep him in check means they don't have to worry about him as much. Like, okay, let's just get our weapons from Wano, and then he's not going to do anything because the other emperors will take care of it for us, essentially.
In that case, go ahead.
I'm just like One Piece, such a huge element of One Piece is like ego. People are so fueled by wanting to be the best and the strongest, and the villains especially. If Big Mom and Kaido worked together years and years and years ago, then oh my god, what would the world be like now? Because they're working together right now in this moment, and that's got the world government pissing themselves because they're like, oh my god, they're finally realizing that if they work together, they can beat us.
Okay.
Because they just want people to be in this like scramble the whole time over something that they purposely split apart. Well, not they, but Lily. That's the huge theory, obviously. And they're like, we got to keep it apart as much as possible. We got to make sure people are in the dark as much as possible.
So who here thinks that the 4 Yonko? Let me think. The entire who do you guys think would win? Honestly, the 4 Yonko. I don't know which ones. That's what I'm trying to think. Cause like I guess it also depends which Yonko. Cause Buggy doesn't really.
I just say you replace Mihawk with Buggy.
All right, I guess Mihawk.
Buggy has like a huge following anyway.
But even Luffy isn't that strong as like Prime Whitebeard, I would say, or like the Yonko of back then.
We're getting close.
Like let's say there's 4 Yonko. I guess during Whitebeard's time is probably the best. Whitebeard or with Blackbeard, do you guys think they would win or the entire world government?
Like you're saying, all the Yonkos teamed up at once?
Yeah. Because they were like scared, I think, of just Kaido and Big Mom teaming up.
I think Emu is the ultimate X factor. Because like Emu might just be so strong that like none of this even matters. You know, like you might need Nika to even fight Emu. You know.
What about without Emu then? Because I'm just saying, because you guys are ranking the Gorosei as strong as like Kaido. Let's just say Emu, because we don't know anything about Emu. Let's just say Emu doesn't even exist. Who do you guys think would win?
I think the Gorosei
versus Yonko.
I think the Gorosei have to be stronger just because they're the end game bosses. Like we fight the warlords and then we fight the emperors and then we fight the Gorosei. Like it's just sequentially for like narrative. It's weird if that's not the case because we are going to fight them.
I mean,
last,
it makes sense too because
in my opinion, because I just see Blackbeard as the final boss and he's a Yonko.
I see all the Yonkos.
He's going to be a mix of a lot of things.
I think something to take into consideration is like there was like Garp, for example. He was saying that in order to deal with the Big Mom and Kaido thing, when Hina brought it up, he was like, well, if the Marines gathered up, then they would have enough resources for it. But he's not considering the Gorosei, right? And same thing with Kizaru. Kizaru also was just like, should I go there? And he's talking about, me walking up to like Kaido and Big Mom. And I'm not saying he could win that, but there's 2 characters both like talking about without the world government taking on that team up, right? And when you talk about Marineford, it's also, again, it's a situation where the world government, as far as the 3 balances goes, they're not included in that because the Gorosei were not there. And also on top of that, Sengoku and Garb were like observers for the most part, and the admirals were kind of like tested. They couldn't go full limits, as we see with Punk Hazard, right? If Akainu or Kuzan went sicko mode, people would die, right? So it's like a weird situation when we measure the Yonko against them, and it's always, in my boat, it's always going to be hard to include the world government in there because it seems like they're obviously avoiding it because people bring up the Shiki, like why did Garp and Sengoku both have to fight Shiki if they're both significantly stronger? And my thing, it's like, well, why are 2 people just gonna sit back and 1v1 like a shonen, or is Oda just gonna have both of them fight Shiki because it's at Marineford? And I look at it like that, and it's like I feel like the Gorosei are just willingly not participating because you have 3 situations where Garp and Kuzan and Marineford, they're like, us all together versus the Yonko, but it's never including the world government. And I feel like there's going to be a reason, and it's I feel like Oda's not going to include them if they're non-factors, you know what I mean? And the way it's been built up, I just feel like again, we're talking about right now on Egghead, Oda specifically chose to show us this power right now, and we don't understand it. And I understand the perspective of like, it's the same thing with like Logias. Logias were insane, and then Haki shows up, and now Logias aren't that crazy, right? And I get that logic for the Gorosei is doing. Oh, he's using magic, right? As soon as we understand it, it's going to be like, it's going to
not be as extreme.
But at the same time, you guys can both say, you said the Enel point, Logias shouldn't be scoffed at just because Haki exists.
They're coming back,
right?
They're coming back. I'm telling you. The
I
Awakenings.
think Yonko would move differently because like, or even like Mihawk to me is a Yonko level character, whereas he pulls up on Shanks on his own with no crew. Shanks is matching the same presence and energy of 5 Gorosei together.
Here's how I'm thinking it.
Different, bro. Like,
if the Gorosei are weaker than the Yonko, then the end of One Piece isn't going to be as fun as it should be. Because we have Blackbeard and Emu. Who else is going to be fighting? Like who? If the end game bosses are just weak, it's like
they're gonna fight each other.
Oda's screwed up. You know,
I don't think they're weak.
I think the pirates are gonna fight each other.
Level. Like, I don't think
if we've already defeated people that are stronger than the Gorosei by the time we fight the Gorosei, then those fights are not even going to be fun. Like the build-up, this long build-up for the Gorosei is not going to be the payoff that it could be if Oda just makes them, stronger than the Yonko.
Wait, can I ask a question to that?
Fight them, right? Like if Zoro's going to fight them or Dragon.
Yeah, I want to ask a question to that. So if we're saying every Gorosei is stronger than like every Yonko, are we assuming like these there's gonna be like 5 other like so are we saying there's gonna be like 5 like Yonko level tier characters that's gonna fight them all at once, because they're all gonna be in the same place. It's not like we're going to one place and the Yonko is the big bad, and then we're going to another place where one Yonko is the big bad. But no, since we're talking about the Gorosei, it's 5 all at once here. So are we saying like it's gonna be another 5 people to offset that?
How can you even beat them if they're stronger than Yonko? That's what we're saying.
Exactly.
Blackbeard's probably not gonna fight them.
That's what makes them so amazing. You know what I mean? Like that's what the peak is of the.
I don't think it's just gonna take Yonkos to defeat them. I think it's just gonna take the Revolutionaries and probably the Straw Hats and maybe Garp.
So who do you think the match? Let's actually ask.
If the Revolutionaries and Garp beat the Gorosei are even worse than.
That's
the thing about Dragon, Sabo, Luffy, Zoro, and Garp out.
I think it's a good question to ask. Like, what are the matchups for the Gorosei at the end of the story? What do you guys think?
Yeah, are we assuming the Straw Hats? Or are we assuming like Shanks' crew or something?
Maybe Law.
Well, real quick, guys. We kind of need to keep moving.
Yeah.
We need to keep moving so we can. I know we have plenty of time. So real quick, what we're gonna do. Okay, each of the next 3 people just give the 2, and then we're gonna go with our top 4 just so we can wrap it up and then do the poll to see who had the best list, because we just need to hurry up.
Perfect. Cool. Perfect. Then from my part, Kizaru and then Mihawk.
Okay, Chestnut.
I have Mihawk and Shanks.
Shanks down at. Hey.
God.
Eden.
That's the first Shanks drop.
Yep.
Where am I? The last one I gave was Dragon and the Kainu. 6. Yeah. Okay. Big Mom and Kaido. Big Mom for 6.
And Kaido for 5. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The Shanks take is a little questionable, Chestnut, but let's get all the picks on the board, and then we can just hash out whatever we need to hash out, because we're past the time I try to do. All right. I got Dragon at number 4. Because if he has to, because again, similar with kind of the Gorosei, it's like, Oda, what are we doing if they're not insanely strong, at this point? Like, it's especially for dragons, like, questionable morality up to this point. I want him to come in and be the one who can compete with Saturn. Like, that's how strong Saturn is only he can do it, and then he helps everyone leave, so it kind of, like, I don't know, makes up for some of his misdeeds, not all of them for sure, but number 3, I got a Kainu. Last year I actually had a Kainu at number 2, and he just needs to clock in more, honestly, at this point. That's all it is. Number 2, I got Shanks, and number 1, I got Blackbeard, my goat. Like I was saying earlier, I feel like Shanks has to be below Blackbeard, pretty much automatically because they've already kind of proven that in their one fight. Which, like, could Shanks have improved way more than Blackbeard since then? Maybe, but I doubt it since Blackbeard's gotten 2 fruits since then, and I'm sure he's also developed hockey and whatnot, you know. And he's also probably the #1 endgame villain. So everything I've been saying about the Gorosei, like what's like the end game of One Piece isn't going to be as fun as it could be if the Gorosei suck, because then it's like, what else is going on? Same thing with Blackbeard. If Blackbeard isn't top tier, then what are we doing? And I know some people might say, okay, well, he will be by the end, but he's not right now. Like, he's going to get more power-ups. And I'm kind of sitting here like, I mean, yeah, I'm down for him to get more power-ups, but if he's already able to scar Shanks without fruits, and then he gets 2 fruits on top of that, he's already up there. You know, like, I don't think we really need a whole lot more for me to, for like, if Oda were to show panels right now of Blackbeard and Shanks fighting and Blackbeard's like throwing hands, it wouldn't be hard to believe for me, because I'm like, Blackbeard already, we know he has done this. Now he's gonna have some special something, like maybe whenever he falls asleep, something happens, you know, something special that he, you know, used against Shanks that we aren't aware about yet. Definitely possible, and I would say likely, most likely. But like at this point in the story, I just feel like Blackbeard, like, we shouldn't be shocked if Blackbeard's throwing hands with anyone at this point, because like that's just the reason he's even here. Par.
Yep. This is gonna be an interesting one. So number 4, I have Akainu.
Okay.
Number 3, I have Kaido.
Okay.
Then 2, I have Shanks. And number 1, keeping it the same as last year, Dragon.
Oh,
Of course.
I didn't know you put.
I mean,
already, I'm so disappointed.
Yeah, is your 16 is your 16 like something like Boa?
Oh, actually,
it
I have
starts
a
with a B,
prediction.
but we'll talk about it later.
Oh.
It's gonna be Ivankov.
Oh
I
my
was
God.
told it would be Ivankov for some reason. I was
No.
like, I feel like it could be them.
No, trust me, it's more toxic than Ivankov by far.
Oh god.
Preach your top 4.
Oh, I know who it is then.
I got a Kainu at 4. I got, give me one sec, Dragon at 3, and then I got Shanks at 2, and Kaido at 1.
Damn, Kaido even above Shanks.
Yes,
Hey, all I know is Shanks stopped Kaido from coming to Marineford. That's all I know.
that's true. That's true.
Yes, sir.
Kev,
Could have
top
been
3?
diplomatic though. Could have been diplomatic.
Could have been, but
And,
not
I wanna
a good,
say
not
this
a good look for the
Dragon,
debate.
right? For me, for Dragon is like, I know Hime earlier said like he doesn't have to be powerful, but I think like we got to be a little bit more like it's a shonen. So for me, it's like it's not One Piece is has good political moments here and there, but I feel like it's at the end of the day it's a shonen, and I feel like Dragon, the fact is Luffy's father, he has to be strong.
Yeah.
I mean that's the way I look at it, and I mean you might see it differently, but for me it's like
No, I'm not saying that he's not gonna be strong. I just refuse to scale him until I see
That's
like
fair,
how
that's
strong
fair.
he is. That's all.
yeah, that's fair.
All right, Kev, top 3.
Okay. We got the GOAT, Monkey D. Luffy at number 3.
Damn, son.
And then we have Blackbeard.
Love
and then
it.
we have
Thank
Shanks.
you, Kev. All right, I mean, I don't like the exact order, but Blackbeard at number 2. It's
And
okay.
I will say, if Blackbeard and Shanks fight, Blackbeard will win. But I think Shanks will be stronger than Blackbeard, but Blackbeard will still win. Not because of strength, but
Hey.
because of intellect and like cunning, like sneakiness. That's what I think.
Oh, he's got a secret sauce.
Different
ready to
wording.
go for sure.
Yeah, you
Exactly.
said coming sneaky. That's crazy.
Whoa.
That's
whoa.
Oh,
Par, hold on. It's not your turn, Par. Hold on.
No, he said it, not
Oars,
me.
oars, please. Oars.
That's the
Cunning.
quote on Kev's
Alright.
shirt.
I said
At
cunning.
4 I got
okay?
Kaido.
Oh, I heard come.
Four, you got Kaido.
3 I got Mihawk.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 Mihawk, 2 Akainu, and then 1 Shanks. I think Mihawk's. I think some of you guys kind of got him low on your list because, to me, it's just crazy how he's known for his observation hockey and the fact that he's Shanks' rival, even though Shanks is known as the killer of observation, is pretty crazy. Like,
So real quick, the only observation thing we know about Mihawk is that he's called like the clairvoyant, right? Is there something else that we know?
yeah.
Okay, just
I mean-
just double checking, just for my Mihawk
Okay,
fact,
so-
my
His
knowledge
nicknames,
base.
I would say. Yeah,
Right.
his nicknames.
Hime.
Okay, so in my case, right on top, I have directly Shanks because I do agree that they need to be relative and close
Okay.
to each other because they dueled in the past. And why I have Shanks on top of Mihawk and why I'm not taking into account his title, I'm not saying that his title doesn't mean shit or anything. What I'm talking about is the fact that I think that because of that statement that Oda made in Volume 4 Billion about Mihawk, about Shanks having the observation hockey title, he's able to disturb the breadth of all things of Mihawk, which is directly related to observation hockey. So in that case, he has this hacks that is above Mihawk. It doesn't take away from the fact that Mihawk has still his title of the world's strongest swordsman, which means that like he is just better at swordsplay. Again, that is why also Mihawk in his journey isn't going against people who are stronger than him by hacks. He's just searching for actual swordsmen. That's why he doesn't want to fight somebody who lost his arm, because he doesn't have the same skills in swordplay. So this is why I have Shanks above him, because of this hacks, and this is actually a statement. So now that we put this aside,
He's fighting for a life like we're Twitter. Damn.
Yeah.
and then
Anyway,
do
respect
you
us a
know how
little bit
many
more. You don't
times?
need
Do
to
you know how
fight
many
for a life,
times
dude.
a day I have to explain this?
Yeah,
Anyways.
we're not those people. We went to New York together. Come on, you know we're not crazy like Twitter.
All right, so
We shared
then,
macaroons or whatever they were. What were they?
They were good. They were good. I forgot about those.
Madeline.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Madeline.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a
So-
beignet.
Wait, do you guys remember the? Well, you guys probably all remember the pizza, but like the specific restaurant. Well, I was watching a video recently. I forget what it was. It was like some financial thing, and like they were interviewing the owners of that. It was like very recently too, and they were talking about like the price changes and like inflation and all that, because like they've been trying to do like $1 pizza. And I know it's really random, but I just wanted to mention that because I was like, damn, that's the same pizza place we went to, like the same corner and everything. I was like, damn, okay, that's crazy. It
Damn.
was like a random video on YouTube.
Just know, Dax, there's still better pizza there too.
Oh, I'm sure, but that was phenomenal, especially
Yeah.
in the state I was in at the time.
Yeah.
That was
Oh, yeah.
phenomenal. Pepperoni ravioli. All right, Hime, what's your top three?
Okay. Oh yeah. Let me just keep going. I just want to add one last thing also regarding that. So exactly, the statement that is made about Shanks is literally the counter of the whole core of a swordsman, which is breath of all things. That is why he cannot win against him if he uses this hack. Now, on top of Shanks, I have Aokiji, and then on top of Aokiji, I have Blackbeard. I will
I like
explain.
I like
And on top of Blackbeard, I have Akainu. And now I'll explain why most of y'all, some of y'all are stayed consistent, but most of y'all weren't consistent. Because if you have Akainu way above Aokiji, you are inconsistent because they fought for 10 days extreme diff. So Akainu only won extreme diff against Aokiji. It was the most extreme diff fight in the whole series. So that means that you cannot have Akainu on the top and Aokiji not close by maximum 2 people between them.
No,
I would give you 3.
Okay.
I would
She's
give you
fitting, bro.
3,
She's
but
fitting.
maximum 2.
She's
Exactly. You cannot, because that way you're super inconsistent. You shouldn't just see, oh, can he beat this person? No, you have to see where he is relative to. So that is why Aokiji has to be on top with Akainu if you have them on top as well. That
That's
is
fair.
The one thing I would say to counter that, which like everything you said is right, but the one thing I would say is narrative kind of gets in the way a little bit, because Aokiji's not even the leader of his group, and Akainu is the leader of the entire Marines. And I get, like, obviously they fought, so like that should just be the end all of it. But I feel like for the narrative of the story, like just what we kind of need to see happen, it's going to be really, really weird if, you know, Aokiji is like someone under Blackbeard is just as strong as the strongest Marine. You know what I'm saying? Which, like, it could happen. But I feel like
No,
I feel like Oda's
He
gonna make
was,
that
though.
not
Yeah,
happen in the end.
that's why
Like he's gonna
Blackbeard-
not
that's why
do
I
it,
put-
but it should happen probably.
That's why Blackbeard is in between them. Like that's why Aokiji is not on top of Blackbeard. But I just say that they need to be relative and close by. If they're too afar, this is where it becomes inconsistent.
Yeah,
But I
for
feel
me,
like-
I guess what I'm
you
saying
said-
is
you
by
said this about
Luffy
my
and
list
Zoro,
too,
right?
about the inconsistency, right? And just the counter that, because you brought up this point back then, was there's like two things that are also weird. Not exactly the narrative thing that Dax was saying, but like they also were like friends to a certain regard. Like Kuzan
Yeah.
was like, "Yo, this was my
True.
homie," and so it's like that plays a little bit, but also not every fight in One Piece is going to be two Logias against each other. So it's like if you have characters who fight differently, maybe that fight will be different. It's literally magma versus ice, like the polar opposite, but not everyone's fighting like Kuzan. So it's like the way like Garp fights, for example, that would be a little bit more direct in my regard. Like, will it go to 11 days and stalemate? I don't know. So like when you say, and the other part of it is that for me, I like, this is a crazy one for most people to think, but like for me, 10 and 2, like not 10 and 2, but like these numbers at the top, they're like so relative to me because for me, it's like if you
I feel like 10 is kind of crazy. And to change the whole temperature of an island, and to change the whole atmosphere and like the whole weather of an island is kind of crazy. But also, if we take into account narrative, which I completely understand, we unfortunately didn't have the interaction between between Akainu and Aokiji. So unfortunately, like it's all speculation. But I believe it could probably be the case. But I would love for people to actually use the same thing when it comes to Garp and Aokiji, because why are people putting Aokiji so down under Garp when he's supposed to be on top of Garp, when literally we can use the same statement where Aokiji was like, oh, this is actually my mentor, and he was like, he was conflicted, he wasn't. That is why I cannot put Garp on top of Aokiji. But that's the thing, people usually they use like one trend of thought for like some characters, but not for all of characters, and that is where my problem lies.
And real quick, so two things about the Akainu and Aokiji thing. I think there's also a layer of it, I think, where Aokiji's probably still like a good person at his core, and he knows that Garp is doing the right thing in the end. Like Aokiji's probably doing it somewhat begrudgingly. So there's also that layer where Garp is able to put like his entire soul into it because he's like, I know this is the right thing. Like, I'm saving Kobe. This is like I'll sacrifice myself if I have to. Where Aokiji's like, I just don't want the boss to think this is sketchy. Like kind of is like, if I let Kobe leave, that's not going to look good. Like I gotta do something. So I think that's a layer. But also real quick, can we get the other votes on the board? Because then I can start doing the polls, and then we can come right back to the same conversation. I just want to get everything on the board.
Sorry.
You're good.
Sorry.
Chestnut. Top 4.
I also I forgot to put Kaido above Big Mom.
Okay. So is everything getting moved up, or did you like?
It was just Shanks and Mihawk. Honestly, just put Kaido above Shanks. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, they're all kind of interchangeable. Okay.
Yeah, so just throw Kaido above Shanks. Then I got Dragon, Akainu, and Blackbeard.
All right, there. I knew you were gonna have Blackbeard number 1. I knew I wasn't gonna be the only one.
Blackbeard,
oh, absolutely,
listen,
top
bro,
1.
All these people think I like Shanks and the thing, like, bro. It's Blackbeard, bro. Blackbeard is the end all be all. He's the final villain. He's going to be the strongest. He has the strongest devil fruit. We already saw that his haki was enough to like stop a mountain slashing attack. This man takes double damage and he didn't blood drawn at all.
He tanked a Whitebeard Gura to the face back in Marineford 2 years ago.
Literally, like, was able to fight Law. Law, we already know, is insane. Has like Duraneg, has internal damaging moves. Literally can like
hurt Big
do
Mom
surgery on you.
And when no one else did.
Was able to hurt Big Mom. Blackbeard took those attacks and didn't feel any damage.
He tanked the same attack that Big Mom did with the anesthesia thing, and like he was definitely really hurt, but then he got right back up and was like Black Vortex, like
he's beating. He's top 1. He's beating everybody.
And that's what I was saying earlier. Like we should really just accept that Oda's gonna have Blackbeard throw hands and beat whoever he wants, and we're just gonna accept it like that. It's
especially if they're a devil fruit user.
Yeah. Oh, and that goes double. That's what I was saying. Like with Magellan, I'm like, Blackbeard could have 100% beat Magellan if he wanted to. Like, it's right there. Like Magellan's number one thing is that he can turn poison, and Blackbeard can cancel the poison. So it's like, it's like that one loss that he has, the one L, is, it's kind of like for me because like easily
That's
explainable way. Like it's definitely plot. Okay, I see. Lol Sauce being a goat. All right, Edens, let's get your things on there, and then I'll start the poll and give a big thanks to Lol Sauce real quick.
All right, I got 4 Luffy, 3 Mihawk, 2 Shanks, and 1 Blackbeard.
Let's go. 3 Blackbeards, number 1, and he's number 2.
You almost said Bogard. I want to point out.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Don't say that. I don't want to end the stream yet. I don't want to end the stream yet, Par.
Yeah, but he almost. You guys heard. What were you? You said Bo.
But
Alright.
hold on. I just very quickly, because I feel like do all of us have Shanks above Mihawk in here?
Yeah, I do.
I feel
Think
like
so.
Yes,
okay. I
every
feel like
single
we all do. So here's the thing, right? And
Canceled by
I just
Twitter
want to
immediately.
very quickly why I personally have him above. Because even if you're taking to the fact, let's even say that Mihawk beat Shanks like over 12 years ago. Shanks wasn't a Yonko. Shanks very clearly didn't have the Conqueror's Haki that he had. And Shanks has also been able to show out. I've been asking in the comments and nobody's been able to give me one advanced Conqueror's feat or one advanced armament Haki feat from Mihawk. He hasn't shown anything. So how are we supposed to be like, oh well, over 20 years ago this man was the strongest, but we're gonna just keep his title. It's like he won't even fight Shanks. So it's like if he's not fighting Shanks, if he's not going out like after people, like if he's hasn't been fighting people, like we have to wait, right? Like you can't just say that somebody is good because of their title because Buggy exists. And I always say this. I'm not saying Mihawk is a Buggy. Very clearly I have him right below Shanks, but even when you're looking at stuff, like you can't just say just because somebody has a title that they're automatically stronger, especially when Oda like point blank said a victor needs no epithet. In fact, if you read Wano, you would know that titles don't matter. That's literally what Oda has told us multiple times. Titles do not matter. A winner needs no epithet. So you can't just go based off of titles. So until Mihawk shows something out, if you're going to continuously say that Mihawk is stronger than Shanks, you're a theorist and you want him to, but there's nothing to back it up. So you can't say people are biased just because they don't want to speculate along with you.
My
Yeah,
only
I'll-
problem with anything that you just said is you put those people in my group of theorists. Let's not.
Yeah, you're right.
Woo!
Sorry.
You hurt me.
Agenda and theory are
So,
different.
so real quick, just for the poll, just so I can remind everyone, the leading person right now has, we're not going to say his name, but 16's left blank for a reason because it's a questionable choice. So don't leave
You just
that
treated
out.
me like Voldemort. What was that?
And then also, don't forget that one of the other lists has Zunisha and Shirahoshi in it. But so
Yo, Dax is crazy. He didn't even compliment you guys. He didn't say anything. He didn't even say my name. He just said, "Yo, this dude has Zunisha. You voting for this fool? Like
Yep.
that's crazy."
Got to, man.
Why? Like, how about we go like, hey, you guys should vote for Orbs because his PFP is dope.
Oh well,
Can you-
the back four are going to get voted on.
I
You
know.
know, we have to do 4 at a time. We're gonna do 4 like a tournament style.
Oh wait, did we not have oh, this is a yeah, we got Preach.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can
Oh wait,
also-
I wanna go
Dax
back
is
to
coming up in this list, huh? I have to share this.
I want to go back to what Chestnut said. Like when you think about Shanks, right? Like Shanks, he's been putting work in the New World, and like Mihawk to me is just chilling. Like not to say that Mihawk is not strong, but I feel like Shanks has gotten in my mind he's gotten significantly stronger in the last like 2-3 years. Just from the fact that he's able to encounter Yonko level characters more often. But that's just how I see it.
That's how I see it too. I just feel like there isn't enough for me to say with good confidence that Mihawk is stronger than Shanks just because of a title. Because, I mean, like, let's be honest, every other character that has a title of strength has been defeated. Whitebeard has gone down. Kaido has gone down.
Yeah.
I mean, like, also, I will say the main characters are Straw Hat Luffy, and then there's Pirate Hunter Zoro. There's no title of strength there. Shanks' name is literally just his hair color. And Big Mom doesn't even have a title. It's just Big Mom.
Yeah, literally, Big Mom is her name.
These titles are just for fun. They're not like good for power scaling. Because if that was the case, then like why is the world government so apt to just say, oh well, Mihawk is the strongest person, stronger than all the Gorosei. Let's get rid of him. The world
Agreed.
learns.
Can I
Real quick, just
Can I
because
say Dragon
after I said my piece about the poll, I did move up significantly. So if Par, Preach, or Kev want to like say their piece on why they should be getting voted on, definitely go ahead. Because I don't want to be. I feel like it's unfair.
I saw in the chat, apparently I put Zoro the highest. I kind of don't believe that. Like, I need to look at this list again.
I just want to explain
You did,
the
yeah.
dragon thing because
You
I
did?
think that's the most absurd
you did.
part of my
I
list.
think I had him second highest and you had him first highest. Or maybe
Yeah, you did have them highest. It was all pretty close though. It was all pretty, all in like the same 5 slot range, except for Oars, who had Zoro at 30, which I feel like I shouldn't
That's
even
crazy.
brought
Yeah,
that
that
up.
was-
I shouldn't even
was
said that to
wild.
remind people.
That was
I'm sorry.
I just want to throw out why, because I feel like the most absurd part, I love that everyone's, voting despite me explaining the top one, but like And I know the recent stuff with Dragon, but here's the thing. The reason why, and I had him top 1 last year before we got the Dragon stuff, and there's one thing that keeps me in the game, and it's because I am the #1 Kuma fan. And Kuma bet his life on 2 significant things. He literally bet on Nika before Nika was a thing. 2 years before, he's like, I'm giving my life for this guy, but he gave the rest of his life to Dragon. And so for Kuma to give his life for something, it says a lot, because it's literally, he saw Luffy from 16, then it's Celestial Dragon. He's like, this guy got it. And you know what? He was right. Kuma is the future seer. You know what I mean? He knew Nika was in that boy. And the other person the whole time, even despite him, like, he should never have, me personally, if I was Kuma's friend, if I was in his ear, I'd be like, yo, stop believing in Dragon a little bit too much, buddy. But like, still to that day, the very end, he said like, I trust Dragon. And for him to do that, despite everything that he has, it's like, there's that. But then also, if like you have Sabo in the top 20, his moves are named after Dragon. And it's like, for me, I think the story goes, and I think even Ors and Preach were saying, it's like the Revs are going to be like an X factor. And I feel like one of the main things we know about the Revs to this day was that not Inazuma, Ivankov was saying like, the revolutionaries that we learned of, their motto was not to infuse their power into the revolutions. It was to empower the revolutions to lift themselves up. And given what we know now of it, it's like, if Kuma's believing in this guy at a time when Dragon is active, that tells me that like Dragon's higher than that. And for him to like withhold his power the way he was, and when we saw him, Dragon was like liberating, so he was like, it was W's for Dragon except for the Kuma aspect. He was winning almost everything, and then the Ginny stuff too, right? But like, that's where it lies for me. It's like, it would blow my mind if Oda doesn't justify it. And given the two, like Sabo Flame Emperor, if you have him high up, he trained from Dragon, his moves are named after Dragon. If Kuma's believing in 2 people and one of them is Nika and the other one's Dragon, I think Dragon's gonna be up there. And I think his story is just gonna be like a chain, like he was like chained down by some crazy thing. And I think personally, I even said this too, I think at some point in the story, it's gonna be Luffy literally like, yo, do something, right? And then that's when Dragon's like that's when the trauma dump is gonna happen. And I don't know how that's gonna go down. I can agree with a lot of people like, yo, it's gonna be an unfathomable amount. But I do know that Oda has said that he wants to draw Luffy's birth story. He wants to focus on Dragon. That's something he wants to focus on. He said that like 2018, 2019. And I just, it'd be crazy. Like, I'm glad that a lot of people don't see him as a full fraud, but I do see him at the top. I just feel like there's going to be some explanation as to why he's not there. And obviously the MC of the story is going to end up higher than that, but I think the starting point is going to be somewhere here where like inactive powers are going to like start waking up, and that includes Shanks. Shanks is considered a dormant power. I think Shanks, Dragon, Gorosei, they're all the X factors. So yeah,
I actually like Dragon at 1. I'm gonna be real. I think that's like your best pick on your whole list, Par. Even though I like the gumption. Go ahead.
I want to ask Dak, Hime, and Chestnut. Just, we don't have to go too deep into it, but why is Blackbeard so far ahead of Luffy? Because in my mind, Luffy has the biggest feat, like taking down Kaido. Gear 5 is like incredible. So I mean, Congress Hockey is like,
if Luffy is already stronger than, or even like if he's even like on par with the biggest villain of the story, then that's a problem. You know, like we need Luffy to be getting stronger so he can eventually beat Blackbeard. Like that. If that's not the setup, then what's Oda doing? You know, like
just plot. But hold up, is it just plot or is it like?
Well, Blackbeard already scarred Shanks, right? And that's like Luffy's whole goal. If Blackbeard, you know, had no problem doing that a long time ago. So it's like, you know, Blackbeard's a beast. You know.
But I'm saying like from Luffy, what we've seen, like I feel like Blackbeard's not even close. Like I know it's off screen and stuff, but
I feel like proved how he was already way above.
No,
they're very close.
Like recent events, like Yonko. Once they become Yonko, it's like Luffy fighting Kaido. Gear 5, his Congress Hockey is like, in my mind, that's way stronger than what we've seen. Blackbeard, I know it's off screen. I know we're gonna see more with his Devil Fruit, but it's just like I haven't seen enough yet.
I mean, I feel like scarring Shanks. That's.
You think scarring Shanks is better than taking down Kaido?
Well, do you have Shanks above Kaido? No, so
Shanks
you have Kaido
tats.
number 1, which nobody else
Kaido
knows. So
high.
I guess it's
No,
hard to
but
talk to you about it. But I
I'm
would say
saying
most
is-
people
is
would have
that
Shanks above
too-
him. So I'm like, well, like we all look at Kaido's scar that he got from Odin like impressively, right? Like we think Odin's a monster because he left that scar. We think it's like Zoro leaving the scar on Kaido, that's impressive because it left a scar on Kaido, right? So I think when there's a scar on Shanks, we shouldn't just discount it as like, oh, it's it's less than any of these other scars that we do hold in high regard. That should tell that's the only evidence I think we need that Blackbeard is a top tier even before getting the fruits, and then he's gotten 2 since. That's the ultimate trump card in the situation, is that he was already like beating Shanks before he got fruits, and now he has 2.
All right. I don't know. I wouldn't say beat. But I
not
mean,
beating.
Yeah.
Definitely.
See, but look,
It's like him
definitely
sneaking
beat
up
Kaido,
on
right?
Shanks. That's
Like,
the
If
Luffy
Blackbeard
definitely
lost,
beat
he'd be dead. So
See, but that's the thing. Like, we're arguing off of just like theories, right? Because what I'm saying is Luffy for a fact beat Kaido, and like to me, that's way more impressive than just a simple scar. Like Zoro scarred Kaido, but he couldn't beat him.
I mean, Shanks even clarified he was taking him seriously, but Kaido got ambushed by a million people unexpectedly at night and had Luffy come up 10 different times. Like Blackbeard, from what Shanks is trying to tell us by that line is like Oda wouldn't go to the trouble of adding that line if the case wasn't that this is straight up Blackbeard scarring Shanks. Like no tricks. No, genjutsu. It was just.
We're taking a feat from like 20 years ago. When I don't know when it was, but
I think Shanks was a lot weaker back then too.
Well, so was Blackbeard, right? They're like almost the same age. That's the point. It's like so if you carry that forward, and then Blackbeard got 2 fruits. Like that's what I keep adding is like he was already able to scar Shanks that long ago, and then you pack on 2 incredibly powerful ones. So it's like, all right, he's already I say like on Shanks level kind of loosely because like it is time different, but like clearly they were close at one point in time, bare minimum, and Blackbeard has clearly vaulted way above that since, because at least the fruits, if not hockey, from being with Whitebeard and whatnot. So
I think that when he scarred Shanks, I think Shanks might have not even had hockey at all, like, or at least like probably not like nowhere near what he has now, honestly.
Here's something
there's
with
just no way.
scar thing, right? Like, if you wanna, so like. If Kaido gets up, right? If Kaido's here now, like, does he look at Zoro and does he have PTSD like he had with Odin, right? Like with Odin, Kaido is looking at like, yo, the boogeyman's here. Like, you know what I mean? And when the reason I bring that up is because yes, Blackbeard did scar Shanks, but Shanks has never been like, oh no, Blackbeard, like, there's no PTSD. Like he rolled
I think there definitely is. The fact he's on Whitebeard's ship, there's only like this one's the one that aches right now. You need to stop Teach. Like your son's in trouble.
No, but the reason why, right? Like he said in that thing, it's more of like the stability, the new era. You were talking about it before too, like the balance of things. Does Shanks want that balance to go towards Blackbeard so that his ambitions get forward? No, and it's like if you can apply the same logic with the Gorosei, like the Gorosei is not coming down and challenging every single person, but they're having people fight the fights because they don't need to. If Shanks could just be like, yo, Whitebeard, reel in your dude, stop Ace from going after Blackbeard, that stops this whole war, right? So Shanks doesn't have to do anything. And the reason why I brought that up is because if Shanks goes to Marineford and he looked at Blackbeard and he was like, oh no, that's the guy who scarred me, right? Like literally Kaido looked at Zoro's sword and was like, is that Odin? Is that Odin's hockey? My man killed him. Like he killed him 20 years ago and he had that fear. And I feel if 20 years ago Shanks actually got like the fear of God put into him by Blackbeard and got that scar, I feel like Shanks would talk about it differently. I feel like the story would reflect on that differently. I feel like that scar thing gets over.
I think the way you portrayed Kaido reacting to Enma and Shanks reacting to Blackbeard was like I don't think that's the correct way to view it. Like I think you made the gap too big. Like Kaido wasn't absolutely freaking out, right? Like he definitely noticed like that's a similar hockey, but he wasn't like like actually losing his mind. Like I'm terrified. And going back to Shanks, like.
No, he literally even with the scabbards, is this Odin's hockey? Like the people who could cut me, only Odin's.
I think it's more exciting.
I'm not saying that the fear of God in them, right? Like my point is like there's a remembrance, there's a significance to it. Like Shanks, I feel like when people talk about Blackbeard scarred Shanks, they're talking about it as if like Shanks was like he was in so much fear. Like he's so much weaker because of that. And it's like, if we can say this 20 however many years ago, then I feel like even there you can discount that, like that feat isn't significant, especially if we have no context to it, when so many times in the story we say like, well, we don't have context to that, right? Even in the current story,
Shanks is ready to fight Blackbeard at all times. At Marineford, he was ready for it. Blackbeard didn't want it.
Well, why didn't he?
Even now he's tracking down Blackbeard, right? So like, I don't think it's a matter of fear. What do you mean?
Well, then you have to say
and Marineford, all he had to do was start throwing hands with him. He was looking straight at him.
I think Shanks was trying to stop the war.
He knows it's a big deal if he fights Blackbeard. He knows it's a big deal. Blackbeard's tired out at that point, bro. He's been through a lot.
Shanks was ready. Shanks.
Yeah, it's what I'm saying. Shanks is at 100%, and Blackbeard's tired, and Shanks is like, "You want to go?" And Blackbeard's like, "Nah, we'll do this later." Well, Shanks, take him out then if it's not that big of a deal, like, bro.
Because he wanted to stop the war.
He can't just start fighting people.
The Marines aren't even a part of that at that point.
No, but he can't just Blackbeard's head when he's trying to stop an entire war.
Yeah. So, and neither of these sides are a part. All the Marines have to do is stop fighting.
Bro, come on, that's a bad take, Dak.
No.
Dak, he's trying to stop the war. Why would he add more violence?
All Shanks had to do is Blackbeard part of the Marines, because remember he's like Sengoku, remember he's talking to him. The Marines are the ones who need to end the war, right?
He said everyone
like we don't
here
want
can
casualties.
Fight us.
Yeah, exactly. So he's like Blackbeard. Exactly.
He
Blackbeard's not part of the government. The war. No,
crew.
you thinking that Shanks fighting Blackbeard continues the war is just incorrect. That doesn't happen. The war does not continue. The Marines stop. The Marines are done regardless, right? The Marines are done with this.
No, it wasn't just about the Marines. Akainu still wanted to kill everyone. Akainu still wanted to kill everyone. He would have kept it going.
Yeah, Akainu and Blackbeard aren't on the same team either. The Marines are done at that point. Shanks fighting Blackbeard, those are two completely separate
The Marines
factions.
are not done.
No, because Akainu would have fought them too.
Yeah, the Marines is not done.
And then
They got
all the Marines would also fight
and
with them.
Garb.
No.
Oh
Bro, Garb didn't even do anything in that fight. Sengoku barely did anything. Like, the Marines are not done, bro. And
I understand the Blackbeard
hype,
but
yeah, I get the Blackbeard hype. I'm just saying the stretch
I don't think Shanks was scared.
I don't know. All I know is I'm going to be
definitely
messaging
not
all
scared.
you when Blackbeard takes out Shanks, when he's the number one. He's taking all these people because we know it's going to happen. When it does, I'm just going to send these clips and be like, "What were you talking about?"
No,
That's what's
I am
gonna
not
happen.
talking about.
All right, so
Par
real quick, Par and I went past on the first poll, and now so Hime's in the lead right now, but it's pretty close between the other three in this remaining one. And the top two move on, and we'll do like a final one with all four of the top two from each poll. So FYI, if you have not voted yet, you could be the deciding factor in the poll.
Do we get to argue?
Yes, absolutely. That's what I was trying to get to. Is like, okay, this isn't even about me right now. None of us are in it.
I mean, like, the Blackbeard stuff is good. Honestly, like, Blackbeard is, like, one of the final villains. He also just has an insane Devil Fruit. I doubt that Oda is gonna really mess up with him. But I feel like Akainu and Dragon are also, like... I mean, like, Dragon is literally a Floofy's in his prime, right? So, he's gonna be strong. I feel like having Dragon in your top, regardless, is going to be good. But I also think that Akainu is just, like... He's tops. There's Shanks and Mihawk stuff. I mean, like, Shanks is gonna die soon anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But... I mean, also, like, I feel like I got some pushback from the Kaido stuff. Kaido is him, bro. Kaido versus a fresh Luffy, like, in a fresh Kaido, is going to Kaido. Also, just because I said that Kaido beats, Kaido would beat Mihawk. Kaido, I think, in my opinion, would be Shanks. I think he's beating a lot of people on the list. He's just him. So, I don't know. I feel like my list is pretty sound. I mean, the bottom of it is I have Bonnie on there, but I also feel like Bonnie with the Nika stuff is pretty cool. I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied with how this list turned out.
I think with Kaido, that something that gets unrecognized why I have him number one is because, you know, Shanks got hockey hacks and Blackbeard has Devil Fruit hacks. But I think Kaido, just from a purely combative fighting perspective, like, nobody is better than Kaido in a fight. But that's just me.
Nah, Shanks is better. I think the reason I have Shanks
okay,
is
Shanks is
because hockey
arguable.
matters the most. And I think Shanks has by far the best hockey.
I think Shanks and Kaido are top two because they're so good at fighting. On top of their strength.
I mean, all these guys are pretty good at fighting. Like Akainu, Mihawk, Blackbeard.
I just see Kaido as like
Dragon,
survival of the fittest. This guy's been like fighting since he was a kid in wars and stuff. Like, everything about Kaido is fighting. And we've seen him fight like entire wars. Like, we've seen him fight everybody at Wano. Like, he's not afraid of anyone. But I mean, that's a good point. Like Akainu, he probably has the same hands as Kaido and Shanks as well.
Easily does.
But
All it kind
Dragon
of does is
too.
fight. Yeah, Dragon
just-
too.
I just feel like Kaido is like
Yep.
like pure fighting. But
I feel like when
uh,
we
So I want to give the other two people or whatever, because Hime looks like he's gonna pass. So the other two, I want to give you guys a chance to say your piece if you want. But real quick, I'm just gonna get through these super chats because I forgot to mention them earlier, and one's kind of relevant. Nick Page super chatted $5 and said, "I'm on the dragon is not top 5, probably admiral level. Hopefully he cracks the magic circles or the powers of Imu or the Gorosei." And I actually wanted to mention, tying to that circle, I think it'd be kind of cool because obviously we don't know like what the black flame stuff is made of or whatever it is, but it would be kind of cool if dragon does have the wind fruit, which like isn't confirmed, but I feel like that's like the most common theory at this point. If he does have wind powers in any way, I almost wonder if like his wind can like disrupt the circle from like operating because he's like messing with the formation of it or something like that. I don't know exactly how that would work, but it would be kind of cool if dragon, like the reason why he's like the biggest criminal is because he actually has kind of like a counter a little bit to the Gorosei in some way, which would be weird that wind does that because it's like, how does that work? But it would be kind of cool if there's just some connection. I don't know what it would be exactly, but
Yo, this race is really tight. Everyone's
Is
guys,
it-
get your
it's
votes in.
crazy.
This is not like
Alright.
the presidential race.
For
There's
my-
not too
for
many
my
people
list,
running.
that-
This is crazy.
All I want to defend from my list is I know I have some weird takes, but I had to put Shirahoshi because she's the ancient weapon, and Zunisha because he one-shot Jack when the one time he got a chance he one-shotted a pretty strong dude. And let me see what else on my list.
I think Zoro you really got to defend.
Okay,
Zoro
I'll
and
defend Zoro
Sanji.
too. All right, the Gods Knights, that's pretty much just Figureland. I think Figureland is probably stronger than the Gorosei, or at least in Saturn, because the Gorosei is also only Saturn. Zoro is at 30 because I kind of got a lot of weird dudes on here. But yeah, I don't think Zoro is as strong as Law or let me see who's on my list. I don't think he's stronger than Law or Oroge or Sabo right now or Yamato too, because I feel like at least Yamato has everything Zoro has with like advanced conquers, but she also has one of the best devil fruits, and same thing with Law, he has like an awakening, and I think the damage he did on Big Mom was pretty extreme, and I don't think Zoro would have done that, so that's pretty much my list though.
I think it's a solid list.
Yep.
That preach endorsement for Oars there. Didn't see it coming.
He helps me out right there.
I still can't believe that Oars has Zoro at 30.
That's crazy to me too.
Yeah,
That's honestly the crazy.
Look at this.
Ours
Wait,
has
Yeah, this is
Zoro
good.
the
Just that
lowest.
one thing, and I'm a
Tanuki
Zoro.
went
I'm
for the
biased, bro. I love
pros,
Zoro.
bro.
But man, Zoro
Who's
is
stronger though in my list? Because I'll hear you guys out.
I'm just saying, bro. Like NL is not stronger than Zoro.
Zoro is stronger than Vegapunk.
Yeah, the
I don't
big
know.
thing is
Can
so
Zoro-
weird.
Can Zoro fight all the Seraphim?
Literally, Shaka
At
was
once.
like, "Bro, don't mess with
Zoro
Zoro."
was fighting.
Shaka
Zoro
was
was
Can
fighting
he fight
like,
all of them at
top
once though?
and pushing him back. Well, this isn't
Well,
fighting.
that's
Zoro
true.
all
With
the Seraphim at
Vegapunk,
once.
you do get the Seraphim kind, and
No,
the
you get all the Seraphim,
Pacifista,
all like 50
Oh,
percent,
yeah.
and the Mother Flame. At least the energy, not necessarily the
The
actual weapon.
thing is,
the
can
Lucia
a-
weapon.
can
You just
any
get
of
the
the-
energy.
But can any of the Seraphim outspeed him? Like, why can't he just go directly for Vegapunk and just take him out? Like, that's all he really needs to do. Like, we
Against
know
Zoro?
that Zoro is fat. Yeah, like what Seraphim
think-
has any speed feats?
Well, I think just all of them together is just gonna be tough to beat.
Yeah, Zoro's not
I
beating
don't
all the
think they'll beat
Seraphim
him,
at once.
especially with all pacifistas there too. I
The
think
issue
eventually
is-
someone should hit him.
I mean, like, you can say, but like, how many attacks is Vegapunk taking from Zoro?
Oh, zero.
One.
Like, he's not
Exactly.
gonna-
So all he needs to do
not,
is
not even one. Not even one.
So
Zoro's
that's it.
gonna.
Zoro's
send
just
us-
teleported.
his speed blitz.
All right,
Zoro's
so
gonna
Is
send
Zoro
us
his
so
flag
real
from
quick,
heaven.
It's done.
Edens, if you want to give some piece for your picks, you can, or Chestnut, but it does seem at this point
Oh yeah.
there's a little bit of too big of a gap because 132 votes
Yeah.
with 8%. That's quite a bit of votes that you would need in a row.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, we good.
So now it's going to be me, Par, Oars, and Hime on the final four, and so we can each give our piece for this. Which I'll go last to try making it more. Well, I feel like Par should go last. Par probably has the most like I don't.
I can go first if you want.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay,
Damn.
so I feel like I
Alright.
explained logically with statement all of my scaling, and I can debunk all of their lists easily.
Yeah.
Well, Hime has ulti on her
Hey.
list, so
And also
Oh,
they have characters they're speculating in. My list doesn't have speculation.
hey, Par,
There's that.
Par,
What is-
Par,
what is
actually, you
a
need to
One Piece?
reveal your number 16 before maybe we do this.
Oh, I
Oh,
got the
man.
finale. Ooh, look at that. Hold on, let me center the camera on my face. So, the number 16 pick is. Wait, did you throw up the vote already? Okay.
No, I have it ready to post. I'm waiting for you to say it, and then I'll send it because people might vote before you say it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I was hoping you would let people vote before I say it.
No.
So, guys, here, like, listen.
So that should tell you guys what this is. Your opinion on
no.
Par's list should change now.
Whoa! What do you mean your opinion? Dax,
You were like, oh, I was hoping I was hoping you would post the poll before I said
Yeah,
it.
because I'm afraid of the Dax Sake mob crew here. I'm gonna send the panel, right? I'm gonna send the double spread.
No way.
And so
Just say it, Par. Just say the name.
So there's a
Alright.
page where there's significantly powerful people, right? And to me, if you look at the characters, you got Roger, Rayleigh, you got Figarland, Garling, and then you have Garp as far as significant characters lined up. And there's one man right next to Garp in the same position as Rayleigh, and that is Bogard. And so
Oh.
I have
We have to end the stream.
Bogard there because, like me personally, I don't think God Valley is
Stream over.
It's no fraud
Can
stuff.
I
Right, chapter
Can I-
1096. Scroll down, you'll see it there. Bright. If you're saying Bogard's a fraud, then it's like what God Valley, like he's there lined up with all of the greats, every single one. Some people said I had Rayleigh too low, and look, he's right in the same position as Rayleigh with Garp and Roger. So I went to second grade, third grade. You know, I learned about parallels. You know, we keep it straight. You know,
my big thing.
So Par has Bogard in his list. Hime has ulti on her list. And Oris
And I
has
gave
Zoro
a
below
logical-
Shirahoshi and also
I just wanna
Zunisha
say-
on the list. I don't have any, you know.
I gave a
I don't
logical
think those are that
explanation.
crazy.
I gave
Yeah,
a logical
Black
explanation how Ulti was strong in that category, and I debunked whoever was trying to win this argument. And I want to say something. Most of their argument is about speculation when it comes to these characters. I am providing little statements and events that happens inside of the manga.
man, I
What
just wanna
Professor
throw-
is talking about,
Okay,
you're a
yeah.
theorist. You're not a power scaler. You guys are theorists. You're not power scalers, and it shows.
I'll
It
protect
shows.
everyone, guys.
Alright.
What would One Piece be without speculation? Is this Dragon Ball Z? Are we
Power
power
scaling
scaling?
is about
One
factual
Piece is
events.
about
This is
speculating.
not
It's
theory.
about theories. It's
Take
about.
us back to the.
So,
Nah, this is,
are
this
you
is-
choosing the list that
this is
feels
not
like
power
One
scaling.
Piece?
This is
Or
Take us
this is
back to the
speculation.
CP9 power
This
levels.
is
Take us
speculation.
back to that.
If
era.
any of you guys win, it's all about
Yeah,
favoritism
Because
because it's
I-
speculation.
I just want to know
essence of
who actually thinks ulti loses to Katakuri.
So
After
Is there
everything
anyone in the
guys-
chat that
I'll
actually
actually
thinks that?
So
I'll
listen,
actually
I
agree
think
with that, honestly.
Oh,
No, I
well,
think
there's a
okay.
chance.
I literally
No, I think there's a
debunk me.
chance.
Debunk me. Debunk
Katakuri
me.
is so
Debunk me.
overrated, in my opinion.
Debunk me.
listen, I think
Yeah, Katakuri is
I
really
think it's
overrated. That's why
funny.
he's not on my list.
No,
I think if
no.
Katakuri's on anyone's list, I
Hold
think
on,
that's
hold on.
pretty bad.
There's
I don't get
I
either one.
don't
but
think
I'm just saying, Fred is winning
Katakuri
that
being on the
fight.
list is bad. I don't think Katakuri being on the list is bad. I think if he's like in your top 15 or any higher than that, yeah, that's a little crazy. But I don't think him being in top 30 is insane because by the end of the day, he is
He
the
never
first
lost.
like the first like Yonko in the Yonko crew, like right after like the actual Yonko.
If he got stronger, I see,
Let's
but
go.
from what we saw,
He
I mean,
he
he
never
definitely
lost
got
until
stronger.
Luffy. He was never even on his back, other than like
Yeah, see-
when he chose to. You know what I mean? Like I mean,
Never
Can't
fought
move-
him
it's kind of
strong,
like Big
probably.
Mom, who never got hurt before that. Like I feel like it's really underselling him to like take, because he has a billion berry bounty for a reason. I know we don't like talking about bounties a lot, like as a power scaling thing, but he never lost. Also, it's like if there's a guy with that situation going on, he has definitely beaten some big time guys and never lost to them. So it's you know.
And
We'll
I
have
would
to see.
say with Katakuri,
We'll
it's
have
like,
to see, though.
and that to me, that's the best example of an extreme diff fight with Luffy, and so I'm just assuming that he got a lot stronger from that, just like Luffy
sure.
got stronger from it.
Katakuri would
Definitely.
get one-shotted by Kaido because
That's
Luffy
the
did.
thing. That's the thing.
Yeah,
you
that's true, yeah,
cannot
yeah.
you cannot state
no
that
defense.
without him
What
coming
Yeah,
back to the
Ulti
story.
would die from a.
You cannot
I just
you
wanna point
cannot
out-
make
Shot for Big Mom.
statements. You can't
Nah,
make statement
but, like,
if it didn't happen. You're speculating
Ever
that
I
it didn't
agree.
happen.
I agree with Hime on
Ever
hold on,
since
so, but
we
Hime,
brought
if
up
we're
the ulti
speculating,
thing,
Hime
Because
shot up
otherwise, I can
20%.
say, oh, everybody can come. All of my favorite can come back and be stronger than your favorite. We can't do that. We have to go with actual facts and statements throughout the story. That's why chapter by chapter,
Also,
tier list of scaling change.
but that's
Oh,
fair. But
Katakuri took
they-
14 punches from Luffy in the whole.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I literally.
Hold on.
I-
Took 14.
It doesn't
Cannon
matter.
punches.
Hold on. I just want to say, I think a lot of people like, cause like especially when I'm doing stuff, it's like if there's like good evidence like in the story, especially narratively wise, to put somebody above, that's what I would do. So that's how I did this list, cause like obviously Dragon hasn't done anything, right? But from the narrative hints that we've been getting in the story, the fact that we've been getting that obviously Luffy and Garp are very powerful. Dragon should be, if we're thinking about it. They've mentioned how strong Dragon is. He has a very high bounty that we haven't even had revealed yet. Leader of the revolutionary, like he should be pretty strong, right? So like even though he doesn't have feats, we should put it. That's why I have Mihawk. Mihawk doesn't have any feats except for Vista, bro. 5th commander. But with the world's strongest swordsman title and everything going to it, I have to assume that based on the narrative, he's going to be very strong. So
No.
I
But
understand having like put in
I
feats,
agree.
but when you're making a top 30 and there's characters that don't have those feats, I think
You
it's
have to speculate,
reasonable
yeah.
to speculate with some
agree.
narrative. Unless you're doing a list, it's like, oh well, Dragon can be, because I'm not saying like, oh, current Dragon I know for a fact could beat Kaido. I don't
Yes,
know
like
that.
we
But
have.
there's no
I was gonna
narrative
throw out-
that-
Hime didn't
there's
rank
no
Dragon,
narrative that puts
guys.
Katakuri, there's no narrative that put Katakuri above ulti. This is where my issue lies.
Oh, yeah.
I let him put his dragon,
Well-
put his Gorosei, his stuff. But when it comes to that, this is just facts, objectively factual
The
facts.
I think the narrative
agree
would
with
be the
that.
first Yonko commander versus what a Toby Robo. That would be the narrative.
So hold up, but to be fair, like Hime actually isn't wrong about the ulti thing, and if you actually look at ulti's like durability, and I know I'm not just saying this because I have Nami as top 1, but I think if you actually look at ulti and the feats that she has, like even compared to the other Toby Robo, it's clear that she's one of the top Toby Robo, right? Like even when you're looking at
She is
who's
the
who,
top.
like she was tanking like who's who couldn't even go past like
Even-
Jinbei's
Bro.
like armament, and she was tanking stuff and she was taking hits from Big Mom.
I mean,
Jack
didn't
is
she
just-
just tank the
but
major
even- but
cannon,
even-
which like I'm
even-
saying that's
Major
strong, but that's like
cannon.
just a lightning
even,
Laser
cannon.
cannon, bro.
guys, you know what's crazy? Even without that, the fact that Kaido himself has said that rooftop-based Luffy is stronger than whole cake Gear 4 Luffy from Kuri Town, that he neck-diffed, mind you, just the fact that this base Luffy is stronger, and he went against Ulti, and he had to pull
I have a
Gear
question.
4 on her, just
have
by
s-
that fact. It already put Ulti above Katakuri. We don't even need to even add this whole excess around it.
We've been focusing on the ulti thing for too long. My question is
Sorry.
Sengoku over Luffy. Is this something that a lot of people agree with? That current Sengoku over current Luffy?
It's only because I put him relative to Garp, and if I put Garp above, I have to put Sengoku above. This is why I go by relativity.
So, does everyone
Actually-
think that current Garp is over current Luffy, or is Garp because I think Garp is there, but
like
relative to Garp is interesting to me, considering like there's the fleet admiral stuff. Like when if Kuzan is relegated to back of the desk, and the only action he saw was Kuma's foot, and it's like, what was Fleet Admiral Sengoku doing during all that time to keep him relative, right? Maybe back in the day relative, but if we can say like Rayleigh says he can't fight Blackbeard and he fell off comparatively to Garp, right? Then it's like, it's an interesting thing to have them right next to each other.
So how are we keeping Akainu on top then? Isn't he like the fleet admiral at the moment as well?
With Akainu,
Prime,
the difference is we have the notion, right? We don't know that Sengoku fought for his role at the very beginning against people that we know, and then Sengoku was in his position for Sengoku was in his position for over however many years, right? I forget how long he's been there. Whereas Akainu, we have two things, right? Like one, we saw him at Marineford, but then we also have a war against someone we can relate to, which is Kizaru, which you can also attest to, right? That's why you have Kizaru up there. And so that's 2 years ago. That's very different than however many years ago. But then the other part is we also know that like Kuzan, like he's dealing with the Kuma right now that's running up on Saturn, right? And he was fine. So it's kind of like I I think conflating why Kuzan doesn't get the same knockdown as Sengoku isn't exactly the fair notion, right? And for me, I think Sengoku being up there above current Luffy is the wildest one for
I completely disagree. I feel like it's the same concept, and I can like literally talk about the fact that you have Garp above Aokiji when Aokiji is 100% stronger than Garp. First of all, he beat him.
I wouldn't say 100. I want to say 100 because then you're disregarding the context of the chapter.
90%,
no, but then you're disregarding the chapter, right? Like even in the chapter, the nuance of the final lesson, right?
You're disregarding the narrative when it comes to Aokiji. And also, let's not forget that you're not even putting him near Akainu after I told you that like they went extreme diff towards each other. So like you have a lot of inconsistency inside of your list. A lot of things don't make sense.
The relativeness to you, right? You're seeing the numbers and separating them out, right? You're seeing 5 and 10 and seeing that super separate. To me, it's very close, and the nuance in between them is the type of fight that people can have, right? If two Logias that are friends that are battling for it, they're not going at each other's throats to kill each other. Even Kuzan took his arm and leg, whatever, but it's like, what does Akainu has the thing on his shoulder, so it's like one person lost a limb and the other person didn't. Is that like super relative? Well, we don't know the nuance there, right? And if we're saying Mihawk, if we're saying with Garp and Kuzan, right, the difference is like the entire chapter was laid out of like, yo, Garp says, as long as the young people are safe, we're good. And the entire point is if Garp continues to fight, that just makes it worse for everybody who's trying to escape, because even earlier in the chapter, they said that if Kuzan was instigated even more, he could just freeze the ocean. He could just freeze everybody Garp is trying to save.
But you know that he was holding back. Why are you putting Garp on top of him? That makes no sense.
Garp, you're saying both of them were going all out, or both of them were holding back? If you can agree that both of them are holding back.
No, Aokiji was holding back, not Garp.
You don't think Garp was holding back?
No.
See, that's where I would disagree, because it's the entire point of the chapter. It's the beginning, final lesson. What do you do to save somebody? If there's a young person and an old person, you leave the old person. He's the old person, and he's fighting against Kuzan, who's his student, and he has a bias towards him. He literally is like teaching him as he's fighting. He's like, yo, stop being weak. Buckle down and fight me, right? So that's what you're saying, right? That he doesn't, Kuzan's not going all out. That's something Garp acknowledges. But if he's saying that to Kuzan, he's also not going out. Do you think to someone he actually wants to kill, he's teaching him in that moment? No, that doesn't make sense. Garp is literally
think that he would kill himself.
Garp's lesson is yes. Garp's lesson at the look at the first page. It says, leave the old person. If you let the young person win or leave, that's the thing. You can hold back. Garp got the W and Kuzan got the W.
That was the thing. You can hold back until all your students left the island. If then afterward you're still defeated, that means you were weaker. You were weaker.
It has no, because then you're saying that it's the same thing with Luffy and Kizaru now. Like Dax was saying earlier, Kizaru is not trying to fight Luffy. He has an entire mission outside of that, right?
Yeah,
Luffy was trying to fight Kizaru, right? Right. So you said that right there. What is Garp's mission? Garp's mission isn't to kill or fight or do anything.
It's to make sure that everybody escaped. But then
he went there for Kobe because he believes in Kobe.
Garp would have arrested all of these guys. He would have actually went on with his mission. He has his justice code at the end of the day. He's not gonna be like, oh, pirates. I love this pirate. I won't like no.
He would. If you can agree that Kuzan and Akainu 14-day like high diff, right? If you're saying that Garp couldn't bring Kuzan to that level, that's like crazy to me, because my point is it's like if they fight seriously, then it's like every other top in the verse where it's like Kaido and Luffy going back to back to back, where it's like Akainu and Kuzan going back to back to back. It's not like one and done. Garp is dealing with an entire situation where there's so many pirates where any one of them could go after the ship, and the entire point of it is that both Kuzan and Garp got the W. Kuzan wanted Garp
so real quick,
in Blackbeard's eyes,
hold on, real quick. Just real quick, I just want to say, so we do have a lot of votes, but Par and Hime are really close, and I've been keeping track of like how the numbers have been moving while you guys have been talking, and both of you guys have actually been losing percentage. Like you guys were like at high 30s, and during your discussion, he may drop to
that.
32 and Par dropped to 36. So you guys actually both like people went to the
That's
other.
fine.
They're like, oh, we don't
My
want
gap is
either of these.
Yeah.
We don't want either of the people talking.
Also,
And real quick,
yeah,
I
the
just want to
gap
get
is
to the
bigger.
last couple super chats. That's really what I want to do.
Yeah,
Then you
yeah,
guys
yeah.
can
Okay,
do whatever
go
you want
ahead.
for the last few minutes, and then it'll be fine. Okay. I missed one from Caleb Brown from a half hour ago. Sorry about that, Caleb. Appreciate you with the $5 super chat. Much love to everyone. Kev has the best front half. Eden's got the best back half. If y'all had to place him, where would Prime Odin be? Thank you all. Prime Odin, I would have top 10 for sure. Like I would say like Admiral level, because like Kaido probably got even stronger over the 20 years. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure he got a lot stronger. So I would say like maybe like low top 10 range if that version of Odin was alive. I don't know if you guys have any other.
Are we saying
agree with that.
Prime
So he's like-
Rayleigh is over Prime Odin? Because I think Prime Rayleigh is over, right?
Yeah, probably.
agree.
Yeah,
I
I would
think
have
so.
to say
I think
yes,
so.
but I would say
Because that's what.
Well, 'cause
Roger,
remember
Whitebeard.
remember
like,
Scopper.
Probably Kaido.
Remember Scopper
Yeah.
in Odin, like they're like hitting each other. I'm not gonna lie, I know it's so dumb, but I looked at that like, you know what, Odin and Scopper are probably the same level. Like that's probably what Oda wanted to do. Like, because you can't make Odin stronger than Rayleigh. Then it's like, okay, like at the very end of the journey, Roger just gets like the most obscenely strong. Which like Odin is really strong. Don't get me wrong, but it's like you gotta give Rayleigh some respect there. But I could see Scopper being like the same level, basically.
I would say the one
That's
thing
fair.
is like there's prime Odin, but then there's also full potential Odin, right? Because like has Odin reached that full potential? I don't know. I don't think so. Like he had a lot of things going for him. At the end of the day, he didn't even care about being strong. He just wanted to see islands, you know?
He was just
He
strong
wanted to be an
naturally.
island boy.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
hey Dak, I gotta head out, man.
Okay, hey, no problem, bro. Thank you so much. If you want to let the people know where to find you or what you got going on, go ahead.
You can subscribe to Marshall D. Preach. Me and Ors, we do a lot of theory videos and speculation, analysis, power scaling occasionally. But yeah, it was a great stream, great group of people, and yeah, man, thanks for having me on.
Oh, absolutely, man. Thank you for doing it. Second year in a row, man. I know it took 5 hours out of your day, a little bit longer than I said, but I really appreciate it,
No,
man.
it's all good, bro.
You have
It's
a
all
great
good.
night.
Have a good one, bro.
There we go, Priest.
And then just other super chats real quick. Now it's bouncing everywhere because there's like so much on my Streamlabs. Okay. Subam Sangam. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. I know I am. Super chat at 40, some currency I'm not aware of. And Par, I saw you respond to this, or no, this was a different one. This was the other one. Sorry. Par is delusional. Delulu is Salulu. I'm sure you probably did answer this one at some point, but
What?
No, I just like the way you read that. You're just like, oh, Par surely responded.
Yeah.
Par's the Lulu. Like,
Yeah.
hey, come on.
well, because I know for a fact you responded to another thing, and that's why I was like,
Yeah,
hey, you
yeah,
probably
yeah.
because you were answering in the chat, so.
It's so late. I thought you were gonna say, I know for a fact that you are Delulu, and I was
Yeah.
like, damn.
Oh,
Par
no.
is delusional.
Well, maybe sometimes, but I mean, me too.
I got the
Me
Delulu
too.
fruit. I got the Delulu know me.
And then Alejandro Solis, one of the goats of the channel, celebrating being a member for 2 months, said, surprised no one has Emu on the list, but Saturn is. Par, I saw you respond. Yeah, we weren't ranking Emu because I feel like it's kind of like default. You have to put Emu number 1, and like if you don't, then that's just gonna be gonna be the discussion. Like, you really think this person can beat Emu? Like, we're not even gonna do that. You know, we're just gonna take Emu out of the equation because it's gonna be like top 1 for everyone. So like, what, you know. And then Phil 4975, one of the definite goats of the channel, so with the $10, I'm voting extra for Hime. I mean, at this point, it looks like Par has kind of got it in the bag. I mean, Hime, it's almost like they swapped the votes over to me and Ors from you at this point. I don't know what Par
totally
said
fine.
to trick him.
It's okay
but
to be. It's okay. It's okay to be objectively wrong. You know.
it happens
Yo,
sometimes.
you're so
she,
funny.
she called all the people in the chat frauds,
Oh my
by the
God.
way, with that.
Oh
And I just
my
want to throw out
God.
there, Dax, sometimes it's a tactic to sink both ships because one ship
Yeah.
will last longer. Haha. It's all about
Well, not
the
the
vision,
one with
you know what I'm
Bogard
saying?
on it, because
The Par
see it.
vision.
Ooh, thank Tanuki. Thank
What a
you.
segue.
all right, guys. Well, I don't think that it's going to move enough, although I am slowly gaining percentage as time goes on. So, you know, I would love to leave this up all night and see if it fixes itself here. But it looks like Par
Fixes
Vision's going to get the
itself.
best list.
Fixes.
So, congratulations, Par.
Is this? Sorry, I interrupted. What
The
are you
fact
saying?
that y'all let
you
a
go ahead.
Bogard, a list with Bogard win
That's
is
what I'm saying.
crazy.
Yeah, that's
honestly.
I'm not sad
And
about
Lucci.
losing because of that. I'm like, it's no longer, there's no more objectiveness to it. We got Bogard above Zoro, King, Katakuri, Rayleigh, Sengoku. So you think Bogart's stronger than Sengoku? Sengoku is like Garp's other side. Like
Sengoku wasn't at God Valley. Sengoku was not at God Valley. 1, but 2. I just want to throw out there. Thank you everyone for the roses. Love all you guys. Appreciate all of you. And I do want to throw out that is this back-to-back years, Dax? Did I win the draft last year too? With
well, you didn't do the top 30, right? You did a different thing.
The draft pick.
Yeah, you won a different competition. Yeah, you weren't in this one though. So we have to redo that one for you to actually claim a second title. You know,
but I can't win what I wasn't in. You know what I mean?
I mean, look. It'll be whenever I put the plaque up that has all the yearly winners someday. You'll be on there. All right, that's all that matters. You'll be listed. Kind of like whenever I go to my grade school and I go to the spelling bee champion list and I see Dak. I won't say my full name, but I see that on the plaque. I take a picture of it every time I go, which I haven't been there in a long time. But believe me, when I was in high school and college and I visited, Snapchats of that every time.
I should go back. I have something similar. That's fun.
Roll back.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you have any other congratulatory words for yourself in the chat, but I mean, thank you for taking the time out to do it. That's really the thing I'm thankful for. All of you guys. I know I said like 2, 3, maybe 4 hours, and we're sitting at 5. But I mean, that's how the top 30s go sometimes. I mean,
it could have been worse, man. It could have been like King of Lightning.
Yeah, if I didn't do the speed rounds, we'd still be doing the top 5. You know what I mean? We'd be back there. So, I just want to say, again, thank you guys. Again, this was a great group of people that I got to meet in real life at Anime NYC. So I can tell you, I met all of these people and they're all great and normal, cool people you would probably like to hang out with as well. So if you want to go to Anime NYC, I definitely recommend it. It's in August, and the tickets go on sale in 12 days. Really? By the way, yes, January 17th. Yes, I'm glad I said that. Everyone jumped to their computer.
I would have forgot.
January 17th, they go on sale. The pre-sale happened, I think, already, but this is the first time they go on sale for the full public or whatever. So all these people are great. Please go subscribe to every single one of these people. They're awesome. The links will be in the bottom. And so if you guys want to just go through and kind of, plug whatever you got to plug, let them know where to find you. Definitely go ahead. Maybe, Par, if you want, we'll just go in the order of the list. Par, go ahead because you're first on the list.
Oh, sorry. What was I doing? I was
just where to find you. Plug something. You got videos coming?
Oh, do I got videos? Okay. We're returning. Dax invited me out of my cave. Out of the abyss. I came out with that Nami thumbnail. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go check it out. It's a good video.
Check that out.
It's setup. It's a setup for the yeah. Just know that's it. Oda taught me so well. I just I saw Egghead. I saw the thematics. I was like, you know what? This is Oda. And just know that
that's what we call it now.
yeah, thematics, booba. But so we're gonna continue that. There's gonna be more booba on the channel, more treasure, more booty. Definitely 2 videos from now. It's literally all about the biggest booty in One Piece, the One Piece, because for pirates, treasure is booty. And then the next video, the next 2 videos I think is a Kainu. Then I have a Gorosei video, then Holy Knights video. These should come out during the break weeks. The next, because we have break week this week, right?
Yeah, so 1103 comes out tomorrow actually instead of Sunday, officially. But then it's a break after 1103, so we won't get a chapter for 13 days. We'll get this in 13, 14 days.
Had I not been here, I would have finished the Kainu video, but I said friends are bigger than agenda. So, and I got to push the best agenda here, which was the vision, the Par vision. Thank you guys for voting.
I thought you were going to say the B word.
No, I wasn't going to try to end the stream.
All right, good. Because then we'd have to actually end the stream immediately, and other people got to say their piece. So Preach already left, but so Oris, why don't you go ahead and just go now? Preach isn't here. You guys, share the channel. So why don't you hop in?
I think Preach already said everything. You guys can just find me at Marshall D Preach, and my next 2 videos at least. One of them will be on Shanks's deal with the Gorosei, how they're kind of working together to keep balance in the world. And then the next video after that should be on why I think if Saturn does die, I think Figureland will be the next Gorosei. So those are my next 2 videos right now.
Definitely go follow for those. I know you did the Shanks vs 5 Gorosei video. I don't know if that was you or Preach. I don't know who did that, but
no, that was me.
Yeah, so definitely keep an eye on the channel for sure. Kev,
thank you, man.
You up next?
Yeah. I was just, I heard a noise and I thought, is this from the stream? Is this from the Discord call? And I literally was like, what the fuck? Yeah, absolute pleasure. You know, I feel glad. I feel like my list wasn't that off-putting, you know, this year, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. After the Katakuri ulti talk, I wanted you to move Lucci up 1 and Katakuri down 1, and just swap their spot. I really did, just for the toxicity. It's like I see it.
I mean, I can do it now.
You could. You know what? Let's do it. Yeah.
All right. Because you know, I'm gonna take a picture of this and then next year, you know, maybe I can, you know, we can compare and be like, well, what happened in the last year that moved this thing around?
If Katakuri returns this year and shows up,
yeah,
I'm just gonna be happy, you know. I'm just gonna be like, this is awesome.
Which I think in Elbaf there's a chance, but that's
that would be so high.
So someone's got to come save Pudding. So I just like Katakuri's got to get in action, and like who knows where Pudding will be is the kind of the thing, like because Blackbeard has
on Elbaf,
you know, all sorts of stuff.
It's over, man. Yeah, absolute pleasure, you know, rambling with you all once again. You know, I'm not a power scaler, but I think it was decent this time around. And it was crazy, like how there were like 300 average people in the chat,
which is crazy.
Major ramble, like
major shout out to the chat. That's probably my best average viewership, especially for this long of a stream. Like I get about maybe 200 tops, 300 for reactions, which is solid. But you guys really showed up today for this awesome group of creators, so I really do appreciate that. It means a lot.
Yeah, most definitely. And if you want to hear me ramble more, Dak has been pushing me to get this video out. A buggy video is on the way, guys. A buggy video.
That's
the rise of Buggy. The rise of Buggy. And I'll even slide the thumbnail. If you guys want a sneak peek.
I
don't even know.
If you put it in the chat, I can probably pull it up. I don't know if you want me to. Do you want me to pull it up, or you want me to?
I don't know. You know what? Let me.
I'll look at it and just give a reaction, but I won't show it. So, well, I guess if I might have to show it just because I have to click open
it's
chat.
Fine.
To see
it's fine. If people will be intrigued, you know.
Actually, I don't want to open up the chat. I don't know what's in there. I don't know if there's anything secretive. I'm not gonna open it. But here's what I'm gonna say. Okay. Everyone, go subscribe to Kev. All right. I've been to Kev's house. All right. I've met Kev's family. They are great people. Yeah, I walked in and I'm a random dude from YouTube, right? At this point, like I'm literally the first time I met Kev's mom, which is the only time I met Kev's mom.
You did not need to say
completely clear. Immediately she's like, "You want water? Like, do you need to go to the bathroom?" Like all these nice things. Like Kev grew up and he has an awesome family. That's what I'm getting at. So go subscribe to Kev.
All I'm gonna say, when you compliment someone, you don't need to be like, "Yo, I met your mom." Like,
I have to. I have
save
to.
that for like his brother.
It's a little personal.
And especially when I say for the first time, like there's been multiple times I've been, hanging out.
Yo, where your mom at?
Yeah. I was like,
no, she came out to me, guys. All right, she was like, "You need water? Do you need to go to the bathroom?" I'm like, "I'm a random dude. You want me to walk in your house and use your toilet? Like, whoa, how nice."
We need a mom reveal now. Kev dog.
She's so nice.
She's very
so nice.
She's very camera shy anyway. Like
bring her to Anime NYC.
Oh yeah.
I'll probably pick you up again, Kev. You know, I mean, if she wants to go.
Jack, you're not picking up Kev's mom too. Stop it. Okay. I don't know where you're going with that.
But I will say, we still got the tattoo goal this year.
Oh, true.
Hopefully 10K by the year. You know, hopefully. And what if it is a buggy tattoo? Who knows? Maybe if it feels right.
What about a Dr. Pepper tattoo?
No.
Mac and cheese. I'm just saying Kev's favorite things. Going down the list.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Everyone, go follow Kev. I think you're like 1,000 something subscribers from 10K, right? You're like 8,700.
Almost.
So yeah, definitely go subscribe to him so we can push him over the edge and get that tattoo of whatever it is. All right. Next, we got the Chibi girls. So Hime, you're up first.
Yes, so it's Hime from Ohimetenshi. You guys can follow me on all of my social. It's Ohimetenshi everywhere. And On my normal account, I'd never power scale. I only power scale on Twitter. So if you want to see toxicity, just go there. Otherwise, I always make skits and I do chapter reviews. I do a podcast with this lovely lady, Chestnut Tanuki. So, and also if you guys wanna interact even more with us, we have a Discord, Chibi Girls. But yeah, so thank you. It was very fun, and it's okay. I am not sad that I didn't win. I can take you 1v1 you par anytime when it comes to power scaling easily.
Yo,
that sounds
that's a
an
challenge.
invite to the Chibi Girls. That sounds like an invite to the Chibi Girls. If I
mean,
oh, just
you guys already invited me. I don't want to come with the pretext of being demolished, right? Like,
we're here to just cook par. Like,
yeah.
but honestly, it was very fun. And I can definitely see. I just want to add that because like I've been so much in the Twitter community lately. I can definitely see the difference. You guys like have fun when you scale. You speculate, theorize, and like you don't care. You just go with the flow.
Oh, we care.
Like in other places in the power scaling community, like they're like the smallest detail kiss. Like it matters, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was fun.
And I want to echo kind of what you're saying. Just give me 1 second. I just want to echo what you're saying there with like, you know, it's all opinions and kind of fun at the end of the day, which I think some people take it too seriously.
Yeah.
So
no, it's not serious.
But here, like, I mean, and that's why I was saying earlier with like Anime NYC, it's so awesome. You know, we got to all hang out and we had the Shanks and Gorosei debate and all that, but it was all just a lot of fun, and so is this one. So I definitely agree that this was maybe a little less hostile than, you know, maybe some other situations. But
yeah,
par.
Yeah. I was just gonna say like, Hime and Tanuki have come from the worn-torn, battle-tested place called X. Okay, you guys would not imagine the kind of words these ladies have had in their face. I jaw drop every time I open up Twitter and I see a repost of one of these, and I'm like, there's people saying this on the internet? That's crazy. So I just want to appreciate the chat. I didn't see a lot of that like crazy toxicity today. So shout out to Dax community. Shout outs to you guys for being here, and Hime and the Chibi Girls invite. I appreciate it. It's just, you know, I'm a little afraid now. I don't know if I'll survive the collab, and so, you know, I'll be there, and just, you know, maybe we don't have to do top 30s. It's a little scary.
No, I'm sorry.
I didn't.
That'd be fun. I didn't want to scare. I'm sorry. I'm actually sweetheart.
Listen, bro. Me and Par are just gonna be talking about the best scientists in One Piece again.
Oh no! I have to be.
No, honestly, the theories are amazing together. I love it.
Oh, that was fun.
And also, I just want to say real quick. So I was looking at the poll results. And I'm actually about to catch up to Hime, so I'm actually just going to end the poll because I feel like Hime was like probably deserves second place. I don't want these residual votes to count. We've already determined. So I'm going to end it now so Hime's locked in at second because I was creeping very close to take it over. Which maybe if I left it I would have taken over Par, which whatever. It's all good. It's all good.
Wow, what a surprise on your channel, Dax! Like people clicking on it. Oh, Dax is streaming. Oh, look, there's a poll with Dax. Let me just vote.
You, Par. They're here for you, man.
Oh,
like I said, I had the most viewers during the stream, and Par was here. So the correlation is causation.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
They connected to the vision.
Yeah, although our communities are so closely linked, Par, it's, you know, it's like our Venn diagram is almost the same circle. You know what I mean? Like it's very close at this point. But you have a lot of TikTokers.
Venn diagrams are all about booba. Just saying, Venn diagrams.
This is Par.
Oh my God. All right, Par. All right, we're moving on to Chestnut. All right, Chestnut. Say your piece.
Hello, everybody. I'm the Chestnut Tanuki. I do analysis content, theory content. I primarily focus. In fact, almost 99% of my stuff is One Piece, but I do branch out a little bit. So if you guys want like generic anime that you've definitely watched, and analysis on that, and then also One Piece stuff, theories, I have a video that is edited and is going to come out, but I'm gonna have Dak probably look over the name because I'm a scaredy cat.
Thumbnails and titles are the key. That's all.
I know. That's what I need you to help me with, bro.
It's there's probably multiple people in this chat that can attest that I'll send them like a thumbnail, like, okay, what do you think of this? What about this title in combo with this thumbnail? What about these two thumbnails? Which title should I like? It's a thing. So I'm definitely happy to talk about it for sure.
I know, and
Dax
I
gets
just-
insomnia over thumbnails. He literally will be like, oh, I haven't slept in 15 days,
Yeah.
but where's that thumbnail at?
My shower thoughts are thumbnails and titles. Like whenever I'm in there, like it'll just come like, oh, that's it. Like that's the title. Like that. I'm gonna go change the script a little bit so the title makes more sense. You know, like I literally that happens. So
Oh my
sorry,
gosh.
keep going.
But, no, you're good. But yeah, I do have a video coming out soon. I'm gonna try to do more long form content. You should check out my channel. You might very much enjoy it. But I do a lot of shorts content too. But yeah, thank you so much, Dak, for having me on. I really appreciate
Absolutely.
it. I love being on here. This is the first time that I've been on here. You've been on Chibi Girls a bit, so
Yep, and we'll
gotta do
definitely
more
do. Some,
prep.
I am the honorary third Chibi girl for for those who
Facts.
don't know. that's canon. That's part of the lore.
yeah.
Um,
There's three of us.
I
It's
feel like I
me,
should have
Hime,
said
and then
that.
Dak.
Yeah, like it's full. Like if you actually
I
go
love
through
you
like
so
the tax filings for the Chibi Girl organization, I'm like listed under there as one of the employees as one of the Chibi Girls. So it's like it's fully canon. But yeah, definitely go check out Chestnut. I'm so sorry.
I'm the
My-
Hesnut Hanuki.
My voice is so shot right now. I'm like trying to say my word. Like I have to like focus to not have my voice crack. It's like very hard. I get hoarse like really quickly. I'm gonna not be able to like I can't record my video tomorrow probably. But that's all right. All right. Last but not least, my guy Eden's probably the guy I may have literally
Oh
spent
my
the
God.
most time with in Anime NYC. We don't have to talk about what we were, you know, where we were
It
going.
was a good time.
We were.
It was a good time.
Yeah, we were checking out some stores.
No.
We'll say that's all we'll say. But
You guys made it sound really weird, bro.
Oh, I got it.
I got to.
I didn't have to say a goddamn thing this time. The story wrote itself. Chat, do with it
Sneaking
what
out
you
late
will.
at
Oh.
night to some to some stores. That's all.
Okay. Woo.
Oh man.
Ooh, Pizzagate.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah.
Oh my god.
Oh. I'm working on a Akuma video now. Now that we're finally through the flashback, been revisiting a lot of Oda parts in the story to see what seeds Oda has planted. Want to make that video like really well. Hopefully out by the end of the month. Really looking forward to it. Want to get my schedule right because I want to plan some discussion vids with other creators. Because I have the most fun with One Piece when I actually get to just discuss it on the spot with people. But yeah, thank you for having me on this deck. This is like my first ever top 30 power scaling list to do with somebody. So again, you guys are all great. This was the highlight of the day, especially after a long day at work, and I just had nothing but fun doing this. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse. I thought I was gonna get like really cooked for this list, but nah, this was a good time.
You know, your top two were perfect, man. You know, if you got Blackbeard top one, I mean, the list is good automatically, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yep, facts. Yeah, well, everyone, definitely go follow Eden's. I've been bugging Eden's to start dropping more videos because he drops great content, but he took a little,
y'all got me on it.
hiatus, but a little sabbatical. But definitely go follow him. Great dude for sure. All right, guys. Well, thank you all again one last time, including the chat. If any of you guys spent like all 5 hours here, that's a triple thank you. I guess however many thank yous I got to give you for that because that's crazy. It was hard for even me to sit here for 5 hours, and my back is killing me. So so I appreciate you guys, everyone here. Thank you for taking the time. Go follow him, and you know, no Bogard. That's the only thing I gotta say. Just don't.